Hello, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. How we doing on this fine, what is it, Saturday? On this fine Saturday.
Yo, I'm doing good.
So, so I am joined with the old crew from last time. My boy Molgoatkirby,
Hello.
the man himself, the host of the High Risk Top Tournament. I am Poop 10, aka Hemmiez.
Oh, it's muted.
You muted Hemmiez. Oh, well, okay. My good friend Toy Owner.
Hello.
And now we have two special guests joined with us today. The man himself, the Cox God, De0, on the mic.
Hello.
And I'm also joined with my fellow Obliv leader who is questioning whether I should still be a member after that clip he saw yesterday. Dudash.
Why do they always hit him with the voice crack, man? I saw it on Twitter. I was
Dudash,
like,
Arson
no.
Dudash.
So, I'm probably not going to go through the introductions I did last time with the same cast unless they want to say something again, but either way, I want to take the time to let each person properly introduce themselves to the new guests. So, De0, if you'd like to give everyone a brief introduction of yourself.
Alright, basically, so I was just always interested, in max efficiency. That was, like, part of, like, who I am. I like to do things efficient. And, it was about early 2018 when I got into PvM and then I joined Obliv to find top teams. And that's where I kind of, I met Hoodler and Camp Snoopy, and that's when I got into going for world records. So, from then on, it's just pretty much like going for records or just PvM content. It's a lot of fun in this game.
And what about yourself, Mr. Dudash?
Well, a few years ago, I guess around the time when TOB came out, I used to be in a lower level clan with a few friends of mine, and we did a lot of TOB together, but it was hard to find anybody to do TOB with in that clan outside of my friend group. So I rapidly outgrew that old clan, and after I got my Infernal Cape, I decided to apply to Oblivion to find more TOB teams and kind of get into some max efficiency stuff. To this day, I would say I'm still far from being the best player in this clan, but I would consider myself an above average player. But yeah, I really enjoy this game, and I like this clan a lot. Happy to call myself one of the 3 leaders of Oblivion. So, thank you for inviting me to this podcast.
I mean, I'm happy
Appreciate
to have
it.
all of you here.
Humble gamers, humble gamers. Feels good, man.
So I guess the next question is, what's everyone's current goals right now, and has their goals like really changed since the last time we've done the podcast? At least for Toy, Kirby, and Hemmiez. Like, has anything really changed?
Wait,
So I'll start.
oh. Yeah, you can go. You can go. I didn't because first I was getting hit by a fucking cave horror, and I was I zoned out for a little bit. So, but yeah, Kirby, you can go.
Sure, I'll go. I mean, my goals are still pretty similar, you know. I mean, wait, did I get the Zoro record before or after that other podcast?
I believe it was
remember.
after.
Okay, well, that's one goal done. I mean, other than that, I mean, I'm considering going for Warcraft record now at some point. Been going hard on next just to make enough money to have money for raids free and buy all the next stuff. And for leagues, might go for first Inferno Cape. We'll see. Already did it once, don't know if we'll get it again. But yeah, just most of the same goals we had last time. We're like, eventually low level Inferno stuff, and yeah.
Yep.
Like how Kirby's like just casual goal is just like, yeah, like I got the Zolrek. That's pretty
Yeah.
good. Yeah, like I might
Like,
go
when did I even do
Warcraft
that? This is
record,
like a
yeah.
Monday for me.
Yeah, like Scotty's running around. He's spending hundreds of hours. He's like, dude, this was like 1 in 13K. Kirby's like, yeah, that's pretty good. I got that. It's
I'll
nice.
just get it in 2 days, get lucky.
I can't believe you're also trying to steal all of his fucking wrecks, dude.
Dude, I took
How do you-
Vasani by 1 tick. I took Zora by like 2 or 3 ticks. I indirectly took Hispori by finding out the time save of a Thralls. So yeah,
The
I'm just
overkill.
destroying his career.
How you gonna do that? I was in your chat and I saw Scotty and I was like, oh dude, how do you feel, man? He's yoinking him left and right. And he was like, dude, it's all because I threw an egg at him right before next release.
Wait, that's
Oh.
why? What the fuck?
Shit. Yeah, Kirby's holding a grudge on him.
Jesus.
I get vengeance.
Yeah, because those eggs come with vengeance. But I think for me, I've had a couple goals. I think I've been moving through stuff way too fast because I don't even have like now. Before next, like I was asking a bunch of streamers, like, what do you guys do before next? Because I ran out of stuff to do on stream. Because it was like I had a goal for like sub 50 Inferno. We hit that. I had a goal to get my TOB dust because usually people go hella dry. Hit that. There's another one too, but the Iron Man. I did all the easy grinds on that too. I was like, fuck, like I was really running out of stuff to do, and then next comes out. I was like, holy shit, we're gonna be able to grind this out for like weeks, right? First day, basically burned myself out. We go 300 kills in a mass. I think all the boys here also did like 300, 800 or so on mass. We were discussing it a little bit before the stream. And yeah, I just burned out. I've gone back maybe twice since then. I've gotten like an extra 80 KC, so now I just kind of don't know what to do. I'm out here running Thrall Infernos for fun, and it's pretty fucked. But I guess it's bittersweet because we've made a lot of progress, but also too much progress. But yeah, how are our guests doing? Like, do you
I
guys
guess,
have any specific goals? Yeah.
I guess I don't really have anything too big. I guess just at the moment, just go for a drop at next. I'm still dry.
Nothing.
About 650 KC at next, and haven't had anything in my name. Just some splits, you know. But other than just a next drop, could try to go for like new 5-man CM rec with the new gear. It's just kind of a side thing. But yeah, nothing
Dude.
too much.
Tora felt so good when we ran CMs like the other day. It was only like fucking 3 runs, but holy fuck, it felt so nice.
Also,
Really,
the van braces at Chambers.
Yeah,
Well,
like the
yeah.
vamps and the Torva, pretty much. But when we were trying Torva, we didn't really know. I didn't really notice any good phases at Olm. So, but we only ran like 3 Olms, so could do more.
Yeah. Well, my last goal was like finishing Grandmaster. I already finished that in November. My current goal is still finishing the Uplift Diary. I'm missing Solo Top, Inferno, and Corrupted Gauntlet. The best content, obviously. And other than that, I want to get a better CMPB, Sim 5. So I want to get like sub 21, probably like low 20 if possible.
Oh,
Oh,
low 20.
maybe sub 20. Oh. Yeah, like other than that, I don't really have goals at the moment. Just nexting, Uplift Diary, chill.
For me, I'd like to, I guess in the long term, I'd like to get 10,000 next KC in small teams. I really, really enjoy the boss a lot. Very, very thoroughly. Just really good team content. IMO, just sitting in voice with all the boys, bullshitting and killing the boss. I don't know, it's a really good time. And I never really killed the boss, or actually just never killed the boss before at all pre-UC, so... And I was way too newbie to consider killing it, so it's very nostalgic for me to actually be killing it now, several years later. I'd like to get the pet as well. If it, takes beyond 10,000 KCL, I'll go for that. Because I like the look of the pet, and I like that it just sprints after you if you're running around. I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Other than that, probably 200 mil fishing on the side. I just finished 200 mil wood cutting. So would like to get that long term as well when I'm not really doing anything in the game.
Wait, Dudash, do you play with the next plugin that gives the audio?
Oh, that? Yeah, I do. I throw that on every once in a while. It's just kind of loud, and I have a hard time hearing, even at the lowest volume possible. I have a hard time hearing anybody in voice.
Someone
But
put
I do think it's pretty cool. I actually went back and watched some videos pre-EOC to see how the audio lines up with how it is in the plugin, and it's very, very comparable.
I think because when I think of pre-OC, I look back and I think, wow, their voice acting was like dog shit. Like I remember they used to do like the dialogue in text, right? And it was always so like everybody hated it, but the next was like it was one of those few instances of where like wow, like I actually really enjoy
Yeah.
having this on.
Ahead of its time, and it actually does help you. If you like,
Oh, true, yeah.
For me, I personally go off of audio cues a lot. So like in Chambers of Zarek or TOB, I'll have all the sounds turned on other than the music, obviously, to help
That's a
aid
given,
me.
of course.
Yeah, to help aid me. Like I usually only keep the middle one on for everything else, but I'll turn the area sounds on the bottom one for raids just because I think they do help quite a bit. And I think if I did run that plugin the whole time, I would be a bit better, like just knowing when phases change and everything. So
It's actually
yeah,
saved
it's a good
me one.
plugin.
Yeah, because you know how the text above her head will get cut off if you transition. So the amount of times I've seen
Yeah.
people,
Hmm.
she'll do contain this and then she'll switch to
Oh
Zero.
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
I've
and
seen
then,
like
you'll
30 people
run up
get hit.
you'll run up next to her, and then you'll just all get smoked.
Yeah. I actually dodged it once specifically because the audio cue kept going contain this and I was like, "Oh wait, no, I'm not going there. You kidding me?" And I just watched 40 people get hit.
Yeah.
It's so funny every
Just get
time.
smoked.
Yeah, I love that. Next is definitely because I've kind of held that opinion throughout most of Nex's release, which is that people are like looking for, oh, you know, I want this like super mechanically difficult boss. I want something that's like, I don't know, super AFK, one or the other. But it's like Nex isn't like that. Nex is the boys sitting in a call doing something that doesn't it's not like wow I have to focus so hard, but you can still optimize it. You can still sit
yeah.
here and be like, oh, I can do things to make this better. So it's just enough that you're not sitting here hating it. Now granted, some people it like they are making the argument that it's not as engaging as it could be, but I think that that's just sort of come with old school becoming a different game than RuneScape
Yeah.
pre-OC. But I definitely see how Next can have its own niche right now, where it's like, oh, I can enjoy this.
Yeah, and I personally think this next will get better as well from just engagement standpoint and what you can do killing the boss when future content comes out in this game. Like maybe we get overloads into the game, maybe we get new
True.
range gear into the game. I think people will be revisiting Nex after a lot of future content releases to test out new gear at it. I think that
Yeah.
would be very interesting.
It might even change just after they do the update or after they make it monster examinable again, and then like maybe I don't know, the new meta is going to be something different, and then
Yeah.
people are going to be testing
Maybe people will be bringing scythes after Monster Examine comes out, because maybe they'll turn its / defense to 0. You never know.
Who knows?
Who knows?
So my main goals they've kind of changed a bit because of the release of Next. Because the big goal I had was getting to sub 53 Inferno, but I guess this month was kind of a break month for me because I really wanted to pot a shitload of Next. Like legit after a long day of work, I'm just like, fuck it and chuck it. I'm wasting my sleep just to pot some Next on stream. Because it's actually, for me, it's so fun just doing it with the boys. But yeah, I think the main goals is just continue grinding Next throughout this month. Once this month is over, I'll still pot it a bit. But I want to get sub 53 Inferno done. So that way I'm done with the Obliv Diaries. It's the last thing I need, so I just need to keep potting it. I also have a new mouse too, so so far it's feeling pretty good, but I haven't actually done Inferno runs with it. I did CM runs with it, and holy fuck, my clicks felt so much cleaner when I was doing like my 8 ways. So that's the other thing would also be kind of similar with what Toy wants, which is the low 20 / sub 21 CM5's time. So I want to definitely get that done. And maybe later down the line, I'll continue to do stuff like trio top, 4-man, 5-man top, all those different times. Like maybe improve it like subtly. Because I don't know, like once I'm done with all the speed times, there really won't be anything else to do speed wise. But it'll be nice to just revisit it and continue like getting better at it. So yeah, that's basically it. Just constantly improving myself. But the big ones is just Inferno, CM5s, and making money at next. And hopefully I get that fucking pet. I want that little guy just running around, dude. I fucking love it.
That's a sick pet.
Oh yeah. I'm just glad they made it run, but at the same time, I wish there was a toggle for it. Maybe in the future if they add some like Angel of Death variant, right? You get a toggle and then you can change it to a Reaver. Cause having a fucking pet that can run and a pet that can fucking turbo walk, dude, how good would that be?
Yeah, but I personally would have loved the Reaver a lot more
Yeah.
than X-Wing, but maybe they release Angel of Death into 07 Copium.
Copium. Yeah. Alright, so the next question to ask isn't really PvM related, but it still affects the drops, which is just what's everyone's general thoughts on the GE tax?
Pretty good, probably. I mean, it's just good for the game. Like, I would have preferred that. I think this, obviously, it's good for the game because it's just going to take money out. But I think that the way that we've sort of handled money coming into the game, a good number of years before that is like I think this tax could have been postponed a bit if we just didn't treat things the way we did. Like this has been kind of prevalent ever since I want to say like Revs, maybe a little bit before that, but they've just kind of been like it seemed to me at least that it was a little bit rushed and a little bit lazy. Like they just kind of came out. I remember they did the poll for Revs, right? And they were like, "Oh, like we're going to drop Revs soon. Here's these poll rewards." The poll rewards failed. It's like, okay, well, they'll come up with more rewards, and then they'll pull those, and then we'll get Revs, right? It's like a month later, they just dropped Revs. Didn't announce a new reward. They just added everything that's alchable on it. And I was like, wait, what the fuck? And then everybody was like, not only did they not expect Revs to come that quick, they were also fine with it. And like they were fine with like having Revs later. Like we didn't need Revs right now.
Yeah.
No, we didn't even have any rewards for it, and then it's just like everything was everything was an
magic
alchable,
seeds.
and they looked like shit, and the cave was weird, right? And so everybody just thought like, what the fuck? It was fun, and because like streamers made good content out of it, but generally speaking, I thought like Revs it just came out and everybody was like, what the fuck? And then there's all of a sudden there's like so much alchables coming into the game, and then for a good like that was near the start of it, but I feel like since around there, they've just kind of been saying, hey, you know what? Like, this is going to bring a shit ton of money in the game, and we don't really care.
Kind of like Hydra. Hydra drops a lot of alcohols as well.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, just everything is there. And I felt like they could have tried to put a little bit more effort somewhere else, but I don't know. GE tax is a good thing to kind of counteract that a little bit, but I doubt it's doing much after so many years.
Just not to like skip over anybody, but I would have loved to have seen the Rev PvP gear and weapons coming through Rev's IMO. I would have loved to have seen all that come into the game. Just have new toys to play with and shit, as opposed to a shit ton of alchables coming into the game.
100 dragon plate skirts for the boys.
I want the VLS spec the Vasa crystal really badly, but that dream will never happen.
Stat hammer. Stat hammer
too,
everything.
yeah.
Oh, dude, come on.
I actually personally, I'm not a big fan of it because it really discourages like testing out new gear, like especially with next drops. If someone wants to just go and test out Torva, right? They have to pay 10 mil in tax just to buy the stuff.
I think it caps at 5 mil, doesn't it? Or what did it
Oh yeah,
cap
but
at?
there's no set item though. You have to buy each individual piece.
Oh, true.
And so, but yeah, cap of 5, but like, and it also what I don't like is that it discourages merchanting in a way, because those who would have who would have been willing to have merged an item for only like, I don't know, 1% profit margin, that's no longer feasible because it's just going to be all tax. Or similarly, if someone was looking for a 5 mil margin, also no longer feasible because tax would bring it down. And so that basically reduces the availability of items, which is not good for the economy.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the tax, but I do see the flaws and like the problems that they came into the game before the tax, like all the alcohols from Hydra and revs. But I think it's like needed long term to
Yeah.
help the game itself.
Maybe they could reduce it a little bit. Maybe that would fix things. But I think it's a bit high. Just a
Yeah.
little bit.
Also read that like they wrote in a blog that for one day it was like 30 bill in GP taken out of the game.
Yeah, it's already up to 1 trill or something.
Probably. Especially
That's
with
a
like
lot.
next and all the merging, yeah.
I'd like to see a bit more creative ways of GP leaving the game rather than just a tax. Nobody likes his taxes in real life. Why would anybody like taxes in a video game that
Yeah.
they play?
Yeah.
And I'd also like to see them stop coming out with ridiculous gold faucets like Revenants were on release and were for a long time. So just, I don't know, just have better game design, please and thank you. That's all I got to say about tax.
I feel like
Yeah.
the reaction to it is always really, really slow. Like they like for the revs is just such an easy example for it. But like they took, how long was it before they brought in the new rev weapons, right? We dropped in, like, we went a long time just for them to end up in the same place we were going to end up anyway. In the end, oh yeah, like it shouldn't be 100 Dragon Plate scripts. We're going to go drop like Vigora's Chainmace, Crossbow, etc. We're going to make that anyway. It's like, why didn't you just do that at the start? Why'd you just, like, you didn't have to wait a year and a half, 2 years before you decided, hey, you know, like, maybe this is kind of bad. And then we're just going to, like, we're going to hammer it in, but we're going to do it so late. It's like a general trend they do. Like the blowpipe, too powerful. When do we nerf it? 6 years later. All right? Like, it's just all this stuff. They let it sit for too long, I feel. Like, if you're getting that much backlash, you should try and work on it instantly, not, or at least within like a month or two. I don't know. Revs was camped and locked down for so many months before it was even like discussed of, oh, you know, maybe we'll bring in a new something else for it. It's like, okay. I don't know, man. It's weird. But
yeah, and there's also that drama of wasn't the thing of being skulled giving you better drop rates like a secret? that
Oh
people suspected
yeah,
was
because
leaked by the Jet or something.
yeah, only Rot knew about the whole like Scald equals better rates or some shit because Jed told them, and like no one really knew about it until someone on Twitter was like, "Is this true?" And they were like, "Yeah, it's true." And I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
That went on for a while.
Yeah, because like
But
no one isn't going to like stay skulled because being skulled is normally bad, right? So no one probably would have thought like, "Oh, let me just skull myself and see my rates are better."
yeah. But for me, I don't mind the G tax. I feel like I don't find the 1.2x. I feel like if you're merching, I mean, I guess if you're merching on really tight margins, it's rough. But I think that just means less people will merch for those tight margins. So I think the reason, like, I feel like originally people merching on like 1% margins do it because there's so many other people merching. But if no one can merch on 1%, then all the merchers move up to 2%. So I feel like it'll still work, but I have no idea. But I don't know, I feel like it's ideally they just, originally make the drop rates good and not just a gold faucet. But for now, it's, I guess, a decent way to deal with. Because also not just that, oversupply of certain items, like certain items over time become too many in the game, the prices are too cheap. Like, I feel like Nightmare is a problem with all of Vennies and bots farming or whatever. And so that the prices of the items are way below what they naturally should be if real players were farming them. It's like taking those out of the game can make Nightmare worth doing again, I guess. Because I feel like right now,
Yeah.
what's the proper priority there? I feel like it's horrible. Like, no one would do Nightmare anymore.
It's worse than Warcraft currently, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Wait, is
So
it that? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's
So I
actually worse than Warcraft. The moment.
So I feel like the G tax, I mean, okay, obviously we could have something like convention, but, G tax convention, something to take out items is kind of needed when
Yeah.
you have problems like that.
Yeah, the big problem with Nightmare is that the barrier to entry is pretty much non-existent. Like, all you need is Priest and Peril, and you have access to Nightmare. Technically, that is all. So you can just, make a huge bot farm, do Priest and Peril, and train some combats on it, and go kill Nightmare.
Just make a fire
Yeah.
cape wreck or something.
Okay, buddy.
Morning's End Part 1 wreck, something.
Yep.
I think my thoughts on the tax, like, I didn't really think too much bad about it until like what De0 brought up, which is like it kind of kills the incentive of doing like small margins. I was kind of thinking like when this tax came out, like maybe it would promote people to try to like sell off the GE, but let's be real, dude, like so many people use the fucking GE. It's so hard to fucking trade off the GE outside of maybe like release when there isn't really many items or like shit's super rare and it's like over the bills. So that's the only time when it's like you'll probably see people at top bank fucking selling sipes for like 4 bill, 5 bill, that type of shit again. But I kind of like it, but at the same time I also kind of see some of the problems that are there. So maybe some tweaks in the future when maybe they introduce other ways to kind of get rid of items in the economy, because right now that's the only way to kind of help a bit with inflation and help a bit with like too many items of one type coming into the game, just to keep the price of something up. Anyway, let's move on from the GE tax and talk about the one piece of content that we've got to play so far. What's everyone's thoughts on next? Like the mechanics, too easy, too hard? I know we've kind of already touched on it a little bit, but just to kind of like go back to it, like, is there anything else that you guys think should be changed, like boss mechanic wise, for next?
For me, I've overall I've enjoyed Next. It's hard to say for sure if there's any mechanics we haven't figured out yet. So when saying if something should be changed, it's hard to say for sure. But overall I've liked it. I feel like I'm hoping there's more we can do to mitigate some of the damage we're taking than just sit and brew. But we've been recently looking into certain ways of luring the boss so that it's only on one person. So I'll need some more testing tonight. But so there's like stuff we're looking into at least. But yeah, it's also for a change of a drop. Well, I don't know if that's gonna be a different question there, but change of a drop race. I feel like the items were at a good place before. Maybe I don't know. It feels like so rare to get a drop right now. But yeah.
I think it's a bit easy. I think to get the boss done, all you really need to do is shoot it, and get away from it on Shadow. And then just like eat. I don't know. There's not too much to it really to get it done. And like for a newcomer, they just come in and they could probably get it first try. Most people would be able to pull that off, I think. But like at the peak, like still like there's nothing much to it. There's no speed run ability to it. Like there's no strategy. There's not a lot of strategy that you can do to speed up the kill. It's pretty much just Ruby lottery basically. For getting a good time, like world record time or something. Also, I missed some of the old mechanics, like before they hotfixed things. I missed the ability to send its HP down. Like currently, you shoot it when it's about to when it's close to the threshold to proc the minion. If you shoot it, it'll cap your hit at the next threshold. And also I don't like that the drops no longer appear where you're standing. They appear like at next, because it was pretty fun being able to run where you want to run for the drop. That was kind of cool. But also I don't like the fact that you could shoot the boss and it's just invulnerable. I like when it was that the clicks got nulled, so you don't even shoot the boss in the first place. I'm not sure why they changed that, but
Not even sure why that's like mechanic, if I'm honest. Like what, like I don't know. Times where it's just like what, okay, so right now it's invulnerable for what? Is there any particular benefit that's added to the experience by us not being able to hit her. It's like, no, she's saying like, oh, I don't know, like fill me with blood or whatever. And it's like, really, you're just making us wait for about 5 seconds on each time. And if we click her, it's just like, okay, it's not a hard like this is the same opinion that I have with hard mode, but it's not a hard mechanic. It's one that is just like annoying. It's like, oh well, sure, yeah, I can time it better. But it's like most of the time, like I'm not sitting here trying to hard focus next. I'm just looking and I'm like, oh well, like can I click her already? Because like I don't know, you're talking with the boys or something, right? I'm not. So the idea that I have to sit here and like just having this small and vulnerable phase, I don't know why that's in there. It just sounds weird. Like I don't see much.
The same topic of waiting around is the timer to proc the next minion. The minion, it's like you'd be waiting between like 1 and 3 ticks, just standing there after you've already reached the threshold for the next to say crew or don't fail me or something. It's kind of annoying because that's also like partly guesswork. You can't predict when it's going to say it. It could be 1 to 3 ticks in advance.
I noticed that. I didn't even, because what I thought was that we just didn't get it low enough, but I didn't realize that there was. My assumption is
right
4 tick cycle like most things, but
yeah, like you could literally get it to 680, wait 2 ticks, and you'll, I mean, yeah, and then it'll finally say like Lacey's don't fail me. So yeah, that waiting is kind of annoying. I wish you could do something instead.
Yeah, I don't know.
In the meantime,
it's small and it's small and annoying. It's just like QOL. It's like why is that there?
Right. These QOL things would make it so much better. And also, I feel like a couple of the mechanics are a little bit cheesy. Like they could have definitely improved on these mechanics from EOC, pre-EOC, but they chose not to. They just leave them in. I'm talking about P1, the teleport in. Like that's kind of just cheesy. Like why does it teleport the player next to the boss randomly? It doesn't do anything. It just, you have to turn your prayer back on. Also, I'm not a fan of when it dashes after you, it kind of like teleports to a random spot after a while around you. It's kind of weird how it teleports to kind of a random spot near you, and also that it cancels the interaction of everyone on it too when it teleports. So you have to re-click on it. That's annoying.
Dude,
That's really
I hate
that's
that.
weird.
I hate that shit so fucking much because like if it does it on the tick, your attack comes out. Nope, there goes your attack. It's so dumb.
Yeah, exactly. And also the shadow bleed mechanic. That's just, what is that? Reduce its interval. Why am I getting hit at 18 every tick from this thing?
When she jumps on you.
Yeah.
Embrace darkness. Yeah.
I know it's like you shouldn't have
God.
gotten in that situation in the first place, but occasionally, rarely, you'll still
Sometimes
accidentally
it's
happen.
unavoidable.
Yeah, it's like
you just die.
she fucking just
Do I have a
chases you
clip?
down for your ass, dude. Like there's no stopping it. She can run as fast as you. She's 2 tiles away. You're fucking dead.
Shadow is already like, hard enough, mechanically enough. We don't need that, on top of everything else. And also, the last thing I have to say is when the Reavers spawn, there's no warning at all, and you immediately shoot the boss and heal it. That's just annoying.
Yeah,
Like,
sometimes
there's
she
no
doesn't
warning for
do it on
Reavers
the
coming
first
in.
one, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes she does, sometimes she doesn't. It's just guess or like lose a couple ticks to see if she does it.
Yeah, I've
But
noticed.
even then, you just gotta wait on the next one.
I've noticed if if you're up close to the boss and you send an attack I think before, like 1 tick before, and using a ranged weapon, I think the hit still goes through. But if you attack on the same tick, then it just nulls the hit for Reavers. But it's more annoying at when the phase is about to start and you're just doing your attack on the first exact tick. Congratulations, she just fucking sent out Reavers, so you just wasted a whole hit. Versus, maybe I should just wait, right? Instead, maybe I should just wait to see if she's gonna send out Reavers or not. Now I don't like the guessing game that much, to be honest.
You can predict based on previous cycle if it'll be Reavers or Sacrifice, but sometimes she won't attack for a couple hits randomly. It's weird.
Wait,
She'll do a couple autos sometimes randomly.
Really?
It's weird. Yeah, if she does the black holes on the floor, then it's gonna be Blood Sacrifice next. If she does Embrace Darkness,
Ooh.
he'll do the Reavers next.
Did not know that.
I did not know that. Is it like so?
It-
X special is value 1, and then next special is value 2. So if she
Yeah,
does like, okay, I didn't
For
know
the whole
that.
fight. So
I
the
did
whole
not
fight,
know that.
it's like alternating between 1 and 2 basically. So if you know which one you did last, you know which one's next.
Okay, that actually helps a bit, but at the same time, it still fucking sucks when you try to do that
Yeah.
first attack. You can't. But wow, that's actually really good to know. I didn't even think of it like that, huh?
Feels
I mean-
good. You guys are doing all the trouble, and then I don't do next for a week and a half, and I just learn all the info off of you. Yes,
This is like the last fucking podcast when Kirby mentioned the thing about the melee blob or bloblet dying
Oh, yeah.
tick slower. I did not even put too much thought into it, but now that when I was doing my Inferno runs, I'm like, oh, I could definitely keep this in mind. But I think my thoughts on the boss is that I feel that it's kind of a fine balance between something that you can kind of put in a lot of effort into doing and paying attention, so you can play it like kind of that max F way. But the only issue is that you're not really getting too much reward, and there's just so many barriers in the way that just cuck you. You just have to sit there and wait, or your hit's getting null. That's what fucking blows. But at the same time, it's also a piece of content where people can just chill, lay back. They probably wouldn't give a shit about any of that at all. But right now, it's like I feel that you still get slightly rewarded, but at the same time, I feel like there should be some tweaks where you still get some reward if you're playing it at your best, right?
Yeah, just remove hit nulling. Or like
Yeah.
what they did, I think, is like the hit cap is for masses, so they couldn't skip phases, right?
Yeah.
What they could do is make a cap below the proc, so you still like don't lose DPS, but you don't like insta skip a phase in masses, right?
Yeah. I mean, what if they did something like the cap would be 200 HP past what the current cap is right now?
Yeah, something like that.
Could do
Yeah,
something
So
can
the
be good.
proc threshold, but there's a cap 200 HP below that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can
I
still
see.
like hit it and not lose DPS overkill in a way.
That would be fine. Yeah,
Because if
I
they
think-
remove the cap altogether,
I guess.
then you're gonna have some people doing some dumb shit like, alright, pull out your bronze daggers, guys. Let's not bring it down all the way. And then
Or
they all
even-
get their ZCBs out, and they're just like, alright, 3, 2, 1,
Or-
spec, blam.
Or even the cap 1 HP before the next proc threshold. Easy. So like you can't kill the boss, for example, from 680. You can only get it down to 1 HP or something like that. And then it heals
Maybe.
back up for P5 and so on. But also I think just unavoidable damage in general is annoying, but I think the biggest place where this could be improved is P5. When it swaps tanks, one thing they could do is make it have a predictable attack every time it swaps. When it swaps tanks, either be it always mage or always melee on the first attack. That way, people can count to 4 and pray the correct thing for when it switches, because nobody knows who it's going to switch to, and everyone's praying mage already. Would be praying mage. So if they can know what to pray when it's about to switch, that would be really nice for avoiding some damage and adding some strategy to it.
There's
Yeah.
one thing you can do, but I mean, I've seen some people do. I've done it a couple times too. If you can have like people who are dedicated tanks, and they'll step back 1 tile right before a boss is about to switch aggro, and then it'll either mage or it'll melee them. But if it melees them, it has to step 1 tile forward, so you actually have time to switch your prayer to melee. But I think it does make it use a mage attack a bit more often if you do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what it seemed like when I was watching people do it. But it's something, but not as. It would be nice if it was just predictable. But yeah.
That's like a small meta though, higher chance to melee, but like still get fucked.
Yeah.
I feel like.
That's also a bit annoying that because the boss is going to move, so you gotta reposition yourself again and
Yeah.
again. That's
At
kind
least
of
it's only every 4 hits we'll have to reposition, but yeah.
yeah.
So I guess in my opinion on like how I feel about the boss, I as I've said in the beginning of the stream, I'm really enjoying the boss. It's a lot of fun. Although obviously I share some of the same qualms that you guys share. The hit nulling is incredibly annoying. The start of the the fight. Like if you spam click the boss, you will just hit and never hit. You'll just always null your damage. I don't know why they got rid of that.
Like-
where you could just spam click, and as soon as you can attack, you can start damaging the boss.
Like,
I wish.
yeah,
they
there's
should
literally
just-
like no queue for healing
Yeah.
for Reavers, for example. No queue.
Yeah, so I want them to. I'd like them to just bring that back. I don't know why they got rid of that. I do dislike sometimes when you hit the HP threshold, it's random when she calls the minion in the corner. Between sometimes instant, sometimes it takes forever for her to call the minion. I wish that was way more consistent. I guess those are my main qualms I have with the boss. I personally wanted it to stay as close to a faithful rendition of Nex from pre-EOC as they could have. Obviously, they couldn't make it a full copy paste from pre-EOC to old school because of the fact that we don't have summoning in old school. We don't have overloads in old school. We don't have adrenaline potions in old school. We don't have flasks in old school. So some of her damage had to be scaled down, or like some of the unavoidable damage for EOC hits way, way harder than it does in old school. So I'm pretty happy they stayed pretty close to faithful remake of the boss, although I'm not really sure how I feel about the melee potentially being meta. I kind of was hoping it would just be range only, but it is what it is. Other than that, I think the boss is great in the state that it is in. It's a fun boss.
Yeah, like complaints aside, I really like the boss.
Same.
Yeah, I enjoy it. I really love it.
Yeah, like if they would just fix those like quality of life main things, it would be amazing boss.
I guess
Yeah.
it's nothing like mechanically like oversight, like where I'm like, man, this is making this boss unkillable. Like I don't even want to go near this boss at all. Like I'll definitely still do it, but it's still just annoying having to deal with the null hits, the stalling, the inconsistencies when she calls them like that.
Yeah.
But it's, I guess, like to point out what somebody said about the darkness part of the shadow phase. I think it's absolutely hilarious watching somebody get ran down by Nex and just
Exactly.
absolutely get demolished by that mechanic. It is so
Misery.
funny just watching them get their HP go from full to 0 and just bank goodbye. You're out the game. It's so funny.
Bank.
And pre-EOC, that mechanic only hit between 2s and 4s and 5s. That
Really?
mechanic it is substantially buffed in old school. It did not hit nearly as hard as it did pre-EOC. So that was actually one of the things I was pretty surprised about, that they actually buffed one of the mechanics of the boss in 07.
Isn't
So.
Blood Sacrifice also buffed? Because I remember when I was watching some of the old videos, they were like, you should just ignore it. It doesn't do anything. But now, like, it actually fucking does a shitload of damage. It kills the fuck out of the boss.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know if that was buffed or not. I only heard about Embrace Darkness, but you
Yeah.
definitely could be right about that.
Because I think I remember back when I was watching videos, they didn't really seem to care. Because I think the worst thing it did was it just drained a shitload of your current prayer. But, like, you wouldn't care because you just keep your prayer low, kind of similar to, like, Chambers, right? So it wouldn't really affect you that much. But now it's like, it heals the shit out of her. And it does a fuckload of damage to you.
It does a lot of
and
damage to
everyone
you and everybody.
Yeah.
So, yeah, not only are you ragging yourself if you don't run away in time, you're also ragging the whole team. And obviously healing the boss between 70 and 100 HP. So, move away.
I've been wondering if it buffs our stats, because one time when we let it happen a bunch, we had like a 5-minute P5 in a trio, where like her defense was just like insanely high. So I've been like suspicious.
I'm not sure if it raises her defense. I think that just comes with the fact that the boss just has naturally very high defensive stats, and that just causes a lot of variance. And from some of the testing that I've seen come out of testing Nex mechanics and like what her actual stats are, Dragon Warhammer doesn't really do a whole lot. I think what has been confirmed is that her defense only goes down to max of 10 levels from hammer specking from 280 to 270.
Yeah.
So it's kind of reminiscent of Monolith in a way where the boss just has so much defense, and it's just sometimes you can literally do everything correctly and you'll have one kill, you'll have a 2-minute shorter kill, and one kill you'll have a 2-minute longer kill, and you'll use half your inventory of food. And there's nothing you can really do about that
Bro, fuck Hunla.
because of high defense. So
Can I ask
Yeah.
how do we get the estimates on the defense from 280, 270?
Yeah, so basically, we got its regen rate of 2 per minute. Defense regen rate of 2 per minute by using BGS and timing how long it takes to regen. Multiple trials just to double, triple check. And then once you have that, you just cast Curse on it and time how long it takes to regen to full. And last week, the defense cap used to be 20. The same test with BGS found out that it has a cap of 20. And so you just time how long it took Curse to regen it to full, and you're able to cast it again. And that took 7 minutes. So that means 2 per minute times 7 minutes is 14. So 14 levels regened in 7 minutes.
5%.
14 levels is 5% of its defense. So 280 is its defense.
I'm loving the thought process. That's definitely, I don't know. Most people don't take the time to go through that, but it's like, I even mentioned this on the last podcast, but I love how people are going. What they're taking, like, it's not really outside the box, but it's definitely an unconventional approach compared to most players, where it's just like, you know what, most people would just see that they're like, oh, I know it has a lot of defense, I'll fucking wait for it, right? But it's like you guys are going real into it, and you're just like, you know what? No, we can find ways around this. We're just
gotta be a lot more creative now with with no monster exam.
Yeah,
But yeah.
and like it was the same with the 46-second crabs, right? Like on the last podcast, I mentioned that like the idea of splashing on the crab because the splash instantly aggroes it. I was like, this is like some shit that like most people would never think of, but that's what it takes, and I really like seeing that as a part of this. But
yeah, some
think-
fun mechanics there. I love Crab Room. It's full of strategy. Yeah, basically. And this week we ran the test back and we cursed it, and it only lasted 5 minutes. So we're like, I'm not. It was September who did the testing, but I was on the sidelines, I guess. But it only lasted 5 minutes, and so basically that he went and tested BGS again, and that's also 5 minutes. With even a low BGS, 5 minutes means 2 per minute times 5 minutes. That's 10, cap of 10. So they changed the cap to 10 from 20, which makes so basically if you're still warhammering, stop doing it because
not worth
a reduction of 10 levels is nothing, really.
Especially for the amount of times that I'll see people just hit zeros, and it's like, oh fuck, they start rehammering, and it's like, because even since like the second day or whenever people started running small teams, like I have a couple friends in Oblivion as well who are telling me, it's like, look, I'm taking a hammer just out of principle because everybody else is taking a hammer, but it's like realistically the time difference between kills is like nothing. And I'd rather just have the extra
didn't feel any different, and you see I would see some specking that John down like it was Corp. They launched 6 hammer specs at the boss. I'm like, dude, there's just no way like that does anything. So I'm kind of glad that people did the research to find out that hammer doesn't really do anything, and we can use our special attack pool and other resources like the new crossbow that we have. The Ruby Bolt specs.
Yeah,
I feel like
principle.
I feel like they did the nerf to defense reduction for like to nerf the T-bow. But how do you guys feel like about the crossbow at next right now, especially like, compared to D-bow or T-bow?
I didn't buy one. I'm waiting for it to go down.
What does Dudash think? He loves that thing.
I mean, from some of the calcs, even before some of the calcs have been coming out, that Zebo is just straight up better than T-bow. I always was a believer in the Zebo. Feels nice, and the 110s are extremely satisfying when you hit them, and the spec is very satisfying when you hit. It's a big letdown, though, when you hit a 0, though. So
Oh yeah.
So it uses a lot of special attack energy. I just personally wish, I'd like for them to buff their crossbow a little bit to where it would maybe have some uses outside of Nex or Corporal Beast boosting. I'd like to see it have maybe 60% spec as opposed to 75% or even 65%. And I'd like to see it have a 10 tile range as opposed to 8 tiles. I don't think there's a reason that it should have less. Like the Bofa has a 10 tile range. Like give this new best in select crossbow a 10 tile range.
I
To be honest,
definitely
even a
think the
9 tile
range-
range would be really good because then you can at least like even like it won't be quite the same as 10, but 9 tiles actually make a big difference as next for just being able to attack a bit further away on shallow phase. And you can even like you could flinch on rapid, which you can't do right now when you have supplies without a T-bow or something. Still
Yeah.
losing it.
Yeah,
Fucking
like,
fucking
under
Irrelify, bro.
and I don't know if one of my friends made a pretty good point about the bow that it's like it is a brand new range special attack weapon. It's kind of insane that this new range special attack weapon is not really viable to bring in Inferno as it stands, where that is predominantly a ranged fight. And even like when you're bringing it in, you have to you're forcing yourself to surrender 2 inventory slots most of the time. 'Cause you have to bring the bolts as well to hit the 110s. So I would like to see the spec reworked a bit to where it would use a bit less energy, and I'd like to see maybe some of the other bolts that exist in the game that currently don't really have that much use. Maybe have a bit more purpose, like with their special effect. Like I'm pretty sure one of the bolt procs, I think it's the Pearl bolt, where it, like a waterfall hits you and it knocks you down or something like that. I don't know, just some of those weird bolts that don't really have any use right now. I'd like to see them get some more use to possibly make the special attack a bit more desirable to use in different scenarios rather than just for the Ruby 110.
With Dragon Bolts, man, like it was supposed to be sort of a buff that made all these things like not dead content anymore. Because now like you wouldn't use those bolts because it's like I'm not gonna use bronze opal bolts, right? They're dog
Exactly.
shit.
Exactly.
But now you have 120 range strength. It's like it has so much potential. Like there's no reason not to.
Anyone
only
else
other-
feel? Oh, sorry, you go first.
Yeah, like the only other like weird bolts that previously had no use before the dragon bolts came into the game were the opal bolts. Now that get used in PKing to circumvent the people sipping an anti-fire potion to avoid dragon fire procs in PvP. But other than that, the bolt meta has not really changed. So I'd like to see some of those other weird bolts get a change to them, a little rework. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say. Did anyone else notice the Berserk crossbow? On the one day, like people were convinced that it was getting way more rubies, and then suddenly there's an update, and now suddenly it gets way less rubies. Does anybody else feel that? Because I was using the Berserk crossbow for like a few days before that patch happened, and guaranteed it feels like it just gets way less rubies.
To be honest with you, I felt no difference from update to update. How often rubies are proccing or not, I don't know. I haven't felt anything.
I don't know.
I wasn't really like a believer at first, so can't say. Although I feel like with the defense reduction thing, like before you had more accuracy and probably hit more bolts, so maybe that might have been it. But I don't know. Don't think they changed anything with the bolt procs.
Yeah.
Say anything because I'm cheap and didn't buy it. So
Dude, I caved in. I bought everything, like almost everything, like right on release. Like, well, not on release, but like the day of release, like late night. I was like, fuck it. I sold my option. I bought everything, and then
I mean,
everything
do you
went
think
up.
you've
and it
lost
made me-
money?
I mean, yeah, I lost money, but like,
No, but from
Did
Nex
they-
in general.
oh, probably not. I have to check, because I think so far I made like 600, 700 mil off of Nex so far. So
No, it's not too bad.
yeah, and even then, I feel like I'm not really. I always have that philosophy: if you buy something, you don't really sell it. You're not really losing money. I think the only time where I'd say I lost money was when I rush bought Justy. That was the only time where I really lost money, and I lost my sanity at the same time. Yeah.
Definitely an interesting investment there.
Never again. But anything else we want to say about next before we move on to the next question?
You mean move on to the next question?
Sure, we'll go with that one. Okay, buddy. So, as y'all know, we could not cast stats by on the first week or the second week.
You mean monster examine?
Yeah, whatever. Stats by, like, you get my fucking point, right? We can't fucking look at the stats. And I thought it was really interesting what De0 said in regards to using curse and tracking time to kind of circumvent that problem. But regardless, do you like, what's your guys' thoughts on Jagex's approach of just not letting us find out the stats through that mean, which is using a spell?
So, in my opinion, on the whole stats by stuff, from a game designer standpoint, like somebody who they designed the content, I would love to just watch people try all these whack ass setups and stuff because they don't know what the stats of the boss are. So you see people rocking up in all these different specimens of all this different gear, loadouts, saying, "Oh, this is good, this is good. Hey, I'm hitting good here. Hey, I'm hitting good here. This must be good. I just hit a 1K Hallie must be this." You know, I just watching people go in circles from a game design standpoint would bring joy to me. So watching people suffer trying to figure things out. I personally like the idea of hiding Monster Examine on release of new content, especially if it's like bigger content, not like some random Slayer boss. I don't think it's a big deal to hide it. Like if they were to release something like Grotesque Guardians again, for example, I don't think you need to hide Monster Examine. But like for the new Raids 3, sure, I'd like to see them hide Monster Examine. I'd like to be I like the whole scheming together a setup and all the research and what the community has done in the last week or two to figure out what's good, what are the true stats of this thing. I think seeing that whole process is way cooler than, okay, cast a spell, okay, we know the stats. What's good? Let's throw it in the DPS calc and put some numbers in, put some gear in, okay, this is good, take that. Take anything else. I don't know. That's kind of my take on it. I don't mind what they did with it.
Yeah.
Would like to see it done in the future.
I agree too with Dudash. Like, it's kind of fun, personally, to
And
make educated guesses on what's the best gear.
like we were like when I was doing some testing with we were doing some really tinfoil hat testing. I
Yep.
pulled up in full Ancient Dragon Hide, thinking, hey, maybe if you wear the full set of Ancient D-Hide, maybe you get like a hidden buff. You hit more accurate or you hit harder. Obviously, that certainly wasn't the case, but... And then we had people rolling up in full Ancestral and just barraging each of the minions with their set spell. Smoke Barrage, Shadow Barrage, Blood Barrage, Ice Barrage. Just all this really chimp shit that you would never ever do if you knew the stats right off the rip. So...
I think generally speaking, I'm a big fan of I think everybody is. I don't think anyone's not a fan of going on release and just not knowing what the fuck is going on, because it's the most hyped thing, and it's been that for every single update. Like I think that's why even Quest releases have so much hype around them, even though it's not like particularly big content. Like a lot of people actually enjoy doing them right on release, because you'll run through and you'll get to Elvarg's cave on Dragon Slayer 2 release, and half the people there won't have pickaxes. They'll be like, fuck, I gotta teleport back. And like the other half are just laughing at them, right?
Yeah.
It's like, it's the chaos of not knowing what's going on, and it's beautiful. But personally, I just don't like that. It was just weird that they decided, hey, look, you can't use it for 1 week, and then we're gonna let you use it. Like, I think the outcome was great, but the means to get to the outcome is a little weird. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm like a lore freak or whatever, but I like it to be like a reason. I like there to, or maybe perhaps just don't get to use it for like a while, or maybe the stats get released by the JMods themselves after a bit. But it's just, I thought it was just weird that it's like, Nex is too powerful for you to Monster Examine. Oh, next week she's weaker now. So
Been weakened for being killed 1,000 times for everybody.
Yeah, that's the only part I think is weird. But I do agree, like the end outcome is great. Like everybody walking around doing some fucking dumb shit is just always fun.
To be fair, I think they kind of bended to pressure from the community to make it monster examinable. I saw a ton of people flaming them on Twitter, like, why can't we do
Yeah.
this? Why can't we? Like, there's a lot of people that, like, even though you said, the controlled chaos on release is a great thing, and I personally think it is too. I was there for Chambers of Xeric
Dude,
release, Inferno
Vasa?
release,
Oh,
Oh
COD
yeah.
my
release.
god.
Yeah, like I was there for all of those
Oh.
big content releases, and they were some of the most fun
So
I've ever
fun.
had on this game.
4.5
And,
hours for my first
like,
raid.
yeah, pretty much, dude. That's just how it was, and uh, that's like there are some people out there that just want to know everything right away, and then not being able to know everything and anything about anything at all whatsoever. It's really frustrating, and they will hound the J mods until they do give that information. And I think because of a lot of the pressure and just stuff going on social media and just J mods getting flamed for not doing this or doing that, they did eventually bend to pressure from the community to release said stats. And I mean, obviously, there's plugins that exist now with the crowdsourced hit data plugin that I think is what it's called, that got released to where people, if you enable it, people hitting the boss as data or something like that to the sheet, and you can kind of calculate the stats of the boss that way based on the accuracy of your hits. And obviously we also have the wiki drop rate project that is going on, where you can kind of estimate. They can already kind of estimate the drop rates of a lot of items now through Runelight API. So I think there's a lot of the novelties, because of third-party clients, have been kind of removed because they can get all this information quickly because of such a high user base.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw like Dave releases are like just being headless chicken, doing dumb shit, not knowing what to do exactly, or what the best is. Like that is like the most fun, like with release though, just like not knowing anything, just going in like naked and just being like do whatever, right?
Yeah. I think I primarily wasn't doing anything too crazy until like after we got into small teams, because before that I was like, was there really any point of me like moving off of range to melee until we actually got into small teams? But the second we got into small teams, I was fucking running around with like a fucking Torva 6-weight Elder Maul, and then I hit four times. I hit like massive on Bloodface. I'm like, holy shit! Elder Maul might be the play. I'm fucking hitting.
Elder Maul for the sauce, dude.
Yeah, it felt so good.
Run to the team by 30 of them Johns.
Yeah, it was fun.
But I do feel like they could have reduced like all the anger by some people by just saying like we're gonna release it in like a week or 2 weeks, whatever.
Well, then again, I don't know if they even intended to release it in like X amount of time. Who knows? Like, what if they just wanted to leave it like that? Because someone said something along the lines as they caved in because of all the complaints. Maybe it was like them caving in, right? But then again, this was something else I wanted to speak about in regards to this question. I felt like there were just some things that they said which should not have been said, like the whole 45% DPS bullshit or whatever.
Yeah, 45%, but realistically 35% was how it was phrased.
Like, what? Why? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Getting said, like, yeah. I mean, I can understand, like, I guess transitioning into the next part of this question is like, how do we feel about Mod Arcane kind of trolling and giving out information to private servers and private Discord servers, and not like on Twitter or anything like that? I think everybody, when they saw that message, just immediately assumed this guy is he's capping. There is no way there is a setup that is 45% more DPS. But I don't know. I don't really feel like you should have said stuff along the lines of, yeah, these are my numbers, and yeah, you can get, in the most optimal setup, you can get this amount more DPS than what you guys are currently using. I mean, from what I know, the JMods use like the bitter joke like calc as well. I don't know if that's true or not, but maybe they did some misinputs, and hey, that 45% is actually way lower than what it actually says. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Like obviously their numbers have been wrong before. Take the omelet pet on release. It was 1 in 650 items as opposed to 1 in 65 items.
That
So
was not a deal.
I don't know. I don't really. I have a tendency to not trust JMod numbers on release when they're not like publicly known or officially released. If they're just kind of giving us some information on the side, I don't really know. You don't really know what to believe in. What's just trolling. Now I think everybody just assumed he was just trolling, but I can kind of understand that some people are kind of upset that he's saying those in private channels and not like publicly or anything like that. Even though pretty much I would say most of everybody thought he was just trolling or baiting or just trying to get people to do some more weird shit for another week until they actually released that spot and said, "Hey, it was range camp, and I was just messing with you guys." So you just never know.
Haha, just a prank, bro.
Yeah.
The day before the release, I was in Kirby's stream.
Oh yeah.
And Arcane just sits in chat and he drops a, by the way, you can't monster examine it. It's too powerful. And
Oh yeah.
me and about 15 other people were like, is he fucking trolling?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was trolling either. I was wondering.
Like, what is that? And then lo and behold, it comes out it's not monster examinable, right? Now, someone has come to me and they were like, well, that's not a big deal because, like, it's not, like, monster examine isn't that big. Like, he's not leaking, like, crazy info. But it's like, to me, that's not the principle. That's not the point, right? It's like, okay, monster examine is not a big deal, so it doesn't matter that he leaked it. But the point is that you shouldn't be giving real information out in, like, we have news posts, we have Q&As, we have the official Twitter, we have the wiki, right? All of those are affiliated with Jagex. You could totally just release it there, and anyone who wants to see the information will go out of their way, check that source, and then they'll be like, oh, well, this is real, we can find it. But why do I have to go to Kirby's chat to find this out, right? And then like someone else is gonna like start spreading it. We're gonna hear it through hearsay. You're gonna be forced to believe like two of your friends told you, and you're like, oh well, is he fucking trolling? Like what? Like why? I don't see why they. Because it's the same thing with so many different things, right? Like I remember when I ran the high risk TOB tournament. Now this isn't Mod Arcane specifically. I think this is just something with Jagex in general. But they told Oblivion, it's like, oh, the crabs they count for MVP now, and it's like, so everybody in that tournament who was from Oblivion and had heard that info just had an edge, and it was like. Now, that's not anyone in Oblivion's fault. It's just they decided, oh, well, I'm going to leak this here. But it's like, why? You could have put that in a news post.
Yeah.
Everybody is looking at the news post to see these updates. Vengeance. Oh, suddenly stop stealing damage to Nilo boss. Didn't see that in a news post, right?
Yeah.
I think in general, there's just a way more transparency that they can go with some of their updates and tweaks that they make to the game. Like there's just a lot of stuff that they will change from week to week, but just won't put it in a news post.
Yeah,
I think
they
just
never
I think anything that is changed with this game, whether how small it is or how big it is, should absolutely be put in.
I don't
a news
understand
post.
how they've been so lazy lately. Like they have a version control system that's known. They're able to track every little change to their code base. So I don't see why they can't look at that and look at every little thing that changed and update us.
Yeah.
It's
like
also like if they're gonna reduce the cap to 10 defense levels at next, why don't you tell us about it at least? Too. Like, just you don't have to say specifically, but say something, right? I don't know.
Yeah, they do this way too often. Like it's too. I don't know. Just even on Twitter is perfectly fine, right? I think Arcane is suffering the brunt of this, but he's not the whole reason, right? I think this is just stuff that has been piling up for months now. They fixed the Vengeance, They didn't put that in a news post either. Like not only did they fuck it up and then fix it, neither of them were in the news post. And it's like now people are hearing stuff about the 35-45% from Arcane. It's like you could have put that out on Twitter, right? You could have put that out on a Q&A or something, right? And it's some people were asking me, they're like, oh well, if they didn't ask him on a Q&A, it's like, but if it's not integral information, then you can just leave that ambiguous, right? Like telling Kirby's chat that, oh, Monster Examine doesn't work is not the most integral thing. Because if it doesn't work and they go over bad RNG, right? It's like Chambers release. We took Monster Examine, it didn't work. I'll just bank and I'll bank and then go get something else, right? It's not a big deal. Yeah. But because of that, there's no reason for you to tell him either. It's perfectly fine for you to like not say it and then just let people figure it out themselves if it's something really minor. I think by going around and telling everybody, wow, you know, like, I'm going to release this info in your Twitch chat, I'm going to release this info in your Discord server, I'm going to release this info in your, I don't know, like, MySpace. It's like...
MySpace? What are we doing?
Like, you're setting a terrible, terrible precedent of where I shouldn't even check the news post for information regarding the game. I should be scouring through the streets to hear like some tiny little bit of information from my friends, right?
Just crack the clue free. Gotta find all the clues.
Yeah,
yes.
By being in this Discord server, by being in this stream, by following this person on Twitter who's tweeting Molgoatkirby.
100%. Leak it on just leak it on Twitter or like on the official. Leak it on the wiki, right? The wiki is official too now because they're partnered with Jagex last I checked. But there's tons of places that they can do this, and they're always picking like some really shit platform, I feel. Even Molgoatkirby's tweets, like his were still good because it was like, hey, you know, like Molgoatkirby would do, we're making the official post for the TOB drop rates. If you have any questions, ask me on this post and then I'll answer them. And because it's on his official JMod account, on an official post, everybody's sitting here, they're asking real questions. It's like, oh, I can look to this now. It's like, this is a real forum. Like, it's an official JMod account, Twitter. It's just, I don't want to hear it from, you know, Johnny Sins and like fucking Addy's Twitch chat. And then I can't tell if it's credible or not. I'm trying to listen from like 3 different people telling some weird shit. It's like it's terrible precedent in my opinion.
I mean, let's be honest. Now I kind of want to hear fucking Johnny Sids read a fucking update blog now. That'd be pretty cool.
Joe Sins is.
Yeah, Joe Sins took offense to that.
He took offense to that. Yeah, he's not gonna forget this.
I don't ban him.
Yeah, you can do it. Just ban him. I don't care.
Oh no. What? Wait, does he lose his VIP if he gets banned?
Fuck.
I don't know.
Fuck. Say something, Joe. Say something, Joe.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, no,
you can ban him again. It doesn't matter.
Oh, shit. He's gonna rant in my stream about it next time. I don't want to do it. I'm stirring up the wrong plot.
You're right.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone else has any differing opinions about that, but that's just how I feel.
Yeah, I guess like TLDR, I am a fan of getting to fuck around and not feel bad about it, but at the same time, transparency for certain things would be nice, and having said transparency be like carried over to the main platforms instead of you only get this if you're in this clan or X chat. Like, no, please keep it consistent. Be really nice. But I guess the next question will be, how do you guys feel that group instances got brought into next relatively quick? It was what, like update on Wednesday and then group instances on Friday, if I recall correctly. Should it have been
Friday
on release
morning,
though?
first thing.
Yeah.
Very happy that they released it very quickly. Very happy about that. Didn't waste any of my time. That I did take a couple days off to do next on release, and I'm happy that wasn't wasted, because I would have probably been bored out of my mind, and the masses we had to wait any longer than
Yeah.
that. Some masses were just
Yeah.
so brain off through both the boss and one time on each phase, both the minion one time on each phase, and hope you get lucky and amongst 79 other people. Although, like, even before they released the instances, I was happy we did find a few open worlds miraculously to do a few small team kills, and they were a lot of fun. And did end up getting like my first split in one of those small team
Oh.
pre-instance kills. Got
The
some
loot?
got 4 men torment plate legs.
Sheesh.
Yeah,
Nice.
Nice.
I really appreciate whichever JMod got that work done quickly. Pat on the back for them.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
obviously more items could potentially come into the game instances, but the boss is going to be way more fun to kill, and it already is way more fun to kill than
Oh, yeah.
going in a mass and having to hop worlds to find an open world and doing one kill and all of a sudden 3 guys roll up and rune crossbow, dragon crossbow, and black D hide and say, "Yeah, I'm going to participate in this kill now." So that I'm happy that they release instances.
That
I
was
pretty much
actually really
agree. It was
surprising.
profit per hour was horrible on in the mass world. You have pretty much no chance of getting an item. And
Corona
just,
outbreak.
Fucking Corona outbreak. That shit was
Dude.
the fucking worst.
Oh
dude,
yeah, that was
coughing and
horrible.
full ancestral.
Yeah. That was just.
Oh
no.
my goodness.
That's
Yep.
when you know it's fucked up. You have to fucking sit in Ancestral just so you don't lose your range levels.
Yep.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I really like
fucked up.
the instance update and that they did
Yeah.
it quickly. The only problem with instances is that it increases the world lag because it's how instances work, and the worlds have been pretty doggy, like even more doggy than with the instances.
It's not even like pretty. It's just flat out terrible.
It's bad.
Like,
Yeah,
It's bad.
Yeah,
Blah.
world lag is another question for another time. It's obviously really terrible in this game, and I wish they would actually put some effort in to fix it. But it is what it is right now.
Fix the what now? Oh, the servers.
World lag
Yeah.
servers, bad ticks. You just gotta base tank it.
Yeah, it's
look
been
for
an
world
issue
that's leveled
since
up.
2015. I remember like 2015, the 2K world started lagging, or maybe 2016, but still, it's ancient, and I don't know. They've never got around to anything.
It's just frustrating that sometimes when you're doing content that requires very precise timing, like Inferno, and then all of a sudden you yellow click through a major,
Yeah.
or you
I
just,
sent a bug report several times, and nothing has been done.
you turn your prayer. You think you turn your prayer on, you don't. Your prayer on. Just things like that. It's just anything that's very precise, and bit of world lag happens and you just die, or
Yeah.
you get set back really hard. It's just really frustrating and discouraging. I do praise any of the people that go for Inferno speedruns and things like that during amidst all the server complications, because it just seems like it's hell to me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
honestly, it's so wild because the 2K total thing was like, I remember that from back in the day because I hit 2K total and I was like so proud of it. I was like, oh yes, I can finally use these exclusive worlds. And like within probably about, I don't know, 3 months, I started to notice like this world is freezing. Like I'm not really sure what's happening, but at that time I was like, this is not that big of a deal. Like I'll just go play on a different world. Unfortunate that I can't use this world that I grinded 2K total for, which is now not really a grind, but it's like I'll use another world. Up until I want to say last year, like a world with 800 people, not that bad. I'd go play on a UK world. I'd go play on a German world. I'm NA East, for those who don't know. So playing on like 150, 170, 180 ping, actually not even that bad. But then something happened. First, it started with the LMS worlds. The LMS worlds, they'd hit 1,000 people, and you'd get 2 tick delays on every single one. And it's like, okay, well, this really sucks because LMS is pretty high intensity for anyone who wants to play efficiently, right? Like you're going to be putting in a lot of inputs. You're going to be lagging like crazy. And then now, it's just been progressively lowering and lowering and lowering. 800 people, terrible. Now 600 people, terrible. Now I have friends So Meerkat Phone, I'm gonna call him because his last name got him banned on Twitch. But
okay.
one of the best Inferno speedrunners we have right now. He is easily rank 1 for North America. He got 4730 or 4720 on a 600 population world, and he was dropping us clips. He was showing us clips of him. And it's literally skipping his actions. He's trying to hit a nibbler, and then he runs. 3 ticks later, he just runs straight south. Doesn't even look at the nibblers. It just skipped his action entirely. And he's spam clicking the nibblers as he's trying to go back. He runs halfway to a mage before he throws his chin back at the nibbler. He got 4720 on that. And it's like, what? Could you imagine what he would have had if he didn't have to lag, right? Like, why are players having to put up with this? It's not even like his world was that populated either. It was like 550, 600 people.
You have people who are adjusting their sleep schedules to wake up at Degen hours just to pot Inferno. Because I've heard people, like, waking up at, like, fucking 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. just to pot fucking US East Worlds. Because it's really bad. Like, even when I'm playing on US East Worlds, I'm assuming, like, oh, shit's gonna be good right now. It feels like I'm playing on UK. What? My fucking 10-7 ping is the same to fucking 80 ping? Like, what? How does that make any sense?
Just all around, it's...
Yeah,
Because I'll be playing on a UK world, and I genuinely feel like it's better. If it's... Because I'll just stay up, and then I'll pot on a UK world with 200 people, and it's like, wow, this is cleaner than anything I've had in months. Like,
I personally think they need to just upgrade the hardware. I don't know why that's so hard to invest into the hardware. I feel like that would reduce the issue of pop becoming too laggy. So like 400 population is already laggy. I think that would fix that issue, and at the same time, it could fix the world lags. Better hardware, meaning it can process the pauses faster. So I don't know why they can't just upgrade the hardware. That seems like the most straightforward solution.
They have to wait for next year's harvest of potatoes to get some new ones.
They could also like convert some free-to-play worlds to pay to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually talking to somebody about the free-to-play worlds, and they're actually so much better in terms of performance-wise than any of the other pay-to-play worlds, and it is not even close. Like, it is actually disgusting how good those worlds are. So, like, any of the people that actually main free-to-play content, they can do everything in-game with virtually no lag at all whatsoever.
Oh, good.
Alright, man. It was bound to happen at some point. Okay, let's get
Take
out of the way.
perfect Obor, bro.
Oh, no.
Clipped and shipped.
Oh,
Posted link at the
no.
end. But yeah, I mean, it's I've definitely heard from a couple people. I think the first person to tell me about it was Stupa, a mod in Sido's chat. But he was telling me about how the instances were definitely some of what made it. I think now it's a little bit too late to obviously go back and try to fix with it. But I don't know if instances are the biggest problem to causing this world lag. Like, I don't know. They definitely. All I can say is it's not something they need to sit down and actually prioritize this, because there comes a point at which like people are just starting to burn out from it. It's not going to be an immediate effect. You're not going to see like a sudden surge of like, 10,000 players just stop playing the game, but like it's just general like quality of life, the status of the game. If the game just goes downhill and you're lagging on every server, like there's gonna reach a point where people just don't want to do it. People just don't want to play your game. They're gonna go do something else, and then like I don't know. I don't want to see the game die over something so basic as not lagging.
I think it mostly hurts the people who are trying to do like speedrun content, because that's when inputs are more precise, and just like that one little lag can throw someone off of their kind of like upbeat performance, right? Because fucking RuneScape is just fucking DDR on a mouse, right? It's a rhythm game. It's a fucking rhythm game. And you fucking imagine playing DDR and it fucking just pauses. What are you gonna fucking do, dude? Like, you're gonna be like doing the fucking shits that you were planning to do, and then it comes back and like, what? Like, no. But you're right, like, there'll probably be some other people too outside of speedrunners who are just gonna be like, fuck this shit. But that's probably gonna be the more major lags and not like the 1 tick, 2 tick, 3 tick stutters, right? At least that's how I think. But yeah.
Sorry for getting a little off topic with the world stuff. Obviously, it's not on the prompt here, but
I mean, that's completely fine. Yeah, like, we're not gonna be completely going on the prompt. Like, I'm liking talking about stuff like this because you never know. You just gotta go with the flow.
Is there a limit to instances for next, like they did for Gargoyles?
No, there's no limit.
Do you guys feel like they should have added a limit, like 10 or something per vote? Because I feel like, I don't know, I wouldn't have done it, but I'm just asking.
I mean, it would be frustrating to be in next and then leave because you're out of supplies and then repot and then try to go back into the instance.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this world's full and you gotta hop.
Yeah.
That'd be extremely frustrating. So no, I don't believe there should be a cap.
I'd leave it be.
Or you'd be like forced to play on a worse world.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm happy that there's no instance cap, despite that causing a little bit more lag. But I'd rather face tank that than it'd be inconvenient to have to world hop every time we leave the instance and have to repot.
Yeah.
Whatever. Because then at that point it basically forces you to alt every single person to alt and run resupply so your instance never closes. You just stay in there the entire time.
I'll say someone in chat mentioned something interesting about the next instance issue, which was like personally I was a little sad that because if they were going to drop instances so fast, I would have liked to see them like just on release. But I maybe understand why they did it, which is obviously to sort of maybe they were thinking, okay, if it's not necessary, then we're not going to bring it in just for lag purposes. But Hidora mentioned that some people were getting drops and they wouldn't be able to pick them up. And I thought that was, well, it happened. Literally, the 4th kill I was in, someone got an Ancient Hilt and he couldn't pick it up. Because there were so many people and because they decided to drop, I don't know, 20 items per person at the time, your loot would become invisible and you wouldn't be able to pick it up until everybody could see it. So Ancient Hilt,
I think it spawned under the bot where the boss died. I believe on release.
Dude had absolutely no idea where it was, and it was literally right next to me.
Yeah, one of my friends on release in the masses managed to snipe somebody's like Torva plate legs or plate body drop because like they got the drop and they couldn't see the loot. And then it spawned. He knew where it was going to spawn. He had already figured it out that when a unique drops and nobody picks it up, it spawns near where the boss died last. And so he was there to pick up his loot, and he sold it for some nice money. But then he later, like probably less than an hour later, he ended up getting a drop himself, and he also could not see that drop. And then he got his drop. Now.
Oh my god!
What the fuck is
the circle of fucking necks, bro. What the fuck?
I think he might be in this the stream chat right now. Yeah, he is.
Wait,
his name
is
is
it?
Gam.
It was Gam. It was fucking Gam. Get fucked, Gam. Rip fucking Bozo, dude. Holy. What the fuck?
But I think it's just such a ridiculous oversight because
that's nuts to me that was just possible on release. People are just losing their drops that they get because there's just too many people in the same area.
They thought, I don't know. They knew it was going to be packed. There's no way they didn't expect there was going to be at least 80 people on some worlds. And the idea that they just said, hey, like everybody already knew the supply drops were going to be like everybody on release was already like, what the fuck? Like I had so many Iron Man friends coming in and they're like, I'm just taking sharks and prayer potions. So I can go and bank all these bros, all these restores that I'm getting. I'm getting a billion KC anyway, so I don't even have to leave to re-KC. It's like, I don't know why they considered the supply drop so I don't know. I thought it was a little obvious that you shouldn't be dropping, 10 items every kill for every person on 80 people. And then obviously I wasn't expecting that your loot would just disappear, but that's, I don't know. It's something that I think should have been play tested, although it would have been harder. I think it's something that someone
Need
should
better,
have thought
need
of.
better, need better QA.
Yeah, and definitely if neither of those, it should have been something like hotfixed instantly.
I heard
Because
2 instances of people who it was a supply drop and also a unique drop, and the receiver of the loot couldn't see it because of the supplies. So somebody else was able to see it as soon as it appeared, and they took it.
yeah, it's like the fact that this went on for
Like-
what? It was definitely on for hours because
Yeah,
I was hearing about that all day.
hotfix eventually, but yeah, that was the case for a few hours on release.
Yeah, I don't know.
Someone just randomly sees a Torva plate legs and picks it up.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I was
Being
so
able to pick that up.
paranoid to like run away from people. I have my own loot
Yeah.
pile.
Yeah, I don't know. Just another thing that could have been better. Definitely could have been better. But I mean, a bright side, at least they came up with the group instances. The
Yeah.
speed with which they did it was good.
Yeah.
I'm just a little scared that people's first impressions of Next might be a little bad now.
Oh
Because,
yeah, for sure.
yeah,
I
there's
know.
tons of
Oh, sorry.
there's tons of I think a lot of high-end PvMers that are perfectly fine with grinding it right now. They're like, yeah, no, like I enjoy this because everybody's in voice, everybody's just having fun. But I think there's probably a lot of people who are maybe not low end, but sort of near the mid end. Because I know there were low end people doing it as well. I saw so many people in like D-hide and like dragon crossbow, and I was like, hold on a minute. You'd never see this shit in RS2. Someone in D-hide dragon crossbow shooting next, but it's fine. But for the mid end players, like people running around, Armadillo with like, or maybe like a Bofa or something, I feel like their impression of Nex is generally, when I ask people in my chat who are around that, it's like wow, I fucking hate this. This is terrible, because it's like I can't help but think that part of that was influenced by the start, where it's just like first day was shit. Now we have group instances, but they're not really doing that many group instances anyway. And when they're not, it's not max F, it's not in call, it's not. So I feel like the general experience and perception towards Next, like I think we think it's fine, but as a PR thing, it might not be very good on their part, just because that first day of masses was terrible. So,
Oh yeah, I hated it, dude. I was so tired, and I was like, I'm fucking taking a nap, and just hoping that shit would have gotten a little bit better. And it kind of did. The shit was a little bit deader, but yeah, fuck the masses.
Yeah, because we like figured out cough taking, or someone else did G-race.
Yeah.
And also less people. We're like not max people, but like 60, 50.
I did it for like 8 hours, and the amount of people that came up to me and were like, "How the fuck are you still going?" Is like, I was like, "That's a fucking terrible impression to have on the first day, man." I don't know. I hope it's not too detrimental on their impressions, but it is what it is. It's too late to fix it now, right? So
Yeah. Just hope they
Yeah.
learn for the next time there's like an encounter like next, right? That they keep that in mind. For one, making sure to properly QA test, whether they make some sort of program and they're like beta testing thing where they can just duplicate what would be theoretical players just to test out loot like that, right? Because that's probably something that got slipped right by QA, because the QA team's probably like 8 or 9 people, that they won't run into that problem. So you'd only get to see that problem when you have like the masses, right?
I feel like we could do some like multi-logging to test it
Yeah.
though.
They could do
Like yeah,
something
everyone
like that.
multi-log 7 clients. You're good to go.
Yeah. Just have them all in God mode or something. Just place them just one by one, all of them in the room, and then just fucking Phano snap the boss, and then you're good. See what happens with the loot, if you run into any problems whatsoever. Oh.
Yeah, I think Adora has a lot of good opinions in chat. Like, I don't know, the idea that when you're testing, you aren't even able to simulate, because it's not like max player cap is something hard to predict. If you're setting a max player cap, you should be able to test for the max player cap. Like, I don't think that's particularly hard. Well, it might be hard, but it's something you should bare minimum be able to do. So I don't know, the fact that they're not doing it, or if they did do it and then didn't notice that half their loot disappeared, is let's just say things can be worked on. So
yeah. All right, so the next question to ask would be, do you guys think boosting and alting will end up being a thing at next?
Personally, I don't think it will, just because MVP gives you only a 10% boost. It's not that much you're getting. I guess people can spec transfer you to help you get a bit more damage, but it seems the drop rate seems to be contribution. Like damage onto a boss is basically your drop rate, so having people do less damage doesn't seem to make much of a difference other than the MVP 10% boost. So I don't think it'll be that much of an issue. I guess we'll see.
Alting is already has definitely become a thing for people that just don't want to leave the instance. So people will just have an alt, just constantly KCing outside, and then when the kill ends, they'll run it in and spec transfer, heal other, and just trade over some supplies.
Much more longevity.
Yeah,
much more longevity.
Yeah, so you just never have to go to the bank and repot and have downtime.
Can secure the 13 or 14 even kills an hour.
You don't want to go through the long startup animation of when you first enter the instance. So people are definitely already alting the boss in that sort of facet. DPS alting, I don't really think that'll be a thing, because you're not really speeding up the kills that much, and it's kind of, I've done 2 accounts in the next room at once, and it is kind of chaotic trying to pay attention to both accounts at the same time to hit the boss, and I think you'll lose a lot of DPS on your main if you decide to play an alt and hit boss on it, to the point where you're kind of just ragging yourself out of a loot chance or pet chance or something like that if it is contribution based on the rest of the team, especially for pet. Boosting, so before they patched this, so initially, if you came into the next room on the very last game tick before the boss spawn, it was actually scaled to the lower scale. So if you were, let's say, 5-man, and then you had a 6-person come in on the last game tick, it was still 5-man scaled for pet. That person that would come into the room last tick, they would not get loot chance at all whatsoever, no matter what they would do in terms of contribution to the boss, because they wouldn't be rolled as a actual person in the instance, and it would still be 5-man pet rate. So it'd be 1 in 2,500 for you to get the pet individually, as opposed to 1 in 3,000 for a 6-man. But that got patched after the first week, so I don't see any realistic way to boost the boss other than giving a specific person MVP every time. But I personally think it's just going to be faster to hit pet rate if you just kill the boss as fast as you can, rather than surrendering DPS on everybody to make sure somebody gets MVP.
Okay.
Yeah, not much to say. Does that only supply alting is really worth it?
Yeah. I think you could DPS ult if if you don't care about pet, you just want to make more money per hour. So I think you're probably going to lose DPS. Like, DPS ulting won't really help your pet chance, but your loot per hour can improve a bit. But that's about it.
Alright, well, I guess there really isn't too much to say about that. We basically covered what we needed to say, so let's move on to the next one. What's everyone's thoughts on the next rewards? Are they good? Are they bad? Should there have been other rewards, and or what should be buffed and or nerfed? Were there any rewards from the initial next pitch that you wish stayed, like the bow or Virtus? And were there other rewards that should have been added? Oh wait, I'm dumb. I was basically reading the same shit again. But you get my point.
I guess
I really-
in term, I'll let you go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say I really like the Van braces. So we've been needing, like, for the longest time, we've been bringing barrel gloves as the range switch when that's just like hybrid gloves. So I like that we finally have something, and it gives you 3 max hits on T-bow with a high mage level opponent. So I find those are actually very good. And I was gonna say more, but you can go on.
So I definitely agree with Kirby on the Van braces. They nailed that. I'm very
Yep.
happy we finally have Nubis range gloves to go with Torm and Ferocious gloves. I'm happy that the B gloves are now in just the overall hybrid glove roll. They'll definitely still have uses elsewhere in the game, but I'm just happy we have a best in slot for each individual style now. I personally would have liked to see Torva push the Scythe max hit to 50. As opposed to 49 that we have now. So we have, I think it's 50, 25, 12 for a Scythe max hit. I would have liked to have seen that from Torva. I personally would have liked to have seen the health buff with Torva as well, like how it was for EOC. I think there's a lot of interesting things you can kind of do with that, with like Phoenix necklaces and like things like that. I don't know. I like a little bit of power creep, so I would have liked to have seen the health buff come into the game. I already gave my thoughts on the crossbow. I personally just would like to see the bolts reworked, 10 tile range, or as Kirby said, even a 9 tile range. Maybe the spec reduced. And that's really about it, like how I feel. And the Ancient God Sword, honestly, is really cool. I at first I thought this thing's going to be completely useless, but it seems really cool, and it looks like it's a really good PvP weapon. Now with the guaranteed 25 hit 8 ticks later, if you hit any number, so the combo potential is pretty big, and it feels like it heals way more, like on average, than an SGS as well. So it's just a better SGS, I think,
Yeah.
without the prayer effect. But SGS hardly gave you any prayer anyway. It was more about the HP that you got from the SGS. So I think all around the rewards are fine. I think the thing that they should really look into changing the most is the crossbow. In terms of other rewards, like looking at Nexus traditional loot table with the other armor sets, obviously with nostalgia playing a role, I would have liked to have seen it drop all the armor sets. I think that would have been cool because that's what Nex did back in the day. But obviously that is very game design limiting. If you drop 3 different best in slot armor sets from one boss.
Oh yeah.
That definitely hurts future content releases. Like obviously we have Missouri coming out with Raids 3 in the future. So obviously Arnix coming out with Nex, why are we coming out with Missouri in the future? So obviously they had to limit it to only Torba. But that's kind of how I feel about the rewards in general.
I gotta say, I didn't consider. So normally I played the Torva pretty conservative. I think the 50 max hit with the scythe would actually be a really good idea. I didn't look into the calcs at first, so I thought it was going to have 50 anyway because it was +6 strength bonus, but it didn't. That was actually kind of surprising. But the health boost is, I think, I liked how you talked about potential future like applications of it, because I didn't like. It's like most people look at that and they're like, damn, wow, like I don't want to have 150 health. That's going to be like way too easy. And I am scared for what it would do to like med level content. My biggest worry whenever we see new really strong items come out is that I don't want it to ruin the experience for people who are coming back out of nostalgia, right? Because people, like, I remember when we were doing this, I know Dudash, you also played for a while, but it's like, remember when we were using Guthans at fucking Bandos and Trio Verox at Sarah, right? It's like, if we
I did do some Southwall Sarah with Verox and
that's what I'm saying, man.
ZGS and AGS on the very last hit that you can do on the Southwall before it transitions into the next person. Yeah, I did use Guthans at Bandos with you had your boy tanking for you and you heal up with the Guthans.
It is so classic. So that's why when people talk about like, oh, like I want overloads, I want HP boost, I want the soul split and stuff, I get a little bit scared about that. I'm fine with having it for late game. But I
Yeah.
think there needs to be something that bars people from receiving it med level. I don't want some med level.
I do agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
And I one thing I wanted to mention with Torva, with the health buff, and I just with stronger high end gear and rewards in general that only higher level players can access, you can therefore release harder content in the future that can you can
Full
release
inventory
Utilize.
more mechanically engaging content in the future that you can utilize that new stronger gear and tools that we have in the game. Like killing something very hard and mechanically engaging in bandos and combat pots and stuff would be probably a bit more harder to do than if we had overloads and curses and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So,
Like even if it's doable, it's no boss is particularly fun to do when you're doing a one kill trip. Unless it's like, I don't know, close to a bank or whatever, but I don't know. I don't think it'd be that close to a bank, right? Like the overloads really does open up a lot because it gives you the option to be like, well, now you also have to worry about overload timers. But two, it's like, oh, like, I can receive a lot of damage and I don't have to bank after one kill. And that's kind of cool, right? Like there's some stuff to it. But I think the health boost was particularly interesting when you mentioned it because like the use of PNEX and stuff, like people have already found so many different ways to use them. It's so
yeah.
cool.
what's
Running
overpowered
around.
healing item in the game? Change my
Yeah.
mind.
Rope skip.
Oh, Pog.
I'm already thinking
Yeah.
of some interesting applications for it, depending on how Raids 3 goes, just to test out my my theoretical invulnerability tactic.
Yeah, a lot of people in here are coming up with sort of crazy strategies to null damage using stalls and PNEX, but I think having
Okay.
Torva with the increased health would actually it's not as simple as just wow, you have higher health and that makes it easier. It's like, oh, you can having PNEX or redemption or doing whatever, like it's gonna be able to bring a new interesting aspect to the game. Or at
Yeah.
least to the Torva set.
I pretty much agree with what Dudash said. The gloves are great. Torva, I definitely did want the health a health boost, but I think cap it at like 10. Or
Yeah, it doesn't have to
the
be
full boost is like a
crazy.
bit
It
high.
doesn't have to be the insane thing
Yeah.
it was previously, but
I think
Yeah.
like 10.
like some
150.
And ZCB, yeah, can definitely reduce the spec. 75 is so much spec, and increase the range. Yeah, for sure. Pretty much agree.
Yeah.
I have nothing to say really. Just everything has been said already. I don't feel as hard about Torva, but I feel like I've been starved from content for so long that I'm just taking a slice of bread and just be like, yes. So I don't know. I would like to see 50, but I'm also fine with how it is currently.
Yeah, I feel like with Torva, I'm kind of happy with it. I wouldn't mind if outside of like Chambers, you could hit that like 50 max hit, because that's the only place you can actually get the 50s when you're overloaded. But who knows? Maybe we'll get like some sort of overload in that like outside of raids in the future, and that boosts us up to that 50 max hit.
You actually technically can get the 50
Yeah,
max
with
hit.
the-
Yeah,
with the
the
battle
dragon-
axe.
with the
Yeah,
dragon
with the battle
axe,
axe.
But yeah, that's just so convoluted and
Yeah, it's not.
annoying to do.
You're
But,
not gonna be able to do that for every single like boss encounter. You might do that shit for if you're trying to go for some really weird room wreck. You'll do that or something.
Maiden record.
Maiden wreck, yeah. But yeah, I'm kind of happy with Torva where it is. I feel like it's beefy defense wise. Like it's like close to Justy. And when I was using it in solo CM, like I just can't mage spray, flicked on my arcane, and I think I only took like damage from one range hit. It was insane to me, like how tanky I was. The crossbow, like I'm okay with the crossbow. Could adjust the range. I do think the issue with it not being so good outside of Nex is just an issue with the crossbow archetype as a whole, because the problem is just like DPS wise, Bofa, T-bow, etc. Those are going to be the weapons. Those are your go-tos. Crossbows just don't get much use because there isn't a lot of encounters that require you to use a crossbow. So whether it be buff the crossbow or design more encounters for crossbows, like whichever works. But I like the crossbow. I just wish that there was more stuff you could really use it for.
Knowing to me that what makes a crossbow good is actually the bolts, not the crossbow
Yeah,
itself.
it's the
The
bolt.
Yeah.
bolts are just so nuts.
Yeah,
Not
maybe
really the crossbow.
who knows? Maybe new bolts in the future or something like Zenite bolts or something, or
Yeah,
Zerite
Zenite
bolts.
yeah,
Yeah, Zenite bolts, Nihil bolts, restore special attack when you proc them.
yeah.
Big.
That'd be interesting if something like that came out. Like increased damage when the bolt procs and then you get spec back for it. That would be interesting. But who knows? I am happy with the
never thought
purpose.
about
Though.
Zenite bolts. That's such a good idea, though. That's
Yeah.
such a
That
free-
is honestly that was one of my ideas that I pitched when we were discussing. I would have loved to see Zenite bolts come into the game, or just Zenite tipped bolts, but then you have the Nihil bolts. So like we have these Nihil
Oh.
shards that come into the game now,
Yeah,
and you can
Yep.
and you can chisel them into bolts, and then you attach the new bolt tips to them. And
That's
then I would have
actually
liked to have
fucking
seen the Zenite bolts come into the game where only Nihil bolts could be tipped with Zenite, no Dragon bolts or Rune bolts or anything like that. I would have liked to have seen that come into the game along with the crossbow, and then obviously only the Zarek crossbow be able to fire Nihil to tip or Nihil base bolts.
As someone who doesn't have a crossbow, I'm actually curious. How's the consumption of the shards? Because I feel like so many people have been telling me like, oh, you need as an Iron Man, it sucks to get the 250 shards.
Yeah.
But outside of
Once
that,
you hit that 250 shard mark and you make the crossbow, there is no other use to those shards other than
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
ancient brew. I think is
Yeah,
what
but-
it is.
they're
Yeah.
dog shit. Nobody wants
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The-
unless they do something where Ancient Brew actually has a use, like maybe that's a potion for making an overload in the future. I don't see those shards having like much use outside of that. So who knows? Like maybe that's their ultimate plan with all these quote unquote brews. But like I don't know what the recipe would be for it if they did make overloads and they decide to use Ancient Brews, Aimer Brew, etc., etc.
Cancer float potion, honestly.
Yeah.
Also, we could do a stepping, like before we get overloads, could have like a stepping stone where we get like an extra super combat potion gives us the 120s like chambers,
Extreme.
but
Yeah.
yeah, extreme. Thought
Oh.
that'd be a good stepping stone before we get overloads.
You know, one potion I really want, like, it doesn't have to be as good as EOS pre-OC with 25%, but special attack potion.
Yeah.
Adrenaline potion.
That was so fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it doesn't have to be 25%, but 10% maybe. That would be that would add a lot of strategy, I think. Change a lot of gear setups would be
I mean,
be
it
a lot
wouldn't
of
even-
fun.
I mean, obviously, it would be a pretty insane potion, but the fact that we have alts that run spec transfer already, like,
maybe.
it
Yeah.
wouldn't be like that much more insane than what we already have.
I think it would just make strategies a lot more interesting, and
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be OP either.
Would also benefit players who only play client only and don't do
Like-
that type of stuff.
In a raid sense, if you're entering a raid, right, and you don't mind like losing a pot or two, like let's say CM5s, I normally chug a brew. Instead of bringing that brew, I could bring like a fucking spec pot or some shit. I don't know. Could like come up with some interesting stuff where you can bring the spec pot, keep it with you, or just use it for that like one floor or something. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, spec
application of the
restore.
pot. Yeah.
Or maybe prayer renewal outside of chambers.
Oh,
You mean like an
That'd be fun.
enhance?
Yeah,
Now,
that's what the renewals are.
I would love it, but the only problem is that it would open the doors to some really game-breaking shit with just what we know now, with fucking just rock cake and just procking your redemption over
That's
and
true.
over and over again.
oh
like
shit.
it's
Yeah.
it's locked to chambers right now, but if you took
Yep.
it out and brought it to every other piece of content, it would do some crazy shit. Like
Redemption, you're thinking more, right?
yeah, I'm thinking like redemption.
Yeah.
And that
Things
could
would have to
open-
hit low enough for that, but yeah, it could definitely break some things like Thermid.
Yeah. Like fuck, I'm trying to think. I already spoke about that whole invulnerability tactic of mine, right? Where if you do something like you have your redemption on, you're sitting at like 2 HP. If you do locator orb or Rock Cake, and then you do NPC Contact, the damage doesn't go through until after the spell ends. So then you'll take like whatever 1s and 2s, your redemption proc, so you basically take you all the damage as well. Of course, the only downside is that no projectiles can be sent to you, but you would basically be invulnerable for that whole duration if you manage to do that. So if people have renewals, then you could basically do that anywhere.
Yeah, true.
And then they release curses, and then people are on the ancient. There are the curse per book instead of regulars, and people aren't doing that.
Yeah.
I think I would love to have curses, but the one main exception is Soul Split. I think that thing is like really overpowered. So they'd have to rework that one.
I'd like to see potentially a nerfed version of Soul Split, but like
Nerf. Yeah.
So somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know, I don't remember, like in RS3 how Turmoil works now. You don't get the, like, you know how when you're flicking Piety, you get the full prayer benefit boost of like damage boost of Piety as soon as you turn it on and hit something. Turmoil and Malevolence now, which is the prayer tier above Turmoil, RuneScape 3. When you activate it, it takes some time for it to get to the maximum strength of the prayer. So if you turn it off and on, like if you prayer flick Turmoil, you're in RS3. If you were to do that, you're not getting the full boost of that prayer. Yeah. I don't know if that's how it was pre-OC or if
I believe it was.
Turn it on.
I believe it was. Yeah.
So like, there's a lot of metas in this game that revolve around world hopping and killing bosses as fast as possible, and I believe Piety would still stay meta in a lot of those bosses because you get the full boost effect of Piety, whereas if you're world hopping and you're turning on Turmoil for a very quick boss fight, your stats aren't what they could be had Turmoil stayed on the entire time while you're there.
Couldn't you do something like that with Soul Split then, where like the healing benefit like kind of ramps up then, or would that not make it good at all?
Because that would be a way to bring in like top and chambers, right?
Yeah.
Like Nightmare and Cruise Ship cleared that up. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see Soul Split in the game, because I can already see people, like, if there is some sort of, like, range boost prayer, like, rigor in the curse book, then I could see people using that a lot in, like, Inferno speedruns. That shit would be insane for when your HP is really low and you want to try to get your HP back. But, I don't know. It would be interesting.
Personally, I think my favorite picks from between like the rewards we just discussed or the potential buffs, I think I'm a really big fan of the attack range buff to the crossbow, because I think it makes zero sense that right now, you know, I don't know, it's like 600 mil and, you know, 8 range, same as like a fucking dragon crossbow. How lovely is that? It's like everything's 10 range now. You might as well get to it. That's good. I really like the Zenite and Nihil Shard or crossbow bolt, some sort of variant on that, make them useful. I think those are really cool updates as well. The special attack thing on that idea was also like really cracked too.
Yeah.
Fuck. I just use that as an example. That's just kind of how the Zenite equivalent gem is in RS3. It's called Hydrix, and when the Hydrix bolts proc in RS3, you restore adrenaline, which is the equivalent of special attack in this game. So I just used that. I just kind of pulled that as just an example. They could do anything with it, but I would obviously Zenite bolts would be absurdly expensive because they come from Zenites. So it should have a very strong effect as a result to make it worth using.
They could also just buff the amount that it produces, though.
True. Yeah. You cut a Zenite and you get 500 bolt tips or something like that. Like they definitely could do that, but it would still be pretty expensive if it was really insane and worth using. So.
They could always add Zenite bolt tips as like a drop, just how Onyx bolt tips have like a drop.
True.
You never cut an Onyx, you just get the bolt tips over the bolts of the tips already.
Yeah.
I would like to see them drop from high level monsters though, not like add them to forecast drop table, for instance,
No.
or Zoro's drop
No.
table. We don't need
No.
that happening.
Little
Yeah.
Timmy.
Yeah, those were my favorite picks between these. I think we also had some other good ideas with the special attack. Like the special attack potion, I think gives a lot of area for us to expand, sort of in the PvM scene. Although I'm a little bit more hesitant about that, just because I don't know how they're going to implement it. I don't know what's the right amount that we want to put in. 25%, like we said, might be a little bit too much. Maybe the 10%, I don't know. We could work that out.
Yeah.
But like these are like, I don't know, so many times they come out and they're like, you know what, we don't have a good idea for like what the next update or buff or nerf or piece of content is going to drop. It's like these things are just, this is stuff that could help revitalize the scene a little bit, just because even just taking Torva, like at top, it's like what, a max hit on your site? It's like, but people are having so much fun with it. Like I've seen I have friends who were getting so burnt out of the game, and then now they're coming back to Tob to do exactly what they did before, but now with Torva, and they're actually having a blast doing it, right? It's like you only need a little bit to just spice it up a little bit, and people will start liking the game again. And I feel like any of these updates they could just bring in, and it's like, we could have that in, and I don't know, have some rewards. Don't just go 6 months without not doing anything.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
adding anything that's like new into the game, new rewards, indirectly spices up old content and makes old content.
Oh, yeah.
Let's run some chambers with the new, Orva. Let's run some chambers with the new Vambrace. Like just those as an example. Like you want to run old content with new items to just test it, see what's changed and stuff, new cool things
Yeah.
to do with it, what limits you can push. Like you don't have to necessarily go and add stuff to old content to make it worth doing again. If you add new things into the game, people will go back to old content, test it. Like when the Harm initially came out and was pitched, people were like, "Dude, this thing is gonna be nuts on Zora." Zora's been a boss since like what 2013 or 14. I don't even remember when that boss came out.
That was actually so fucking long ago, dude. Oh
Yeah.
my god. I don't know if anyone else had different favorites. Those are mine though. I really like those ideas.
I think we like all agree that the crossbow is like the weakest link. I think.
Yeah.
I
Nope.
want the bolts, bro. Give me bolts. So next question would be, just talking more about the rewards. It's just, do we feel the rewards such as next are, rewards that are a step in the right direction? And is the pacing of introducing BIS gear like currently in a good spot, or are we going too like slow?
Step in the right direction, but it's too slow. Go faster. That's all I got to say.
Yeah,
Slow,
can't be
yeah.
having half the community be like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking quit." Like, I don't know. Way before that stage happens, like you just need to, I don't know, as the high high level community or whatever the fuck, but like as high end, anyone who's high end in the game is probably your most dedicated fan base. We've played long enough, we've invested the time, we like the game clearly. Like if we're losing our motivation to play the game, it's like that's the worst thing you can do. Like you need to fucking like at least try and keep them happy. Not delaying shit left and right and not dropping content for a year or whatever, but definitely just speed it up.
Yeah, what Heem said in chat is kind of how I feel as well. If they add like better gear, better utility, things like curses and soul split overloads, and they can add more mechanically challenging content that is more than just hit.
Yeah.
You can actually do things like DPS checks and other things that are more mechanically driven than just standing there and hitting the boss and hope you hit big numbers.
Yeah, you can make harder encounters because you have better gear.
Unfortunately, the idea that a lot of the players in this game like feel that the end game content right now is bandos for a lot of people. And people like seeing Bandos trivialized to a lot of people for some reason is just a sin on mankind. And I think that we need to ditch that mindset. And like obviously old content is eventually going to get trivialized, and that's just how it is. That's
Yeah,
how
for
you
sure.
progress the game.
I pretty much agree with everything. I like the. We've had a lot of side grades. It's nice to get some actual upgrades for once of Fatorva and Van Braces. And just Heracross book will use a little bit more of, but I'm liking what we got so far.
Yeah, like the small ink tangent in gear progression. That's already like a best in slot. Well, for some bosses, but like in general, it's not the big upgrade. We've been dry for like what 2 years of like a really big upgrade, like
Oh, yeah.
top release, right?
I mean, yeah, but like if we're talking about like a straight BIS like set of armor, like since release of God Wars, dude, and that's a long
Yeah.
time ago. We haven't actually had like a new BIS set, and now we finally have like the new set. Bandos has been defamed, unless maybe like you want to go do like some almost max strength PKing or something.
Yeah, and we could still look forward to Pernix for sure. I don't know
Oh, yeah.
about Virtus. Virtus has to be something kind of special because Ancestral is still relatively new, and
Yeah.
you know,
Do you guys remember when Chambers of Xeric was initially pulled and all the rewards were pulled? Not only did they
Yeah.
pull Ancestral, they pulled the full twist armor and full Elder armor as
All
well.
the all
Oh,
the
yeah.
BIS
Yeah.
sets, yeah, they had a
Literally.
Kodai, they had a Twisted, and Elder, so they
Like,
had
like,
like
they
one
were
for each.
literally going to come out with 21 items, 21 uniques from Chambers of Xeric is what they initially pulled, which is just an
Yeah,
absolutely
it was insane.
insane number of items.
Yeah.
I want to get my hands on the Twisted set. Oh, that sounds cool.
Nuts, man.
You're seeing a craft 5 twisted bows into the armor.
I wouldn't mind.
And the crazier thing is that like I remember like one of my friends posted a screenshot in the Oblivion Discord when the twisted armor set was initially pulled a long time ago, and it is actually just straight up better than the current status of the Missouri armor that is
Yeah.
being pulled.
Baloney.
Yeah, but Missouri is way too weak.
I think it's very easy to say that like their mindset back then has probably changed a lot from then to now. Like it seems like they're being like way too cautious compared to those chambers, which is like fuck
Yeah.
it, dude. Let's just throw everything in there. Fucking claws, fucking new best in stat gear, a fucking hex hunter bow called the Twister.
Dragon
like,
Sword.
yeah, dude.
I miss that,
Yeah.
man. Like, I don't
Like-
like seeing white lights. Even if it's a shit purple, show me a purple, dude. But yeah, gone.
Like
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of this stems like from Reddit because they're always the ones talking about power creep, and it's like power creep is a big issue for this game. Yes, it needs to be very well regulated. That's correct. But like we still need power creep in the game. Like still need a small amount. We need to keep the people who are at the end of the game and who want to play the end of the game. We still want to keep those people happy. That's us. Like we like the end game content. It's like what are we supposed to do if there's no power creep at all?
I mean, I just watch my like cash check just continue to just grow and grow. I'm just sitting there like, what do I buy? I just put money on alts, just buy shit on
Like-
them because I don't really
like-
know what else to buy.
There was a point which like there was like just everyone was against power creep completely, but that was just because like Raids 1 had been released, and everything was like, big massive power spike, and so it's like there's a big reversing back into like, oh no, that's power creep and this, but like it still needs to exist to keep people happy.
Yeah, the game can go stale if there's no changes. Obviously, you don't want to go to a moon like RS3 and
Yeah,
it's rip, but as long as power creep comes at a reasonable pace, you get something to keep from getting stale. Good.
Agreed.
Honestly, I think most of the time people will try to bring up power creep as a means to justify them not having like having nothing to improve on. And I feel like someone said something earlier in chat which I thought was really nice, which was they're having alts. The game is revolving around alts, and I thought if they're having so much trouble with coming up with new rewards and shit, I was like, I mean that's a perfectly good place to look at, right? I think most people here have alts, but I don't think most people here like alting. Like I think generally speaking, we'd be a lot happier if you
Really-
didn't have to.
Really,
alt all this shit.
it really just depends on the content. Like some of the there's some, like a lot of the bosses and more trivial bosses in this game. Alting them kind of makes them more enjoyable in a way because there's just different ways of killing them as fast as possible. And like just watching some of my friends just playing on at times 8 or 9 clients at a time, trying to boost themselves kills an hour at bosses, just theory crafting specific game mechanics to allow them to stay in the room for a long time and just nuke the boss. It's just, I don't know. Some of that, obviously, if you're on 9, that doesn't sound very fun. I wouldn't want to be on 9, but maybe to some people it would be very fun. But you know that I think it expands like it's just a different way of doing like lower end content in a way. I don't know.
That's fair.
I like it for specific content.
Yeah.
That's
sure.
fun then, because I came at that angle sort of just kind of spitballing. Because generally speaking, I hate multi-logging. Like I would rather play one account really hard than play 2 accounts at medium efficiency. So personally, I came at this perspective thinking, well, if people don't like alting, like part of the rewards that they could do is stuff to alleviate stuff like that. Like I don't know, some people are gonna have fucking corp alts, right? Like you could just as an example, I'm not coming up with like some actual reward, but take something that would try and help with that sort of thing, which is mostly like, oh, we have to spec it down 16 times before we have to kill it, right? It's like, oh, well, maybe you drop something which is going to help a little bit with that. Or maybe it could be specified to corp. It could be a little bit more broad than that, but I feel like that's one sort of branch they could have taken at it. But if people actually enjoy alting, then it's like, by all means, then maybe that's something they obviously you'd have to go through a poll anyway. So
Yeah. Fucking
Reaching for
overdose,
the
man. Fanta and bread overdose.
Okay.
What?
Didn't mean to sidetrack too far there.
Yeah, I mean, if there isn't really much else to mention in regards to this topic, I can probably move on to the next question, but I just had to say that because that show was ridiculous to me. But yeah, are we ready to move on to the next question, guys?
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So outside of things needing to be stronger or weaker, a lot of the items will definitely change the course of PvM. So how do we feel metas will change around these new items coming into the game? Like we can look at it like one item at a time, but I think we also kind of spoke about it a bit, but just to go over it really quickly.
So I guess just in a general sense, Torva and Van Braces, they're just adding max hits onto items. There's not really much else there. You just hit harder, so you have higher ceiling of what times you can reach just because of your higher max hit. The crossbow is really the only thing that makes things interesting in terms of speedrunning. I've seen some really weird looking inventories of people god booking literally every single top boss to get
mid-waves.
to potentially get an extra crossbow spec at a boss to speed it up. And the rune times, oh my god, this raid is a 12-minute and 20-second raid, but then the overall time is just 45 minutes because they're just waiting on special attack to regen because they're god booking every single boss. So I think that crossbow does, even in its current state, makes for some really weird speedrunning metas for sure. And if they buff the crossbow in any fashion, whether it is lowering its special attack used to like 65%, will definitely make things a lot more interesting. But I think that's all there really is to like the current items that just came out.
Yeah, I pretty much agree. Just max hits on that. And I actually plan on using a crossbow for some Warcraft record attempts, but yeah.
I was gonna say,
Well
like,
placed.
I was thinking about Warcraft being a place that people are gonna use that crossbow at, just for the guaranteed 100 spec. That seems really good.
Yeah. I was also gonna say I might need to relook at some of the combat achievement guides, see if any of the tasks could become easier with the new crossbow. Though hard to say if it'll beat double claws in some of the situations, because you might not be able to always get a crossbow and a claw. You get one crossbow and you got no claws. So I'll have to look into some of those and see if it's worth anywhere. But it is at
Kinda.
Warcraft, because at Warcraft you can cast a depth charge before going in, do just spellbook swapping, then you get a depth charge off of a minion, and then if you're going for record, you get a claw and just a whole thing.
I mean, are you telling me you're gonna start god booking fucking Warcraft as well? The fucking
No, we
Death
don't
Charge
need it.
god book combination for the fucking guaranteed claw and fucking spec. Who knows?
I think the only thing that like Torva or specifically the vamp races are changing or is changing is like overkill DPS, like when you want to start blowpiping, like for example the majors in Inferno. That's like the only thing it really changes those items.
Isn't it like a minute time save on average now though, just off of Van Braces?
Yeah, but like I think like mechanically the only thing it changes is like the HP threshold to like blowpipe, for example.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess just like Torva's just an upgrade to Bandos. Van Braces is a range upgrade, and then the crossbow's the only thing that really kind of like spices things up. And there is one thing I will probably talk about, but that'll be like in a much later question of like what potential the crossbow could have even in its current state. But I'll probably speak more about that later. But any other comments in regards to that, or?
I guess as mentioned, one downside to a new VAMs though, like they're really good in the Inferno for free max hits, but Scythe is pretty much the meta to use for people like at low 50, sub 50 times, and it's a huge decrease to your accuracy and max out with Scythe, having the VAMs instead of barrel gloves, so it's kind of a trade-off, like it's not a pure win in terms of time save. So it's not just a flat time save everywhere, it's a bit of a trade-off in some places.
Yeah.
I saw Eddie like using ferrogloves and dropping one range spot at like healer skip, I think.
I was gonna mention that. I saw a guy named Blowpipe OS, aka Jimmy. He was using Barrows today when he was running, and he was like, I didn't get to see the full run because I had to eat with my family, but he had some really decent like early splits. So he was pacing for PB. I'm not sure what happened in that run though, if he died or something, but yeah. Barrel gloves to play now, boys.
Rolls to play. Come on.
Why not both?
Rolls to play.
That's like asking for like diseases. It's all
I got
the
this
same.
second.
Yo, spellbook swap
wait.
for all Venge. Let's go.
Oh god.
Fuck that.
Hmm. I've seen braver ways to like die.
I don't know. Throws are actually pretty fun, pretty underrated. But yeah, we can
Good
go on to the
content.
next topic. Oh yeah, that's the only place I'll actually say, yo, thralls make this shit super engaging. Like everywhere else is kind of like, click thrall, whatever. But like Inferno, I'm playing for my fucking life every wave.
I
It's
think
like,
it makes
oh,
the little the little speed runs like the Scott does, like Solra
Oh,
and
yeah.
Hespori. It makes those a lot more interesting to
It helped me.
Theorycraft.
It
Yeah.
helped me
Venge
take
is
his
like
little
that.
record.
Those are yeah. You got insane record and still remains with the Hespori. Like that stuff is really interesting.
Yeah.
Theorycrafting with the thrall on the small scale.
I
On
think
the
a lot of
big scale,
people
I don't
were-
know.
I think a lot of people were very hesitant on draws in general when they were pulled and pitched. It's like, oh my god, I have to have the book on me. Oh my god, we have to have so many runes in the inventory to use thralls and death charge and all this stuff. But I think thralls are kind of growing on people a lot. I do like them, especially at next, man. It's fun seeing the little army of ghosts just sniping the next boss. I don't know.
Danny
My main
Phantom pulled
complaint
up
with
the
thralls. My main complaint with thralls is like the noise, like
Oh
the
yeah.
visual noise, the audio noise,
Oh,
the
yeah,
hit
I
the hit
agree.
splats. We're limited to
annoying.
4 hit splats at once, so it's like to have 3 of them be thralls, it's kind of
That is
asking
true.
for a change in the way the hit splats are shown. Almost
Like on
like the
next, you pretty much
3OC.
can't see your hit splats in a team with
Yeah,
all the thralls.
it's so rare to see your own hit splat. Like I play with the hit splat color change when it's your hit splat, and I can barely ever see my own hit splat because of between all the people and all the thralls.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Fucking hearing all thralls go off.
Dude, and they could like completely block something that's on the ground too, or like a bomb. You can't even see a bomb at home because there's a thrall sitting on top of it. And stuff.
You have a fraud imposter.
Bro, I don't even want to talk about the bomb getting covered up by the fucking thrall.
Another thing is the rangefall is kind of useless because whenever you want to use like a rangefall, you just use the mage one, right? I want to see the rangefall have like a unique ability compared to the mage troll, like less DPS, but maybe like longer range or something.
Yeah, you could do like
make
longer
it
range.
unique. Like there's no reason to use it if you have the mage troll, right?
It's only
like,
Olm Head.
Like Olm Head. Yeah,
literally Olm Head. Yeah.
So yeah, I wish they like made it more unique.
Oh yeah, the pool at Olm Head, can't even see it.
Oh god, what the fuck?
It perfectly covers the pool.
I thought it'd be interesting to give us like more thralls of different abilities, like maybe one with like higher max hits but actually has to pass an accuracy roll, or like one that has some weird pathing. I don't know.
I didn't even know why they had different magic level requirements, because I assumed there was a difference.
There used to be a difference. Yeah.
Now they're like, oh.
I also don't understand why there's there's 2 other tiers of thralls that are like on the spellbook as well. So we just have 9 thrall spells in the arcade spellbook.
Yeah. Like, do the weaker ones have a lower max hit? Is that the only difference for the weaker ones?
Yeah, it is just a lower max hit, yeah.
Oh.
Like, the second tier one maxes hits 0 to 2, and then the other one hits 0 to 1. That's sort of the only difference.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see something like that, where the thralls do, like, much more different things outside of just damage. Or maybe, like, different values of damage for different trade-offs.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should give us like a whole thrall scale. You can like customize your thralls, collect them.
Yeah.
You can battle other trainers who have thralls, and you can only carry 6 at a time, you know.
What are you gonna tell me next? That we need to start collecting charms as well to fucking summon the thralls?
I'm gonna be honest.
Patches?
I'd love to see summoning in this game.
It'd be so interesting to see summoning.
It'd be so fun. I'd love summoning in this game.
It would definitely add like a new level of play if summoning came into this game, depending on where they would.
There's so many levels of difficulty that they can add to content when you have things like pack yaks and war tortoises and steel titans and things like that, unicorn stallions, whopper tingers, like the list goes on. There's so many things they can add. They add that, but obviously it's going to trivialize some content that is old, and obviously I think you need to have the limiting factors, like maybe don't allow people to bring a pack yak into the Inferno, because that's kind of insane, especially for somebody on the first
that's what I was thinking. But if they did add something like a pack yak, then
I mean, there's already there is mechanics in like RS3 like Corp. Yeah. You can't bring a familiar into the Corp cave, otherwise the Corp will be so actually it will just eat your familiar.
Yeah.
So like you could definitely go with something like that, but I guess we're kind of getting a little off topic again. But
there's like a pack yak thrall that you can summon it. It holds items for like 5 minutes, so it's to help you juggle stuff. Because you can't bring it. It's only there for 5 minutes. You can't really bring much with you. It's to help you juggle stuff.
That's pretty beast, actually. Not gonna lie.
Aww, that's so good.
So it wouldn't be something that you would summon and you go into an encounter with it at the start. It's something he just fucking carries you whatever shit that got dropped, like a fucking 50 sharks at next. Yeah.
Help you juggle supplies while killing the boss.
Pack yak thrall.
Pack yak fucking thrall, bro.
I choose you.
Can hold only 5 items.
Moving on. So I guess the next thing is just talk about they did say there's some items that they're not going to add now, but they're still interested in bringing in. So items such as the Zarya bow and the other next sets, like, seem to still be items that Jagex wants to eventually release, right? So how do you guys think it should be released? Like a new boss, a new rating counter? Like, what would you like to see for these new items to come into the game, if anything?
I would go with new boss, new encounter. I hope we get at least some sort of like Inferno-esque, like a hard challenge where you have to do the content to get the item. Like not for all of them, but I think it's good to have like every once in a while we get something. It's like you have
A
to do
hard
the
solo
content to get the item. Yeah. But yeah.
Gauntlet 2.
Mhm.
I mean, I personally think they should just get rid of Missouri and just replace that with Pernix and call it a day from Race 3.
Yeah, I mean,
If they're considering adding Pernix to the game, they should just add that instead of Missouri IMO.
Honestly, the whole Missouri concept is just really underwhelming.
The misery armors.
Yeah.
I've seen people call it just literally just drop Pernix instead of Missouri.
I had like a suggestion. I mentioned this last time. Oh, sorry. You can go first.
I was going to mention your suggestion, which was like, I think the only pitch that I really liked was Kirby's idea for the armor, where it's like, you take more damage at like higher HP, and then you take less and less and less, like, the lower it gets. Like, you'll probably start taking normal damage at X threshold, but at like max HP threshold, you'll probably take like 1.25 damage or something.
Yeah, it was like, like normally you have to be 40 HP to get the side effect, but instead it'd be like, okay, if you're above 40 HP, there's a scaling slider of like, you take additional damage. Originally I just went like crazy, I was like, oh, full health, take double damage, but I think it'd be more like 25% or 50% more damage at full health, and it scales back to normal. So now it's suddenly, higher risk when you're at high HP, but you're not being punished. Like, you can actually save your food and like, be not in one hit kill, like, because the current mechanic is too punishing, because you want HP for venges, like, so many things just don't work with Missouri armor with having to stay 40 HP. Like natural HP regen is pointless. Or like if using like anything to heal, like Guffins or anything, or not Guffins, but like if you're somehow healing with blow up specs, it's pointless because Missouri brings you back down. I think just having more damage taken at higher HP, but always having the special effect active would really make it viable. And do a bigger venges would be so good.
That's what I was gonna say. I didn't even think about the bigger venges. That would be disgusting. What the fuck? That'd be a fucking venge buff, if anything.
Oh yeah, I feel like that would give it much more use. Like even just like you almost like part of a reason to bring it is for the bigger venges. Like imagine Vasa with Missouri armor on and stuff.
Yeah, like my idea of Missouri, I wanted it to kind of be more like glass cannony. Like I'm fine with it being like glass cannony, but at the same time, it's like I just want something that's gonna kind of outshine Void or just be something better than armor, right? Like those are the two things. Like I don't want some niche ass range set. It's either it's gonna be better than Void or it's gonna be better than armor. Like
honestly, the next new range set should just be better than both of those gear sets. I think it's kind of ridiculous that we get some best in slot range gear from some mini game that level the only requirement is you need level 42 and some stats, and that's it. You get it. Like I don't know, Void is just even in its nerfed state, it's still just really nuts against 0 or very low defense monsters. I think it's kind of nuts that like the Missouri armor wouldn't even be close to Void even in its prime status against a low defense monster. Which is just a testament to how broken Void is as well, like even in its nerf state.
I don't even know why. Like, I know how they came at it with the whole, like, oh, you should, like, take damage. I don't know why they moved off of just treating it like Darox. Like, when they came at Mastery with the thing, they're like, it's range Darox. I was like, okay. So, like, the lower your HP, the higher you hit. It's like, I don't know why it started hitting you. I mean, I guess, like, maybe they wanted to distinguish it a little bit, but I thought you being forced into low HP with like no control over it, I thought that was a little weird. Because I don't know, Darox, like I'm 90 HP, let me just take my armor off and take some damage. Right? Like it's not, I don't know, versus like Darox, I'm not 90 HP taking 15s every 4 ticks, right?
Yeah.
But in terms of seeing like the Pernix or whatever, Yeah, people are talking about like the non-nerfed Void, like something equivalent to like, I don't know. People always argue, wow, like Void is just not accurate enough. It's like you could, I don't know. This is just me spitballing, obviously, but new set, good accuracy, good damage. Like I don't know. Like they could do. I don't know. It doesn't sound. I don't know. I'm not putting too much thought into that. So
And I see you have the Zarite bow here on the prompt. So I unironically think the Zarite bow in its pulled state has would have had more implications throughout the game usage as opposed to the Zarite crossbows now.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
The Zarite crossbow is obviously good at next, but in its current state, I wouldn't really want to consider taking that John anywhere else. I think the Zarite bow, and I think that has a lot more exploratory usage everywhere else in the game. Although it does extremely trivialize BA.
and
I've
Inferno.
seen, yeah, a BA is a very interesting minigame with a lot of interesting mechanics associated with it, and stalls and just weapons where if you just have the Zarite bow, you just kind of shoot everything and everything just dies. And that's just it. There's nothing else you really got to think about. You just left click everything and it dies. So, not sure how I feel about it coming into the game and some other facet or whatever, considering we just got the BOFA, but I guess we'll see.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would personally like to see some stuff that's kind of, at least for like the Pernix and Zart shit. Like if I were ever to come into the game, I would probably want to see something that's kind of like either another boss or even a raid that's kind of God related or Zarus related. I don't know, but those are definitely items I do want to see like come into the game. Maybe not the bow. I mean, I like the bow, but that's probably just because of my own very selfish wants, which is just to trivialize Inferno. But yeah, I would say I'd probably want to see it in like some piece of content that's themed around that gear.
I guess to touch on Virtus a bit, if they want to keep it as like a PvP set, which when it was initially pulled, it wasn't going to be better than Ancestral, like in a PvM facet because of the lack of max hits it would give, because there's no damage bonus that it gives. Hiimsido was dead. How are you doing?
What is your dad doing, Seta?
You want to join the podcast?
What we doing? we doing? But if it wanted to keep it a PvP set, I think it should have some like I think some sort of wilderness expansion should be based around it. Like maybe not necessarily a new boss in the wilderness, but something to do with the wilderness, or maybe some PvP elo system or whatever, where some of the rewards that you can get involve Virtus, because it is just a PvP set in its pulled status. But if they were to buff its stats to where it would just outshine Ancestral, which, people say, Ancestral comes from Raids 1. It's very good. It's not. It is still very old armor. Like, mind you, it's like I don't even remember.
2017, right?
5 years now.
2017.
I think it's 2017.
I believe it's 2017.
I think it's 2017. So I believe Ancestral is now 5 years old. So it's not really that new of an armor set. Keep that. I mean, not compared to Armadillo and Bandos. Yeah, it's still much newer. But from a PvM bias, I would like to have it better than Ancestral. If it were to come into the game, have it magic stats or give a magic damage. And I would also would like to see. I guess one of my biggest pet peeves right now is the Occult Necklace and how unbalanced that item is for how good it is. I think right now it's 15% magic damage, and it comes
I think
from,
it's 10%.
Yeah, it's 10%. Sorry, not 15. And it comes from a regular Slayer mob and a boss, and it's 200k, and it is far and away the best magic switch you can take in terms of just damage when it doesn't involve accuracy being
Yeah.
needed. So I'd like to see magic damage be redistributed across Ancestral
items.
and potentially Virtus in the future, and remove some from the Occult. I don't know. I just think the Occult is just so insane for how it comes into the game.
I agree that for where it comes from, it's pretty strong. But I think it does make sense for an amulet to be strong, just because if you think of like the anguish of it, or as, like the torture.
I understand that as well.
Yeah.
As well, I 100% agree with you. Like and that's kind of how the team feels as well. Like just the jewelry slots and whatever, they feel that that's where a bulk of the strength and damage bonuses have to come from. But I just, for where the Occult comes from right now, I think it's a little too trivial. IMO. I'd like to see either a new necklace come into the game or just nerf the Occult and redistribute some of the bonuses a bit to the armor.
Yeah, I could see them. I could agree with like nerfing, like giving some more to the armor to make armor more worthwhile, but or even just, I think nerfing it and giving it a new one, kind of like they nerf a blowpipe, and we're kind of hoping to get something new in the future that might make it stronger. But yeah, I could see nerfing it because it's too cheap and easy to get for what it is. I mean, I guess it's 91 Slayer, 93.
Yeah, 93 Slayer.
Yeah.
93,
So I guess it's pretty high. I guess you get like the whip.
93 Slayer for an Iron Man, or 200k GP for a main account.
Yeah, like for an Iron Man, it's a tough thing to get. For a main, it's cheap just because there's so many in the game now.
Reload, baby. Yeah, I personally, when I saw Virtus, I was hoping it was gonna be like best in stat magic armor, and then they were pitching as PvP, and I was like, what are we doing? I mean, I would be fine with a PvP like mage armor set, but I don't know. I feel like when I was thinking of those like next sets, I was thinking they're supposed to be like the best in stat like pieces of armor for their respective stats.
I'm fine with Virtus being PvP specific, but I think it should come from like PvP oriented content as opposed to Nex. I'm happy they switched it around for Torva, but if they want to keep if they want to keep Virtus PvP based, I think it should be PvP based content that it comes from. That sort of sense.
Any other thoughts, guys? I'll take that as a no. Alright, so next question would be in regards to the barrier of entry for Nex. Do you guys think it's too low, too high? Like, should it be adjusted, like, to lock away some people from being able to access it so early? Because right now, it's just so many people can just go to Mass in, like, dog shit gear and just snipe kills left and right? So I'm just wondering, is it, like, something that people should kind of work their way toward being able to do with, like, more requirements? Or not?
I mean, personally, I feel like it is kind of I want to say maybe mid to high level sort of boss. Like, people just show up and it's sort of like, people like to do Bandos and Zambi and stuff. People just kind of do it for fun with not quite max end gear accounts, just with a team, with a boys chilling. So I don't know if it needs to have extra requirements. Like, if Vennies or bots are a problem, we could add something, like a quest or something. But I feel overall, since it is what it is, like it's not meant to be like a super intricate, Inferno TOB sort of boss. I think it's fine, but that's what I think.
Could force it to like require a CR diary, but then you're forcing people to do Temporos.
Dude, Temporos, best content in the game.
I think it's fine. If bots become a problem, then maybe rethink something, but I think it's fine.
Part of the you go ahead, Seto.
I was gonna say I personally think it's like right now I think it's fine, but if they have to do something to circumvent bots, then they could probably tweak something.
So like what I was gonna say is like one of like pre-EOC when Nex came out, obviously the barrier to entry like to Nex was a bit different. You had to recharge your frozen key whenever you used it. There were no items. You couldn't be protected against the Zarosian minions with Zarosian armor sets or anything like that. The only way you could protect yourself against that was Ancient Ceremonial set. which was untradeable at the time, and you could only get from the mages and the mages inside of Nex. So the barrier, that sort of barrier to entry was a bit more annoying, so a bit more tedious to get. And on top of that, Nex's mechanics pre-EOC were a lot more damaging through prayer. So it wasn't necessarily like a hard rack to have, but if you didn't have an account with overloads or, high level beasts of burden like pack yaks or I mean even war tortoises, you were gonna have a really bad time at Nex. So that kind of artificially even though you didn't have to have those things to get to Nex, to kill Nex at like a reasonable pace and high level, you needed to have those stat requirements, which are very high hardware level and very high summoning level, which a Veni account in OSRS, had those been, kind of an implied rec to have, would not have access to that immediately. They would probably continue to do something that, would still be kind of profitable for them and not have to invest a lot of money and time in making overloads and getting the summoning charms together to train up summoning to a high level to use something like a pack yak. So because of just, the lack thereof, summoning and overloads and having to tone the boss back a bit, makes it definitely makes it a lot more accessible. I don't really think there's any other weird things that they could really add to really restrict people from doing the boss, other than making KC a bit more annoying. But then you make KCing more annoying for the players who are actually the real players who are actually killing the boss. I don't want to have to spend like half the time KCing and when I'm killing the boss, I want to just kill the boss.
Yeah.
I think I speak for everybody on that.
Their approach for how you get KC to get back into the room, I felt like it was a really good approach.
I think it was too, and the fact that if you do have Grandmaster combat achievements done, if you're doing 4 to 5 kill trips, you're profiting KC all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. And I think even in if you don't even have Grandmaster, you're still probably profiting KC. If you're doing longer trips, and even if you're not, you only got to kill one spiritual mage to get right back in. So it's not really that big of a deal. And I really like the ecumenical shard system.
Oh,
I thought that was a brilliant idea. Kudos to the team on that.
I think
it's good because sorry.
Their entry is kind of rucked. Or well, not rucked, but I think the small issues that we've seen with people pulling up in Veni gear, someone's pulling up in black d'hide with a d'hide shield, or people. I'm seeing people blow piping. I'm seeing people rune crossbowing, mostly on the first day, of course. But I think most of that was just. It's only happening because I think they moved to the participation system, and I don't know how I feel about them wanting to bring it everywhere all the time, right?
Yeah, I feel this. I kind of feel the same way, and I personally believe we should. I don't know. It feels wrong.
Yeah,
to just have that system everywhere.
Yeah, especially on a nostalgia-based boss like Nex, where everybody's coming back for nostalgia. Everybody's this is they didn't even change anything to it, right? I would argue they could have changed more things about it, but they didn't. And it's just the reason that these guys are coming in, and personally, I mean, I don't have the biggest issue with it, but it's it is a fact that this is just a byproduct of them saying, hey, you can go get your KC, you can roll a drop, and you can be here doing 0 damage.
Yep.
Someone here already mentioned, someone was splashing on Nex. I think it was T-Papa Slice. Splashing on Nex, got a Torva plate. Right?
Nope. I mean, not even just a chance at rolling the uniques, but some of the regular drops are just good. Some low-level player or Venies rolls up and oh my god, I just got Onyx Bolts. They want to stay. Oh, I just got Dragon Bolts. They want to stay. Some of those nicer, common drops are pretty nice to get and will incentivize somebody who is maybe not a high level player or they're just a gold farmer. They just stick around because some of those common drops are pretty damn good. And there's not a whole lot of things they have to do other than just shoot boss, proc ruby, drink brew. Maybe they get lucky and they can fund their pay their rent for 2 months, get a Nihilhorn.
Yeah. I think
And the family's food.
for a long time their take has been too heavily centered on participation. I think this first started with TOB, where I don't have to do shit and I have a really high chance at getting the drop for some reason. Right? Like TOB,
Yeah.
I think when they first released the drop rates, people were thinking like, oh my god, Iron Man, like the play is to just boost it when you're low level. Because why do I have to get 85
You straight up
player?
just can.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you just see like some streamers these days where they're on their new really dog shit hardcore Iron Man or dog shit regular Iron Man, and they're getting carried by people in max with sights and shit, and then
Yeah.
they have a very reasonable chance to just full on get
Right.
like skip the whip grind and get a rapier.
Yeah.
Or get
Why do I need 85 fucking Slayer? Fuck
yeah,
that.
exactly.
It's
just-
like
This is
I
nuts.
forget what the percent is you get, the percent chance of receiving a drop in a trio with 0 MVP, but every participation point. But everything is so participation centric. And it's like, I saw that with Nex, which is just like, I don't know, because
Nope.
clearly right now, people are just AFK hitting fucking minions while they're invulnerable. And it's like, I'm still getting drops, guys. You know, like, what the fuck? Like, if it was kind of like the old Nex, I mean, granted, I'm not making I'm not here to I'm not here to riot and say, wow, this should have been only one person should get the kill. But like, I just think the participation system is weird.
I think at the
Not
bare
that big.
minimum, the person who got the MVP should be the only person that has a chance at rolling the unique.
I could see that, especially for masses on release day. Like we're out here popping out double
At the-
drops left and right.
If you're gonna keep everybody rolling a KC and rolling some common loot, I think at the bare minimum, the person who rolls MVP should be the only person in the room that has a chance at getting the unique drop.
I think I'd be done with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be such a big deterrent for like people coming in rags and lower stats, so it would be a good thing.
It would
Yeah,
1000% be a huge
It's
deterrent.
supposed to be like that,
Yeah.
right? That's why
Like,
we didn't have people doing
you
that
shouldn't be
before.
pulling up with 10 mil gear and having almost effectively the same chance, like having a chance over somebody in full mix, like kind of insane. I mean, even if you are pulling up in rags like that because of ruby bolts, like you still have a chance at getting uniques if you just keep popping rubies. That's just how that bolt works.
Oh my god, I can't get a drop with fucking 12 million gear. Like it drops
shit.
best in slot.
Go do something else and build your gear up or whatever, and then come back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I think that would resolve a lot of the like entry requirements to like smoking the boss in a mass is
Yeah,
making MVP only roll unique drop. That's it.
Jared spending too much to Reddit. That sums up that one.
catering to the masses.
You can still have like a top 3 MVPs or something in masses, so it's not like only one person gets like a rate. In masses only.
Yeah, I mean that's also true. Like
Yeah,
Obad just said it way like next Angel of Death, if you're top 10 in the DPS chart, you can roll a drop, and like if multiple drops can drop from next, and maybe have a top X system. But like if you're number 48 out of 60, you should not be rolling a unique drop.
I think that is like an excellent compromise because like
I
then
think it is too. Actually.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's still going to be RNG to it, but then, like, for one, it kind of promotes you to actually get, like, good stats, good gear. And two, you can still get that chance to get the drop, even though, like, maybe you don't have, like, the best of the best, but you've got, like, the best you can do, at least for, like, Iron Man. That's probably what I'm trying to say. So, yeah, I think a hybrid system would be nice, where it's, like, only top X players can get the drop if they MVP.
Yeah, I could be down for top X. Because I was going to say, I think single MVP is a bit too much because when I think of Masters, usually it's more of a casual, lesser geared players in Masters anyways. Whereas
Yeah.
usually, people in like max gear are going to go into smaller worlds because Masters is like really bad GP per hour just because of like how many people there are. Just getting a drop is low. So typically, people in like the top end gear are just doing like the 5 to 10 mans anyways. So I feel like it's fine if Masters are like a way for the lower end players to have a bit of fun. Because it's still way shit GP per hour, or just how many people are in there. Because I think like if you do like a fish in 5 to 10 mans, you make like 10 mil per hour or something. But if you're in like a 60 man, you're probably making on average like 1 mil, 2 mil per hour. So kills don't get that much faster. So I don't know.
Yeah. Alright, so next thing on the agenda. So we do have CA tasks coming eventually. So what kind of task would you guys like to see for next?
Perfect next. You could actually have a perfect next besides like prayers.
Sure.
For example, you could you could dodge the shadows perfectly. That's
specials,
pretty
yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
You could just the specials, I guess.
Yeah, they
What
have
about-
Oh, sorry, I was gonna say they have requirements like don't get clumped with blood attacks. Like if it's doing like the blood
Oh,
phase,
yeah.
if you get two
Yeah.
people getting hit at the same time, you failed perfect next because that's not perfect. You clumped up. So like small things like that.
Making
Another
sure
task.
people don't get ice prisoned as well.
What about melee only, including shadow phase?
That's what I was gonna say. That's gonna be my idea.
Ooh, that would be interesting to see. Yeah.
You have to melee the minions as well.
Including shadow phase. Nice, Grandmaster.
Do I think you'd run away when it's in
Yeah.
darkness mode and then just melee it and just tank it
Phase
out?
tank,
And
yeah.
Peanut.
I could definitely see that being a task
Yeah.
melee only, including
Yeah.
shadow phase. That'd be kind of nuts, dude. People just getting smoked by the boss, man.
I
It
would
is
love
so
to see
hard.
it. I would
I'd
love
love
to
to
see
see it. I'd love to see it too, though. That's actually a great task idea.
Yeah.
They should do
Yeah.
mage only as well to get.
What the-
No.
Oh.
It's not going to be
That's-
mage only. It's going to be
that's-
ancients only. You can't
Ancient
even
only.
Call it
blood
call the
barrage the whole
achievement
thing.
ancestral robes but no TiVo.
Bro, we need to pull up with like the fucking 20 man and just have everyone just blood barrage. Pray to God. That's it.
Yeah, I do think perfect will be very good. Like either no null hits, avoid all the avoidable damage that you can avoid. Like don't take hits off prayer, don't get hit by a shadow,
Don't heal the boss. Don't let the reavers go
don't heal
in.
the boss, don't like kill fully. You gotta fully kill the reavers. Run away from the blood siphon or whatever. Don't so you
Oh
don't,
yeah, blood siphon. Yeah.
don't get frozen in the cage and left in there. Don't get pretty much literally anything that's avoidable. Like avoid.
Don't get left in there.
Yeah, don't get left in there. Like,
Have some good teammates.
Have some good teammates. Scream for your boys to let you
Oh,
out.
how about this? Don't let the boss melee you. So like opposite of
Ooh,
melee only.
Oh man.
that could be interesting actually because you have to really
Oh,
run when
man.
it goes for you.
Yeah.
You gotta book it.
You gotta book
That
it.
is actually a pretty good idea.
That'd
Don't
be
let
sick.
the boss mill you.
And you could
Yeah.
do like a time test, 336 man, if you want to do that.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah, Bonehead. The boss does dash, but you just gotta outrun
Some-
it, bro.
some
Gotta
basic
leg it.
ones like skipping the reaver maybe. That'd
I mean,
be cool.
you could always do a run under a boss strat to make it go back to the center. People start doing that a little bit to avoid the boss hunting them down during shadow phase.
I've noticed that in some of my teams, although it is kind of annoying that when it is teleporting back to the center, any hits that your team is doing on it gets getting old because of that.
Yeah.
But it is a nice little compromise if you don't want to get gunned down by that
Yeah.
mechanic.
Man, I wish
Darkness.
Hemmiez did a bit of next before this because I bet he would have some excellent ideas for this. The CA tests.
Oh God.
People
Man.
were coming at me telling me to do high risk necks. I was like, you know what? That actually doesn't sound like the worst fucking idea.
Complete fucking next in a PvP world.
Oh, we already did that. That was hilarious.
Yeah, I saw clips of that. What the fuck?
Fucking Wizzy Hat speared me into a shadow well. I was like, you're actually a rat, you know that?
That's funny.
And we were watching apparently Fuggle clawed out Flomple on stream. I wasn't there. I heard about that. I was like, oh fuck. But PvP next is actually pretty jokes. It was good fun.
Yeah.
I definitely had a lot of fun with that. Like that was the only time I actually had fun with next before group instances. And after group instances, I did about 80 KC, so I didn't even have that much fun. So, like, I don't know. Yeah, definitely a good experience. How many tasks do you guys see coming out from for combat achievements for next? Because
For next,
like we've
least,
thought of a couple,
I
but
think like
Reckon it-
5.
I
6,
reckon at least 10 will probably come
I
out
think 10.
next.
10.
10?
Oh,
Yeah.
I like 7.5.
I
reckon
mean,
it's
outside of like the
Really?
different tiers of KC tasks, it would probably be like 6 or 7. But if we're looking at like the different tiers of KC tasks, probably like 8, 9.
I'm thinking like two times 2 KC.
There's probably going to be
yeah.
an endurant make do a 5 kill trip. Something
yeah.
better. Do like a
yeah,
4 kill trip.
Yeah, I
Actually,
mean,
Probably, they'll have to scale it though, because if you're in like a mass, you can literally be there forever.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
true.
that's on the issue. Yeah. So it'd be interesting to see how they go about doing the endurance challenges if they add any endurance challenges, unless they have like some way of reading like how, if the amount of people in the room is changing, right? But I don't
Yeah,
know.
there's a check for that if an alt enters the room to resupply everybody, the task is automatically nulled. Something like
Yeah.
that.
Yo, I saw this is more of just a meme challenge. It might do complete a kill with everyone coughing the entire kill.
oh,
And, and maybe make it like it has to be like a 4-man or something, and you have to just
Oh.
stay coughing the
That
whole
just,
kill.
that just sounds terrible,
That
man.
just sucks.
That is PTSD.
That just this sucks, man.
You have to keep. You can't run too far apart. If somebody loses their cough, it's over.
Yeah, but they get ice prison. Like, what the fuck?
Well, you gotta stay with them.
No,
God
Jay,
damn.
Gotta stay with
You could stay coughing the entire fight duration. Although I think they fixed it on Zeros phase now. It actually automatically goes away from everybody on Zeros.
Yeah, I noticed that
Oh, really?
Zero's phase it
Yeah.
ends. Like,
it like anybody who is coughing on Zeros phase just stops coughing now. Which
Yeah.
it wasn't like that on release, but I think ever since they changed it to 60-man cap, cough immediately goes away on Zeros.
I don't remember when I noticed it, but I did notice at some point, like, that was happening during the Zero's phase. I was like, what the fuck? The cough is like, it's gone.
So I've done a few mass kills, like when I'm like bored or no team or whatever, and I want to still kill next. I'll go to the mass world, and I have noticed that stop happening whenever there is the cough tank isn't doing his job, or there's just somebody who wants to do a little trolling in the mass world.
So then maybe the task could be have everyone keep a cough until Zero's phase, because then it's easy for a code to check. Just if everyone gets it turned off automatically, you know you passed.
Yeah.
Make it 3-man or 4-man, so it's like you have to actually try. It's not just a mass.
Oh, God.
That'll be actually, I think, a fun one. But I mean, a horrible fun one.
Just the strategies that would need to come out of that just to make sure that keep the cough would be interesting. But at the same time, like, the issues of, like, clumping during blood phase. Oh, man. Bless you. I mean, bless
Oh
me.
no, it's sweating.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get away from him.
Why are we gotta be talking about fucking cough test right now, dude? What the fuck? But yeah, it would definitely be an interesting one for sure. But I don't know. It'd also be a fucking troll one, that's for damn sure. But yeah, I think those, like, so far that's some really good ideas for the task, but I wonder if they're gonna throw some other kind of task curveballs as well. Who knows? The next question will just be like, how do we feel so far? Like, do we think we're gonna end up in that kind of like content drought again? Like last year we had Fosani, CA, and Hard Motab, which was just like it was just there to just kind of just try to appease us, right? It wasn't really anything new. So do you think we're gonna run into that same ballpark where we're gonna have like another PvM content drought, or do you think this year it's gonna be different?
Actually really nuts that you ran off all those pieces of content that came out last year, and like, man, last year was so fucking dog shit for PvM in terms of content release. Like I didn't think 2020. I thought 2020 was gonna be the worst year for this game, and I also thought 2019 was gonna be the worst year for this game. But turns out 2021 was the worst year for this game, and I pray that 2022 is different. And I personally think it really hinges on if they release Raids 3 this year. If they release Raids 3 this year, then I think it's a successful year for PvM. If they don't release Raids 3 this year, I think it's a flop, a really hard flop. If Next is the only PvM content, and don't get me wrong, like I said, I like Next, I really enjoy Next, but I think there's a lot of people in this community that want something way more engaging to come out into the game, in the form of like a new raid. And I think if we don't get that, then this year is a failure in my eyes in terms of PvM content releases. Unless they just spam release just random bosses in the game, that maybe some of them are kind of new and cool and mechanically interesting. Like I want to say it was I think it was 2019. Like even though it wasn't like a great year, like I think we had Hydra and then we had Corrupt Gauntlet, and I think we had something else I can't remember, but like we got some bosses, some new bosses, and obviously I'd want something a bit more than that. But at least we were getting something. As opposed to this past year, all we got was rehashed content.
And do rehashed content while doing some weird shit at the same time.
Yes. So I think, like I said, I think it definitely hinges on if Raids 3 comes out or not. If it does come out, then A+ for me, unless the raid is really boring and trash, which it definitely could be. But the first two were pretty damn good, so I have high hopes for the third one. Third time's a charm, as they do say.
They hit us with a year roadmap yet? Because I
I
know.
think they did. I think they said it was. I think so. I think they said Raids 3 is the summer.
Oh yeah, I know that's coming in the second quarter. But like, do we know, like, do they have a plan for like the whole year, or is it just like Leagues, Raids 3, and then the last 6 months are just a fucking giant question mark?
I don't remember. I'd have to read it over again, but I know they released some sort of roadmap, whether it was either the year or just the first couple quarters.
I think the one I posted is the correct one, but I'm not entirely sure. Pretty sure that's the one.
Okay, so it's just Q1, Q2.
What the fuck is Guardians of Gillinor?
I think it's
this new
quest.
Oh, Guardians of Gillinor?
Yeah.
Is that something that was supposed to be like the rune crafting thing? Because I remember them talking about like some sort of rune crafting thing, like coming in as a minigame or something. I don't remember.
Might be that. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I see Raids 3 is slated for Q2. Hopefully it comes out Q2. If it doesn't, hopefully it comes out Q3. If it doesn't, hopefully it comes out Q4. If there's anybody left that's still playing this game by then. And if it doesn't come out this year, then cancer flop. Nothing else to say.
I mean, I can see myself playing, like, just doing Next the whole fucking year, but at the same time, it's like, that's just me. I can't speak for everyone else, right? So, if they don't release Raids 3 in this year, then it's not gonna be pretty.
Next is definitely like a step up, though. Like, it's already better than Nightmare and the other shit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it is, too.
Another thing is they have a lot of like potentially good things planned, like the Wilderness bosses rework, the Permanent boss, Raids 3 obviously. Like they have potential to like make it a great year.
Yeah.
So I want to say
the cards are in their hand.
Yeah, they just have to like deal it correctly, like get a fucking full house.
Don't start the year off. I mean, this year's already off to a way better start than last year. Where last year we started off with Soul Wars and
Soul Wars,
just like literally just the worst entry frag of all time in terms of like a new content drop. So like, they're already doing way better. IMO.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know those were the first updates of the year. Like they were like I was like, what the fuck? Like,
doesn't that sound terrible, man? Soul Wars into Temple. Just
Yeah, of course.
wa-
Bro, it's a prospects content. What do you mean?
hashtag how, bro. Come on.
Bruh. I have no words.
Wait,
I
is
haven't
this
even
the
played
official
Soul
thing?
Wars.
Holy.
For the city.
Soul Wars was fun on release when people were actually doing Soul Wars to do Soul Wars, and now it's just boost for pet. Solo with yourself, duo with yourself. I don't know. Just annoying.
I mean, on paper, like
Emperor.
thinking back.
Soul Wars only Iron Man.
Oh my god, the fucking 99
God damn it.
strength, 10 HP Pierce. But like,
Nope.
I just think back and, Soul Wars on paper sounds like fun and shit. Because you just remember, like, oh, I was 12, I went out, got barraged, stood there for 30 seconds, got
Yeah,
barraged again.
just start Guas following everybody.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was fun back in the day, but
Train mage.
like, I don't know, the idea that they can just take stuff from RS2 and just copy paste it here, it's just not going to work in reality because
Definitely
Yeah,
not
you-
everything. Like
yeah, you can pretend like the viewer, like the player base is the exact same as when we were 12, but we're not. That's just how it is, right? Like when we were
Yeah.
12, we'd have fun looking at paint dry. We're don't.
Yep.
It's just not
Yeah.
like that anymore. We have better things to do with our time. So
I think
mean,
when I think of something like that, I think of stealing the creation.
That's what I was
Stealing the
gonna
creation- Yeah, exactly. That was arguably some of the most fun I've ever had playing RuneScape as a whole. Was when Stealing the Creation came out.
Heck yeah.
Just going in there and fucking around, making some weird gear and go killing people and win for your
Like that
team.
that mini game wanted me to go train my resource skills and I wanted a ancient curses just because of that mini game. It's like so much fun.
My favorite part of that minigame was hiding in the clouds, like the little clouds that nobody can see.
yeah,
Yeah.
I
And
remember.
if somebody walked by you, you could just pickpocket them and steal their shit.
Dude, I was so vulnerable to that shit because I had like such low thieving.
Yeah, that was so fucking funny. I love that minigame, but just if they were to release that into this game, it would definitely be pretty dead content. Nobody would really play it, and if they released a pet with it, but it would just get boosted and abused, and nobody would actually do it for fun. Unfortunately, that's just how it would be, how it is now. Which is a real shame because I love minigames so much, man. It was so much fun. I would spend all day just playing.
Mr. Gothics too.
Castle Wars.
Great Orb Project.
Yeah. I know. I seen like some of like Deo's old videos of like the Great Orb Project, but at the same time, I'm just like sitting there watching. I'm like, I'm not sure what I'm exactly watching, but it seems like there's a lot going on.
Yeah, Great Orb Project was like so much fun to me back in the day. It was like a rune crafting minigame where you're in a team of up to 5 versus 5, and you would score orbs that randomly spawn around the altar. Like you're in a rune crafting altar, and you would score orbs that randomly spawn into the altar. So like you have to use line of sight, and you have to use clever pathing to attract or repel the orbs in and score them.
Okay, that makes
was,
it. Oh man.
Yeah, it was a lot of like solving individual puzzles basically for each spawn. It was a lot of fun.
And you could also like troll the enemy team by repelling their shit.
Yep.
Oh, because you all play in like the same room.
Yeah. You played it on like around like the altars. Like when you go inside the altar, the mysterious runes, like the altar, that's where you play the game. And then you went in like a certain order, and like nature runes were always the last one, I think.
Yeah.
Or was it law? I think
It was
true.
yellow team versus green team.
Yeah.
There would be 3 yellow orbs and 3 green orbs, and you have to compete. And that's so much fun. Like I love competition. I love teams. And I love the minigame. Like it's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
All this talk about minigames, and I think about Clan Wars, White Portal, Purple Portal, and Red Portal back in the day when they had removed although I think it was only Purple Portal at this time, if if I remember correctly. This is post when they made it so that free trade was removed and the wilderness was no longer a PvP zone. And you could go. The Clan Wars portal was in the wilderness, and the Clan Wars area was in the wilderness.
Missed that.
And when like you'd be in the lobby, like just waiting around, like trying to get onto like some random team for Clan Wars fights against other people, and you would see just like this is around the time when revenants would be roaming the wilderness. And you would just see people, like, you'd see random people that would be stepping outside of the Clan Wars waiting area, and they just get absolutely stomped by like a Revenant Orc or like a Revenant Dragon. They just get destroyed. They lose all their shit.
The
so
Revenants in the fucking past were the scariest shits for me because I remember we were just going up to Clan Wars, right? You know, just to do some dumb shit with friends. And I almost fucking got murdered by a Revenant. He fucking freezes me in place. I'm like, holy fuck.
Yeah, dude. Like,
it's
you're
good for my
just running
life.
up there with your boys, and you're getting glossed by a Revenant Imp. Like, dude, get the fuck out of here.
It was always the fucking orc. It was always that one fucking orc, and he just beat my ass every time. Because they fit in under the combat bracket, if I recall correctly, right? I think they did.
I don't think imps were really much of a threat. It was definitely the orc and
fucking orc.
The hobgoblin if you were a bit of a lower level. The dragons if you were higher combat.
Yeah.
Good times, man. Good times.
That was always me because I was fucking running through there to get dragon bones to sell for 5k each. I would pop by to try and get my whip, and then a fucking orc would pass by, and everybody's like, "Oh my fucking god!" One level 120 would go kill it, and people would start following him. Oh my god, bro, what'd you get? Holy fuck!
Nobody knew what those things dropped, man. Everybody was just like, "Dude, like those things gotta drop like some nut shit, man."
Oh my god!
The thought of actually killing one of those things is just out of this world. Like you're so poor and have such bad gear and bad stats, and you're like, there's just no way I'm ever killing one of these things, even on a full inventory of like brews. No shot.
Minigames definitely very, very pog, at least in memory. I will say, quick little shout out to the fucking competitive Castle Wars community. They don't really have their YouTube channel up and running anymore, but dude, they kept going strong, man. They had videos from like 2009 probably, all the way up until like, I want to say like 2019. They were fucking cracked, bro. That's the perfect like evolution between we kind of play this for fun to like, what the fuck? Like these guys are like keeping track, like someone's like dropping the fucking flag with PID so that it acts as an obstacle blocking the other guy's pathing so he runs the wrong way. Someone else is like forced flag safing, so like if someone has your flag and they're coming real close to cashing it in, you take their flag and get your flag. If you drop their flag and then drop your flag on top of it, it automatically safes your flag because there's nowhere for the flag to drop. So like they'd like do these insane coordination moves where it's like, okay, I killed him at the flag, and it's like if you're a tick late, right? They just take their own flag and they take your flag too. So you could like really fuck yourself, but instead like it was so sick, and like watching these guys like bucket and blow, it was like, oh my god. Castle Wars is like the perfect evolution between like the boys playing as kids to like now, oh shit, we're like 20 years old and we're gonna fucking optimize the fuck out of everything. Because like people just got really, really good at that. But I don't know, got a little sidetrack about mini games because those things are so bog.
This is now a mini games podcast.
That's just nostalgia trip, dude. That's what it is.
It is what it is. Alright, next question, since I think we basically covered like our thoughts on the year. Hope it's good. What's everyone's thoughts on some items being tier rebalanced, aka T-Bow and Scythe being pitched as soon-to-be tier 85 weapons, as well as the proposal of them considering stat alternatives to not ruin pure builds?
Fuck peers. Don't care.
I don't care.
Restricted build. You chose to play that way. You chose to play with restrictions. You shouldn't be able to use every piece of gear that comes into the game. I don't know. That's how I feel about Pures. Like, I mean, new gear comes out that's outside of the tier 75 bracket or outside the tier 60 bracket. Well, if it's really good, then maybe make a new build for that specific weapon. People do it all the time.
Staff of
You
Honor,
don't
no
have to.
peers,
You
bro.
don't have to ruin your build to get a new weapon. Just make a new account. Like, it's not that much effort. And if you're too poor to make a new account and trade it up, then that's on you, man. Nothing else to really say about that. In terms of like the Scythe and T-Bow, like I personally think they should be moved off. Like the Scythe is just far and away better than any of the tier 75 melee weapons that we have, like Tent Whip, Blade of
Yeah.
Saildor, Ink Mace, and Rapier. So I definitely approve of that weapon being a tier 85, and as with the T-Bow as well. Just I don't like seeing everything being stuck on the same tier. Just like you hit level 75 and you unlock everything. Like
Yeah.
it feels kind of silly.
I mean, I am personally completely fine with them boofing it up. The only thing I didn't like was the fact they're like, oh yeah, let's just do 75 attack and 99 strength. Like, what the fuck? No, that just seems so out of place. To be max strength to use that weapon, like, no, and that's only because of getting the pures. Like, I just am not a fan of that.
I guess to clarify my comments, I don't mean necessarily just specifically aimed at pures. It's more against any account with a very specific build. I think if you make an account with a specific build in general, like you should be using what you designed that account for that specific build for. You shouldn't be upset when something is released and your specific build cannot use it. You chose to play with that restriction on that account. You have to live with the consequences. If you want to play outside of that restriction, then remove that restriction on your account or make a new account to enjoy that new piece of content. You don't have to affect the entire player base because, hey, my weird ass account build can't use this. I should be able to use it too.
I guess my take is on this. I don't think it makes that. I guess like for the most part, I think the stat requirements aren't too big of a deal since obviously you're gonna have probably a maxed account by the time you can buy a scythe. But obviously it does feel weird having the scythe say 75 attack when it's clearly not a 75 attack weapon. But personally, like I'm for the whole thing that if they're gonna change it, at least make it you can have 75 attack of 99 strength or whatever. Because there are people who play the game with these accounts and decide to move up from 62 attack to 75 attack based on they can use this item. And they play this account as a main, and like they go hunt all the bosses. Like they enjoy the game like this. And I know there's like a bunch of people like this, and essentially if they did not have access to these weapons like scythe and such, they would not have originally gone up that PvP bracket. So by removing it, it's kind of like their account is basically messed up based on a decision they made, assuming they'd be able to use this item that's now been retroactively changed to be taken away from their account. So personally, I think as long as I'm kind of for the whole alternative of like, okay, we're gonna raise it to 85, but we're gonna give you, if you have 99 strength or 99 range, you can use this weapon or whatever. Because I feel like that, I don't know, I do know there are several people who've gone up a bracket, and now they wouldn't have done that if they knew they would no longer be able to use these weapons that they changed their account for.
So what you're saying is you have two options to wield the weapon.
Yeah, like basically that's what JMods were proposing. Like, they're gonna raise it to 85, but if you have 99 strength, you can bypass this requirement. I guess it's kind of like doesn't the Warrior Guild have something similar? If you have 99, you can skip.
Yeah, you need
It does. It does.
If you have 99 attack or 99 strength, you can enter the Warrior Guild without the 120 collective requirement to enter the guild.
Yep.
Yeah, but yeah, because I know that for people who've like basically changed their account just because of these weapons, now have been taken away. Just it does kind of ruin their account in the sense of they have no reason to be 75 attack anymore. Like if they could, they would have stayed 60 attack. So I feel like once you give an account access to an item, it's kind of weird to take it away. So I don't know.
And that sounds like a pretty reasonable position. Because I personally haven't given it too much thought because of the whole. Well, I haven't been leveling an account since I don't know, like 2015. Like it's been a long time since I sat here and was like, oh my god, I can't wait until I get the next unlock. But having gone through that though, I do understand the whole sentiment of especially there's one specific person who talks to me a lot about how they're gonna remove his scythe, and it's like I can see how like if you bothered to take the time, if you made the specific decision to move up and get this level just because I'm only gonna do it because like this scythe makes it worthwhile. And you do that, and then what do you know? They remove it, and you lose, I don't know, however thousands of hours you've put on that account. It's like I understand the implementing a bypass situation. I agree with Dudash in the sense that like it doesn't fucking make sense to have so many weapons stuck at 75. A tent whip is 75. A rapier is just, or a sail door is just better. There's no question. It's just better. I guess there's no poison, so maybe it's not just better. But they're both 75.
No poison, there's no spec bar, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's spec.
Spec bar in the sense for PvP purposes,
Yeah.
the one kick
Yeah.
special attacks.
Yeah, but it's like one is just stat-wise completely better. So it's like, okay, well, seeing the scythe be on the same level, it's like, yeah, I don't know, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I understand why they should up it, but having that bypass requirement of like, okay, you're a fucking peer who's already done this for like 10 years, and you decided I'm gonna move up, and then right as you move up, they cuck you. It's like, oh, well, okay, if you have 99 attack, then maybe you can pass it. Fair
Or
enough.
99 strength, because you wouldn't have 99
Or
attack.
yeah, 99 strength, yeah. Like, it's just like, yeah, that sounds like it's weird, but sometimes you don't have a clean solution to everything. So
See, I didn't realize they were presenting that as like the alternative. I thought it was like it's either this or that. It was no two. So I guess in that sense, okay, I'm a little bit more open to seeing it now, but I guess I'm a little bit on the fence still. And I made a novelty account like a long time ago, so it's not like I haven't like played Pures, but the thing was that was more of a skilling account, so I probably can't put too much input in it. But any more thoughts?
I haven't like really thought about it, but I can see both sides. Like personally, I'm like in Hemmiez state. Like I'm maxed. I don't really care. What bothers me, I can wear it anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can see both sides. It doesn't make sense that they're all the same tier, but for people that like leveled it specifically for the item, they're gonna get fucked retroactively, which isn't fair.
All right, well, let's move on to the next question. So, what's everyone's hopes for Raids 3 in regards to content? Do we like the invocation system, the pitch of bosses getting buffed for killing one mini-boss, a more puzzly approach, and or thinking outside of the box to kill certain mobs, etc., etc.?
What was the mini boss thing? I kind of forget what that was.
Okay, so if you kill a boss, like a mini-boss, it buffs the other bosses.
Okay.
And the
Yeah.
invocation system is the ability to increase the difficulty, right?
Yeah, so it's modifiers, and the more modifiers you add, the more loot you get, and the harder the content is.
It's like Skulls and Halo, basically.
Yeah, oh yeah!
Well, that sounds good. The invocation system.
Yeah, I'm all for the invocation system. I think it's a way to make the content, good for the less skilled or lower tier players. When people who have max gear and want to really challenge themselves for better drop rates can still enjoy the content. Because I feel like there's a problem with TLB. There's a big barrier to entry. If you weren't good enough, you couldn't really get in. This kind of lets you, you can get in, and top end game content players can still enjoy it by playing it to hard mode.
Yeah, I think the invocation system is fantastic, because you can just start off like learning through that and then just move up. So I think it's fucking great. And there's like a lot of different things that they can do with the whole buffing of said boss or mini boss when you kill one boss. Like maybe like you kill this one and then they get unique effects based on like the first one you kill. So there could be like a lot of variety with that too. So
I mean, with that sliding invocation system, you can like effectively have at the lowest level some bosses they just don't have certain mechanics associated with them.
yeah,
Like you're kind of just killing it and hitting it, but like as soon as you start sliding that bar up and making it more difficult, you're introducing more mechanics from the bosses to have to deal with and confront. And if you do surpass those mechanics, you do get better loot chance and just more loot in general, maybe more common loot or whatever. I think it's a really cool system, and what Kirby said is 100% factual. I remember on release of Tob, if you weren't doing Tob on release and didn't have like a set team that kind of learned the content together, being that new guy that kind of got left out at the beginning, trying to get on a team of people that know what they're doing to kind of teach you, those teams weren't taking because one, there were rapiers that were over max cash for a bit. Scythe was over max cash for so long. So there's just so much money to be made in TOB, and just the thought of hindering your GP per hour because of having to take some guy that has never done it before is just an after. You don't want to do that.
They took so long to learn too.
Because the learning curve is massive, and if you had somebody that had no idea what they were doing and they were messing up and ragging the team, there's wipe mechanics. If everybody dies, then you wipe and you leave the raid and you have to go again. So just the barrier to entry on release was really insane for people who missed out on day one and didn't get KC. Like literally, you just wouldn't get accepted games if you didn't have an amount of KC, like or any KC at all. Any experience. People wanted to have the maximum potential at those really expensive drops.
Dude, the amount of people who were like clanmates who like came up to me and they're like, bro, take me on. I'm 0 KC or like I'm like 1 KC, or especially if they were like in the 5 KC range. So at the time I was like 50 KC. I was like, look, I can't take you on because if I take you on, my team is all 50 KC. Yeah. Right? They're gonna be looking at me like, what the fuck, man? If you're gonna be ragging the whole time, and they'd be like complaining. They're like, oh, dude, it's like you have 5 KC. You should be perfectly fine to run with other people unless you're dead weight. Because if you're not dead weight, then like you would go into the teams and you would always be the guy alive at the end part, right? Maybe you'd have a couple deaths because that's how the raids were on release. You know, nobody was tick-eating Soda's egg and shit. But like if you were carrying your weight, then you guys would be. Like, you would be perfectly fine to go into another raid with other people with KC, and you would be doing fine. If you're going to ask people with 50 more KC than you, it's like, I physically cannot take you. Because then it's not just like a preference thing. It's like, my team is going to look at me and be like, what the fuck?
What are you doing? You know, why are you taking this guy? Like, when I think of that, I think of my experience in my old clan before Oblivion, where I only had, like, a singular friend group that I would predominantly go with, and if we tried to bring any +1 from that clan onto that raid group at the time, if we would get to Verzik, that singular like back in the day, people would bring like fuck ton of brews into Verzik. There'd be loads of potions like just littered across the Verzik room, and literally that singular +1 that is not very experienced compared to the rest of us, they would just inhale all of that supplies that we dropped on the ground, and it would just all be gone, and they would die. And it's just like, well, we just dropped all of our potions for you to eat, consume it all, and die for 0. So it's just, like that was one of the driving forces as to why I left my old clan and joined Oblivion, because there's just people who are, you're expected to be like on top release, like there is a KC rec to join the clan, and there were expectations that you knew the content to get in. Yeah. So that was, I'm kind of glad that, the Raids 3 has this system so people could kind of start at a lower scale and learn the content and then scale it up to learn more of the mechanics to get maximum loot potential long term eventually. So I really do like the proposed mechanics to the difficulty.
There's
Yeah.
one thing I'm scared about with it when it comes to invocations. Like obviously I think it's good for the difficulty. People who are really, really cracked get their fix. People who are just learning get their fix, people and everyone in between has fun as well. But I know they're gonna fuck something with the drop rates. I just know it. Because
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can never
Yeah.
trust Jagex when it comes to drop rates, man. That's just a given fact.
if
And
max max
trust-
invocations better be like a fucking ridiculous drop rate. But that also means
Yeah.
like no invocations can't be fucking Tob. You
Yeah.
cannot have 1 in 9 with no invocations. Because what is the person with 5 invocations on getting? 1 in 3? No.
It's not.
Right?
It's not gonna be worth it then.
I have a feeling it has a potential to be where it is meta to like be at a specific invocation and just bypass having to do a bunch of mechanics because the rate is just slower and the GP per hour at a specific. They need to make sure that the highest invocation is the highest GP per hour.
Yeah.
For a team that knows what they're doing and they're good, it has to be that way. Otherwise, I do agree with what he's saying. I'm nervous about that as well.
Praying to God they don't fuck it, dude. Oh my God, they do it every time.
Thank you for bringing that up, by the way, because I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I didn't think of it
That's a
either.
very good point.
Yo, here's an invocation that doubles the boss HP. 10% boosted drop rate. Seems good.
No.
Kind of reminds me of like how they did the hard mode top drop rates. Like it's just not worth doing it for money compared to regular.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
Hmm.
I think the other thing that will be interesting with invocations is assuming that it's going to make it really, really hard and you're not just going to be able to like snap a thing and complete it, is going to be the race to see who can complete Raids 3 with all invocations. Like, who's going to be like the first team that ends up doing it. That will be something interesting to watch, in my opinion.
Yeah, and honestly, just Raids 3 in general is just going to be really good for this game in terms of just Twitch content. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like this game is primarily promoted to the masses via Twitch. And, like, if you guys were around for, especially, I want to say Inferno release was peak
Yeah.
this game.
Whoops.
For that,
Oh
for that
my god, it was
story.
insane.
Like you would just see just crowds. Whoever was the highest wave on Twitch, even doesn't matter what streamer it was. If it was some guy who never really streamed before, if he was close to Jad, there was 30,000 people in his stream.
Be the victim.
As soon as he would die, 29,000 of those people would leave his stream and go to the next highest streamer. Like that was just that experience on Twitch was just unlike any other. Like for this game, I remember working at an internship during that release, and obviously as an intern at the time, you don't get days off, so I couldn't take any time off for Inferno release. So I would just have my phone like just on Twitch, just peeping at like whoever was high wave. If somebody was like getting close, like at triples or something, I would just step away from the desk and like go to the bathroom and just pop the phone out.
Yeah.
While I was in the stall, and just watch like whoever was doing it.
priorities,
That was just so nuts, man. I don't know. I
Yeah.
had so much fun. That was so great. I loved Inferno release so much for Twitch. I really hope it's the same way for Tombs. It was a lot of fun for Top release as well. So I hope it's the same. I hope it's the same.
I don't know if I was watching Chambers on release on Twitch. I know I must have because I remember we were getting updates about Bodhi's team made it to the final boss.
I was watching it too, but I think Inferno was still just peak for this game when it comes to
especially
Twitch.
when
Inferno. I spent so much time actually watching Inferno because like with Chambers, I wanted to do it. Day one, it was terrible. I went to sleep because I was sleep deprived trying to get the fucking herbal level for the shit, right? And then the next day, we fucking get a fucking TiVo, and then we just keep potting it, right? But with Inferno, right, I kind of like knew I wasn't really going to pot this for a while. So I was just one of the guys who was just watching because I was not that good at the time. And it was just so fucking fun, like just watching him just figure shit out and just the fucking part with the healers too. I remember I saw that live. I was just like, what the fuck? There's healers? Like, what? It was just
Like,
insane.
You just find like you find the guy who's furthest finds some new mechanic that is
Yeah.
just associated. I want to say the most insane was when Jad spawned for the first time.
Yeah.
At Zone.
Yeah? What are
Yeah.
you doing here?
Yep. The line,
Yeah.
dude. It's just so nuts, man. Just the whole chat just goes crazy. So awesome.
It
Do you
just
guys
seemed
remember when he
impossible.
got it? He fucking went to the GE and he's like, okay, I'm on world 354. And like, he refreshed it 2 seconds later, 500 people.
2K
Yeah.
1,000.
Like Insta.
1,800. 2,000.
Yeah, everyone is fucking pulling up, dude. It's insane.
He's leaving GE and there's people, as he's leaving, there's people running in, going like, Wooks won, Wooks won, Wooks won. People
Yeah.
following him, Wooks won, Wooks won. It's a tidal wave of people. Everybody's like, what the fuck? This is so crazy. And you just hear the sound of Prime over and over again for like an hour. It's like,
yeah.
it's these community masses that make Twitch genuinely like a different experience. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
generally
Yeah.
speaking, I like YouTube way more than I like Twitch, but for a live event where everybody is part of the community, Twitch blows everything out the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to experience it firsthand when I did the Inferno and Trailblazers. The community mass thing was so good.
Yeah, dude, I was so happy for you, dude. It was like between you and fucking DJ Cumboy or whatever.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
His name is it Cumboy or Kumbo? I don't remember how to like say like.
Dude, but JMOS are
What?
fucking relieved they didn't have to tweet that name.
What are you saying, man?
What are you saying,
Bro,
man?
it's like his name was DJ Cumboy. All right. I'm not looking for an excuse to talk about
Yeah.
cum on stream.
Just call him
Alright.
DJ, bro.
Alright, DJ, whatever. And
You're
the thing
DJ,
was,
bro.
his.
Sido's offline.
Sido is offline.
Yo, peace.
I know.
Like I was saying. I fucking lost my train of thought. Oh, wait. The fact that
Did you?
his shit was like. He was abusing the fact that with Mage, you had like fucking guaranteed accuracy on Barrage.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was like between Kirby and DJ to see who would be the one that gets it first. So that was
Dude,
like,
I think he did like 3 Inferno attempts the time I did my 1 because he was just fucking smoking
Yeah.
through it with his ancient. And I have
because he
this
had guaranteed accuracy. It was disgusting, but that was like it was crazy to watch that. But yeah, it's gonna be really interesting, and on top of that, it's not just gonna only be like who's got the best clicks. It's also gonna be like who can also solve the puzzles the fastest. Because the other thing is that I'm assuming it's gonna be more like puzzle based as well. You know, pyramids and all.
I hope we have more puzzle based.
It's gonna be so much fun.
Yeah.
Like crabs and chambers as Eric is such a good concept, and
Obliv crabs.
with crabs, yeah. Like just the I don't know, like it seems like such an easy room, but there's like so many mechanics and so many ways
Yeah.
you can like set
There's
things up.
so
and-
many things that can go wrong in
Yeah,
crabs.
yeah, it's so many things. Like even like people who are so good at crabs and just chambers in general. Like I've seen people with just tens of thousands of collective KC at chambers, just absolutely, just atrociously fuck
Yeah.
up crabs,
Yeah.
and they turn like what's normally supposed to be like a 50-second room to a minute room. Like if it's bad
Yeah.
crabs to 3.5 minutes. Just mistake after mistake after mistake,
Like-
and everybody's just
It's so funny
just
chimping out at the
everybody's just
crab.
chimping in the voice call.
The hardest thing, or like the thing that sucks, I guess, about like CM is that you don't really run into that issue too much, maybe outside of solos. But in like teams, you have like a strategy to guarantee it's like almost the same every single time. Like 46-second crabs. Which is what makes it kind of nice. And you can kind of do the same thing in solos if you're doing like 54-second. But there's still some things that can kind of troll you with the movement of crabs.
Yeah,
So-
random movement.
Yeah.
That's a little bit annoying, but whatever.
You remember
So-
when they discussed puzzles for theater? And I remember they got a bunch of
key room?
content creators on stream. And they're like, oh, Chris Archie's like, oh, you wanna like, okay, we're thinking it's a bat, and like you gotta like tank and that's why the bulwark is useful. You got to tank while the room fills up with blood. And I was like, oh well, this sounds like cool. Like we're getting another puzzle. And then like TOB came out, and well, there's no puzzle, but you know, I mean, I still like TOB. On release was definitely some of the most fun I had
Yeah.
with it, but it's like I've been missing that sweet spot for a little bit of puzzle as well, because I know a lot of people are also like, oh, I just want to fight, but I don't know. I mean, a raid, I feel like it's cool to have different sort of approaches to it, especially how finding out new mechanics is basically a puzzle anyway.
Yeah. I mean, let's just be real, Hemmiez. You just want them to put Minesweeper in fucking Raids 3.
Yeah, I mean, like, fuck, I'd have an edge on everybody. It'd be so good.
That would be interesting if there was some fucking Minesweeper-esque fucking puzzle in Raids 3.
Imagine like
And,
Assault Maze and you have to play Minesweeper, and if you fuck it up, you just blow up.
Minesweeper Salt Maze. And to, like, you have to fucking solve the next part of the fucking Minesweeper to get, like, access to the next section, or otherwise fucking the whole team dies.
You gotta play the boss in a Rune Link game.
Okay.
What the?
Graphics would not like that.
But yeah, I don't know. Generally speaking, looking forward to seeing new shit. Puzzles, as long as they do it right, you know. I don't know what everybody else is looking forward to from Race 3 though.
I mean, Rubik's Cube with Beekeeper interface could be fun.
That shit used to be so buggy.
Is it still buggy?
No,
They fixed it.
It's a lot better
Okay.
now.
Nice.
bro.
Yeah,
God.
Used to get that random event. If you got it wrong, it would just spawn you by like the coal trucks and like Camelot. Like out in the fucking yard, dude. Compared to where you were, you just have no idea how the fuck to get back if you suck at the game.
What if that was like an actual speedrun strat for like an Ironman account, and you wanted to get to that area fast, so you just pray for like early Beekeeper and just fail it intentionally to get to that area?
Big brain. I didn't know it was constant. I didn't know it was a constant.
I just pulled some random area out of my ass, but I just remembered it. It would spawn you somewhere on the map, it's like somewhere kind of like some set locations that weren't where you were previously.
Sandwich Lady would do that shit too. I was like, oh my god. But the
Yeah.
Beekeeper pissed me off because I would do the Beekeeper and I'm like, you know, like I can get some flax out of this. That might be kind of cool. And it's like it's really not that cool. But like I do it, I risk it, it fucks me over, I get kicked away 15 minutes later, all for like 15 flags. It's like I don't know why I ever did it. It's such high risk for like zero
Not worth it.
reward, and I was like, okay.
Yeah.
This is
Can you
kinda
imagine if
bullshit.
the axe and pickaxe could still break, like crystal pickaxes just go flying off and you lose your
Crystals.
pickaxe head?
I like that.
Oh god.
Pickaxe head.
Imagine if you're doing fucking Guardians, it
Pickaxe
fucking
head.
breaks off and you have to pick it up in the spot. He just swipes you. That would be fucked. That axe would be fucked.
Dude, during Muta, you climb down a tree, you gotta go hunt down your axe head.
Oh
Damage
my
30 axe.
god.
Yo, Muta eats for axe head.
Oh,
Oh my god. Does that mean you'd have to like go in with like multiple axes? Oh man. We are on some shit. I guess we can move on to talking about what we know about the rewards. The one thing that I'm really sad about is I was really hoping that they would at least like give us an updated blog, because that was going to be something really interesting to talk about, but no, they haven't updated the Raids 3 reward blog. So what's everyone's thoughts once more on our current Raids 3 reward proposals after seeing what they did with the next items? Are we hopeful of the upcoming rewards blog?
I don't even know what's coming out, if I'm honest. I know some of it, but it's been a while since I looked at the
It's-
stats. I didn't see the
it's-
review.
So
Missouri. It's
Missouri.
the
Missouri.
wand and the ward and spec ring. I think I'm got them all then.
You also have that one weapon that has.
Oh yeah, the Kopesh or
and
whatever
that-
they changed it to.
Yeah,
I
the
think we'd
fan.
be,
Yeah.
I think it would be Amulet as well.
so
Amulet.
I think the wand is a pretty cool concept, but I don't like how short range it has. Like it needs to be able to be useful at home while still be able to standing on melee safe spot. So I think give it the range of a trident, and then that
Was it-
one would be really cool.
Was it one tile shorter than Trident?
Think so. I think it's
It's pretty. I think was it.
eight,
I think it was like 7
8
or
on long
something. It was
range.
pretty small.
Or
It's
Normal
pretty
Trident
small.
is 7. That's a normal Trident.
yeah.
I think
on
I
long
think the new
range.
one is 6. I think.
8.
So on long range, it'd be 8 versus with 9 on
Yeah.
regular Trident.
And so increase its range by 1, and it would be so much better to use at home. And I don't know, that weapon seems pretty cool, and the ward seems solid too.
I mean,
It's
yeah,
just
it's,
like a flat mage damage increase, so it's like so they could have a sync for arcanes with that item. That'd be welcome upgrade. And also the spec ring seems pretty cool, but I felt like I wish it had stats of some sort, because like it's nice having brimstone ring as well, usually, while trying to regen spec, but
Often combining it with another ring. Maybe you add a ring sync to that, and it gets like a hybrid stats or something with the spec bonus. Maybe, I don't know.
oh god, imagine a fucking brimstone stats with the spec ring. God damn.
Uh-huh.
I
I
mean, I
mean-
imagine you'd still end up switching. Like I don't expect that you'd give it like the full stats, or then obviously you just fucking have
Yeah.
it. But it's just
Yeah.
something so you're not naked ring without it, you know?
I feel like currently the new Spectrum is mainly useful if you're doing magic or range, because melee you get max hits, but magic and range
Yeah.
you don't, so it's not really a big deal to lose a bit of accuracy.
I'm wondering if there's ever like, okay, so like let's say you miss specs it, so like, and then you have to dump more specs early on, if it's even worth like just camping the ring just to try to get like spec back. But without thinking of just Soat alone, like, okay, so you got Verzik P1, right? The ring are on its own already gives you like a fuckload of spec for that. So especially in duos, like in duos, fucking game changing. I was already thinking about some ways of using it for like floor 3 of CM as well. Like I was thinking, like, what if the new strat would be, instead of just after the tree dies, right, you just use blowpipe or mage. What if you just have people spec down mutt and everyone just sipes it, like the small mutt, not the big mutt. Like I feel like there's so many things you could do with that ring, and I think that's the one item I'm like super excited about, just to actually be able to test it out more and like in live game. I mean, I already tested a bit on the beta worlds, but it's always annoying to have to like re-gear and get people who would like agree to it. But in the live game, you can easily just be like, oh, we can make money, we can actually just fucking do this shit, right? So the spec ring, I think it's gonna be great, but misery armor, I don't know about that.
Bobble.
I feel like if it changes, like I think my suggestion could help, something like that where.
Yeah.
So I think that's just the biggest pitfall. You have to camp. You have to hurt yourself to 40 HP. You don't get any benefit from healing with blowpipe specs, or you can't venge because you're low HP. There's so many downsides, but it just completely outweighs any benefits of the armor, except for niche situations where you don't care.
Yeah. I think the wand is good, but I really would like at least like one extra range on it, just so you don't have to do that some dumb shit if you're like long ranging from melee hand at home. But
I feel like most staffs are like 8 range, aren't they? Anyway.
yeah,
No, staffs are 7. This one's 6. It's like one less.
yeah, like,
Or yeah.
But
Like,
if
I
you
was
make
just
it long range,
part
it's one
randomly
tile further than
more.
a normal staff. So then I guess it'd be fine.
yeah, just make it in line with a trident is what I'm trying to say.
But I'm excited for a new one for. It actually helps with the Zoro world record a bit. So I'm excited for that.
Oh boy.
Okay, I can go back there and just spend 2 days, get a mega spoon to never record.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
So I guess like I'm gonna link you guys a chart in the group chat we have going on right now, and this is kind of like the history of DPS in this video game, with the exception of Torva and Vambraces, since this was made pre-Torva and pre-Vambraces. But this is including the Raids 3 mage rewards with the Haka wand and the new tome or the new ward. So I personally think like the wand, the tome is fine. I think that's kind of like the van braces of this update. Like it's just a straight upgrade to what we have now. We don't have a magic damage offhand. We will get a magic damage offhand. I think that will be very good. Obviously, I personally think from a raid, I think the wand needs to be a lot stronger than it currently is. I don't think it's a very sizable DPS uptick to what we currently have. And mind you, that at the very end, like where you see the Heka and the ward at the very end of the mage chart in terms of DPS, that is also including thralls because when thralls were released, thralls weren't best DPS to use with mage. It was still with harm over Sang plus thralls, and harm. Obviously, your spellbook restricted, so you can't use thralls. So with the Haka and the ward, you get to use thralls, so that's why that is included in there. But like half of that DPS is with thralls, so I think the wand is very underwhelming. For a raids tier weapon, I think it should be a lot stronger considering we have the scythe that came from TOB and how much of an impact it made on the melee meta. And then we have the T-bow, how much of an impact it made on the range meta. I think the wand needs some work, whether it's more damage, maybe attacks a little bit faster. I don't know what they'll do with that, but I think in its current state, I think it needs a bit of a rework for sure. I've already said what I need to say about misery armor, so I won't beat a dead horse there. The ring is definitely the most interesting piece of the gear to me that is coming in. There's so many different applications that ring has in PvM. Even with or without alting, I think it's a phenomenal design. I'm looking forward to using it. What else was here? We have the
Molgoatkirby.
the new Kopesh. I think that's a really, really weird item. I don't really know how I feel about that. I think it feels a little too weak though.
Was that the one that's like the super stabby pipe tick weapon?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Funny enough, it'd actually be really good next because that'd just be better than a rapier fly out.
Shit! You're right.
I have talked about it with friends that I think it would actually outclass rapier at next. But I think in terms of like its general use around the game, I don't really think it is that good right now. But I would like to see it touched up a bit. I think that amulet goes hand in hand with the misery armor because I think the amulet is just it helps drain your HP down to the threshold or something like that, and helps you stay at that threshold if you have it on.
Yeah, I think it's part of a set effect as well. Like it's once you're at the threshold, the amulet gives you the better stats.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the like. I'm personally just not a big fan of that whole set effect in general. So I would just honestly rework the amulet, just get rid of it, along with the misery armor, and just make it something different.
Fuck the misery armor, bro.
And I think there was one more thing. It was like the Karis upgrade or something like that.
Yeah, it's like I think you just use it like it has like the 3 things, like a 3 orbs or something you can put on it to change
system,
its like effect.
Partisan? Is that what it's called? Partisan?
I'm looking at the wiki. A new spear-like weapon requiring 80 attack that is an upgrade to the Karis, so will have stab and crush attacks. The Partisan will have a jewel socket which players can. So each of the jewels, so there's the Eye of the Corruptor adds damage over time effect to attack targets. This doesn't stack. This does not stack and can only be used within the raid. So it's the Jewel of the Sun adds a debuff to attack targets, which increases received damage for a short time. So it's basically that can only be within the raid, and then this one can be used anywhere. The Breach of the Scarab, so it's just a stronger weapon against Cal fights. So I think that weapon will be predominantly just used to help this aid you within the raid. So I think that's a pretty cool weapon.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think their intention is just to make it used within the raid and maybe just be a better KQ killer. So I think that weapon is fine for what they're intending it to be. It's clearly intended to be like to help you within the raid itself, as opposed to being very viable elsewhere.
You know what that reminds me of? I remember in the original like pitch of Tob at RuneFest, they were also talking about like, you remember when they were saying they were gonna add like new armor sets that were like strong in the raid? It'd be probably cool to see like more effects like that or more equipment that kind of like help for that specific raid. And I'm not just saying like, oh, just make it useful in the raid and then useless like elsewhere, but I mean like can make it good outside of the raid and then make it super good in the raid.
Like De0, like scaling, how
Yeah.
it goes in raids. Yeah.
Something like that, yeah. Because I remember, I know, have you guys ever played the game called Destiny?
Nope.
I played on release, and I played for a bit. It was a pretty fun game. But you got a pretty big Destiny fan in the chat right now, and Yannick, he spends a lot of time playing, so he'll understand the reference you're gonna make.
A good friend of mine, Hunter Owner, also played a lot, but it was PvP wise, and he sucks at PvP. But anyway, the one thing that I liked about some of like the armor sets, like let's say King's Fall, right? It did give you a couple like small, not game changing buffs in the raid, but it kind of gave you like some very small buffs. I think there was like one for like on the legs, it gave you like an extra hop or some shit, or extra mobility. I can't remember off of the top of my head, but yeah, like maybe small buffs that help for like some encounters. Be pretty cool. I think it'd be something cool to kind of play around with. I don't know. But don't think there's too much else to touch on the rewards. I think we've said what needed to be said in regards to rewards. So we got one more question, and then we're gonna take like a small break. So how do you guys feel that Thralls have continued to just take over the PvM scene as a whole? Like, didn't think it was really gonna touch Inferno. Now it's an Inferno. Like, it's being used, not like by every single person that's running Inferno, but like current record is held by like Thralls, right?
Yeah, current record by Addy.
Yeah.
But I think it's how many people have actually completed a sub 50 for all Inferno right now?
I think just him.
I think it's literally just him.
Yeah.
So, is this a trend that we want to continue seeing, where it's literally just Thralls are everywhere? Because like even Next has Thralls presence, or do you want to see something change about that? Whether it's like Thralls can't be used there, or I don't know.
Generally speaking, I'm not that big a fan of Thralls because it's death charge for spec. So it's like, okay, sure, I have more specs. That can be kind of fun because you're like constantly watching your timers and shit, I guess. But generally speaking, I don't like, hey man, just resummon the Thrall and like watch your prayer a little bit better. I'd much prefer like people spec transferring each other, people like doing that. Stat spy, venges, like I felt like that was more engaging to me. But Inferno is just the one place where it's like the only reason I even consider Thrall Inferno fun is because Inferno by itself, you're paying attention to like 7 different things at the same time. So when you throw on Thrall timers and prayer management and death charge on top of that, and you don't have a way to heal, it pushes you so far to the limit that that's the only reason it's fun to me. Like, is it naturally engaging for most pieces of content? I don't think so. So I don't know, I'm not the biggest supporter of it.
Me personally, I kind of like them. I mean, I kind of agree where, a lot of content is kind of, just you spawn them, watch your prayer, then forget to spawn them 5 times in a row, and you're like, oh shit. But I think there is like a good amount of content where we have like an interesting use with overkill, like like the Hydra guide that I made for the GM task. The Thrall, calculating like with how the Thrall, like when it's attacking, it allows us to get a cycle on Hydra we normally couldn't get. Like there's a lot of like interesting theory crafting that comes with like Thrall timing for overkill and like resummoning Thralls put on a specific cycle. But obviously, there's a lot of content where it's just spawn them and forget about them. But I do like that there is, I think, a lot more content than people realize where, especially Zola. Like Zola, you get overkill with a Thrall, but for the new record I'll be going for after the update comes out, I actually have to resummon the Thrall at one point to change its attack timing so it can get me the overkill later. Like I think there's a lot I like the good withdrawals, like the more interesting overkill and like strategic stuff you can do with them. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of like withdrawals overall though.
I mean, I'm currently fine with like brawls, but at the same time, I would like to see a little bit more like kind of variety. So I wouldn't want to just see brawls every single place. Like I don't want to wake up, eat, sleep, brawl. I would just want to see a bit more variety.
Dolls is kind of a bit of a boring meta, I think. You just click the spell. Make sure to remember to click it. Like,
Yeah.
I think it's kind of boring, so I'm not a big fan of them taking over because that means limiting the spellbook too at the same time. We've already had that at CM. You have to bend your back and bring cape in and spellbook swap and bring all these runes in, and it's just for the thrall, just so you could click on that spell. Like, I don't know, I think it's a bit out of place, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a very uninteractive way to increase DPS in this game in general. And it's just a non-fun way in the aspect of you're forced to kind of clutter your inventory with a bunch of different runes.
Yeah.
And you have to bring some stupid fucking book along with you. Like, and if you really think about it, I've had somebody run the numbers on it, and like it is actually like thralls plus piety is actually more DPS than just turmoil is in general. So
Jesus.
and you can kind of, and as well as the other two respective curses that increase DPS for the other two styles. So I mean, people say no to turmoil and shit like that, but we have thrall plus piety, and it's not very interactive. I'd much rather have turmoil and no thrall at all.
Yeah, I just don't like the meta. Like, you have to trade over runes if you like,
Yeah.
or clutter your inventory.
Empty the Sangstaff for
Empty
blood
the
runes.
staff. Yep, exactly.
You got Adicon bringing
Yeah.
in the toxic trident to get runes out of it, bring in the soul bearer in the Inferno to take the soul and blood runes out of it. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
Just
ridiculous.
That was the
I-
shit that
I didn't see where people are coming from when they're calling it the Mickey Mouse meta.
like, I like the thrall, but I
very
don't
silly.
like how it's implemented. It's just weird.
It's uninteractive. Like
Yeah.
you cast it and it hits what you're hitting, and there's nothing else to it. You respawn it every minute, and that's it.
You just
can't even
remember
like
to
target
spawn
with it.
like, but like I said, like they're really they're cool to Theorycraft for like the small speedrunning stuff,
Yeah.
like the Zora and the Hesperia and so on. But just for like raids, it's really annoying, I guess.
I think like super big, like part of the beauty of like using them in like super small stuff is just like the overkill mechanic is way more interesting than doing an extra fucking hit splat that's 0 between 3. It's
Yeah.
just like, okay, I can save a tick versus like Inferno. Part of it is like I'm saving it, like the amount of times it actually does an overkill is like a lot because of the thrall. So it's just like, oh my god, like I get to actually, I don't know, your niche little time saves like in the Hespori one where it like kills the planet tick faster, so you get the insta chally or
Yeah.
whatever. It's like, oh my god, like this is actually kind of cool.
Yeah,
Contrary to just like, wow, I love.
I
hitting
think
that
his is
button.
right. Like, adding a bigger rune pouch could be a big help with regards to what's it called? Just usability.
Empty space.
To be able to fit all the runes, and also I think they need to remove the stall on spellbook swap. So like maybe like you still make it so that you can still cast the spell and maybe have the spellbook swap execute 3 ticks later, but don't stall the player, so that you can't do anything in the next 4 ticks.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I feel like it's kind of a fun kind of skill playing around with spellbook swap and trying to use red X's to like get around as you're spellbook swapping, but at the same time, I'd be completely fine if they got rid of it as a whole and just made it where it's like you get the actual user spell like 3 ticks later.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I think that's what, like 5 out of
improve the
5 of us.
usability. That's all.
5 out of 5 of us were like Mickey Mouse thralls. I think that
Can't
says
flop.
something. Or oh fuck, god damn it, I'm trolling. Sorry.
If they just
Zoned out.
improve the usability of them, I think I'd be a lot happier.
It'd be cool if you could like make a way so you could like control the troll, like have it hit something else and then switch it to the target.
Yeah, that would make it more interactive.
Ooh. Yeah.
Because
Target?
you get something low HP, you say, "Yo, Danny Phantom, kill that bitch," and then you go focus the high HP target.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if there's like some things you could potentially abuse doing something like that, because like there's like some instances where you have like an NPC trying to like punch you like a mystic, right? So you could just like get the mystic trapped and then you just have your fucking ghost hitting the whole time, and I'm not sure if the mystic would re-aggro to you or not. Or you just sit there mindlessly trying to punch you.
I'd say that's like so niche.
Yeah.
But you're saying now, I don't know if there's like any other abuse, but like
I don't know.
I don't know.
You could make a fix for it too. Just have it just where it treats it as if you were attacking it, and then it'll just do what it normally does, is just throw fireballs at you.
It'd be interesting if they gave us like extra spells that use the same runes as Summon the Thrall, so that we don't waste a bunch of inventory space. But like runes to like spells to control the AI. Like if you cast a spell, it will stay on that target until it dies, or like like spells to change the AI of the Thrall, basically.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be interesting.
Nice pointing in the
Over
air.
that. I don't know. I mean, targeting would have made it. I feel like that's one of the things that was just like, wow, made it one of many things that made it underwhelming, was that like, okay, it's a genuine annoyance in a lot of speedrunners, or just anything really, where you hit something and it's got 2 health left. And oh well, I don't want to hit that when I can hit this other thing that's got so much health. Everybody's always thinking about that all the time. It's been happening since like, I don't know, 2013, whenever the game came out. And the Thrall seemed like a perfect way to counteract that. It's like it hits 3s pretty consistently. Go and kill it. And it's like to see that the one thing that I thought was like, oh, like this is probably gonna be how they're used. It's like they didn't even do that. It was like, oh, okay, well, I don't know. I just looked at this and I was like, it's really just hitting 3 extra numbers. That's it. And I was like, okay. I don't know. Once again, Mickey Mouse, underwhelming, not super crazy.
Where did the whole Mickey Mouse Thrall shit even start? Like, why is Mickey Mouse involved in this? I don't get it.
I don't know.
I think it's a continuation of a Kingdom Hearts series, if I had to guess. I think it's somehow connects to RuneScape.
Well, I mean, if in other communities of other areas of content, like I know, like if you follow it, if any of you guys ever follow the NBA at all, like the Lakers winning the championship within the bubble with no fans or anything like that, all the restrictions. A lot of people, they call that a Mickey Mouse title, because they didn't have to deal with any crowd noise or away fan that. So I'm guessing it's just one of those things that is just kind of spread around and has now made its way into the RuneScape community and is being used as withdrawals.
Okay. Today I learned.
Yeah, it is just a meme, like just a meme format, something that's like a cheesy way to get something. I don't know why people chose Mickey Mouse, but it sounds funny. That's probably
It does
why
sound
people chose
funny.
Mickey Mouse.
It does
What
sound
about Minnie
funny.
Mouse? You know?
Oh, congrats, Mickey Mouse Rec, RST Rec.
Oh god.
What's next time?
Next is a small break.
I see. Damn, dude, it's been 4 hours. We have 13 questions left.
Oh yeah, we're at the final stretch. Okay, maybe I should have
I,
tweaked it a bit.
I reckon these last 13 questions we should probably try to zip through them.
I mean,
Kinda
ask what
quick.
you think is like high priority.
Yeah, because it's getting kind of late.
Apparently, some things you're like touched on. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely probably like breeze through a couple of these or just ignore some of them because we have like just from us sidetracking, we've probably spoken about a lot of stuff already. So we're gonna take like a quick.
What Yannick said. Yannick needs his pack yak for next. So
Yeah, I
Has
understand.
anyone been
I
doing
understand.
mobile next?
Mobile next.
mobile next.
It's like
That sounds nuts, man. I hate this game is unplayable on mobile for me.
it really is.
I would
It's
literally like
terrible.
unless you put a gun to my head, I would never log into this game to play mobile. It sucks, dude. I hate it so much.
I think I did a gauntlet run on mobile, but
Oh
that was
my.
it.
You're actually a masochist. That's
My
all I gotta say.
condolences.
That's terrible.
It wasn't corrupting. It was just normal gauntlet.
Yo, new combat achievement, Inferno on mobile. Let's go.
Stop.
Oh, and when I say put a gun to my head, I mean in game, of course, not IRL.
Yeah, we would never say that respectfully.
Respectfully, in
Put a,
game.
put a Zarek crossbow to his head. That's better.
Put his RA crossbow to my head. Yep.
But yeah, I think the main thing I used mobile for was just I would do birdhouse runs at work and I would cannonball on the commute for the Ironman. And I was like, yeah, this shit's fucking. But outside of that, you never actually catch me playing on it.
I'd log in on mobile to accept people into the clan, kick people from the clan, change somebody's rank in the clan, or accept the loan or return somebody's loan. Whatever. That's the only reason I would ever log into mobile.
I don't know.
Okay.
I remember probably not TOB release, but probably a couple months after TOB release, maybe like 1 or 2, there was a fucking guy who was like, there was word of him going around doing TOB on mobile, and everybody was like, what the fuck is he doing at Bloat? Like, I don't remember his name, but it was some fucking stupid shit. I respect it though, like sometimes you gotta do I don't know, sometimes you need to make up new challenges for yourself.
Yeah.
There's a guy that like completed Inferno on mobile, so Tommy.
Yeah, mobile only. He's in my chat all the time.
I don't think that was him. That was not the guy I was thinking of, but that was pretty crazy.
No, I'm thinking about Tamani. You guys probably don't know him.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
that guy.
Yeah.
Bruh, okay, I could fucking speak stories about
Yeah.
him, but that would be a completely different fucking game. So I'm going to move away from that. Fucking bored. Jesus Christ.
But like, do you want to take a break or do the questions now? I don't care. Personally.
I mean,
let's just take like a 5-minute. Let's just take like a 5-minute break and
yeah.
let me refill the water, and then we can kind of spitfire through some of these last questions, and then call it a night.
Yeah, I'll be beating.
Yeah, I'll be back in.
Note to self, I think next time I'll try to limit it to like fucking 2 pages. I'm gonna take a quick piss myself. I'll be right back.
Smork.
Oh my cock!
Don't mind me. I've just been mining for 3 hours. Did I get the black mask? No, I did not get the black mask. I ran out of arrows and then I decided, fuck this, I'm gonna go mine. Mining pet? No, I'm level 71 mining. I can't struggle. I'm out here struggling for the boys. Where's the cutie Sido? Sido is online. Hashtag Sido. Hi, I'm 3 Sid online. Or whatever the emote is. Boys, I'm making a poll. What's the poll? Mickey Mouse? Any Mickey Mouse polls? Actually, maybe not. How about this? I know a great. Oh my god. Don't let the people know, okay? I'm fully expecting people to zero leak this. You're finally free from Nax. Got your first drop and you are done. What'd you get, brother? Someone bet 10 channel points on yes. Scared. Vans. Oh my god. You on an Iron Sunset? Vans are actually a really sick drop to get if you're on an Iron Man. Although main, not as crazy.
This one's for text.
Money right there. Sheesh, crack open a cold one for the boys.
Fanta the MP3.
But yeah, I would definitely say you don't. It's not that you need less questions. It's that you should just sort of prioritize your questions.
Oh,
'Cause
yeah.
you can skip questions. You can be like this or that, right? And there's because having a wide range of questions to ask for is a lot. It's pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
You never run out of stuff. But if people like more than that, you should set a time constraint. I think is how like other podcast runners do it, because I think it ends up being something like sometimes they still have things to talk about, but it's like 2 hours or whatever, and then they're like, oh well, we're kind of running out of time. Like we're gonna go. Maybe we'll talk about it off stream. Maybe we'll talk about, or maybe they'll extend it a little bit. But I don't think. I don't know. Uncapped podcasts make it hard because sometimes people see like past a certain time period and they're like, oh fuck.
Yeah. For sure. I guess the next time you run this, we'll make sure to be a little bit more concise with the... What the... Oh my god. I'll make sure to focus more on condensing it a bit. Because I remember the first one, I had it where it's like, I had all these questions and then I just like highlighted this in yellow or highlighted this in green, and like, green, I want to ask this. Yellow, it's like, if we got time, I ask this. And then red, it's like, I'm done with this question. I'm not doing it.
And it still took like 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, it still took fucking 5 hours.
Yeah. Did you... The video that you made about it, did you, like, highlight the pieces? Like, where you
timestamp it?
Yeah, timestamp. That's what I was
No, I
gonna
never timestamped it. I was too lazy.
After.
Thoughts on the prediction in chat?
Voice crack from who, though, is the question.
I'm seeing some yeses. I'm seeing some nos.
No,
Who's making a channel prediction about me, dude?
God.
Fucking A's, man.
Oh, God. Maybe the prediction is first person voice crack. Maybe, you see, it might be alright. It might be alright for the boys. Nobody's a man though. People are gambling like 1,000 points. Hold on.
I can't
I'd get in
gamble.
on
I
that.
have infinite points. I can't gamble.
Unfortunate.
Oh well.
Yeah. Generally speaking, I think podcasts like rambling is like you're always free to ramble. I think people tune in for the rambles on the side, but like just the priority questions, like you just want to get those out the way, and then it's like, oh, if we have extra time, you take from a range of questions, and if it's stretching long, then you just call it there. It's like, oh.
Yeah, I'll probably make sure next time that I just try to have that pool of questions I want to ask, but it's not like guaranteed. And the other ones where it's like I must ask. Because that's the approach I did the first time. This time I was just like, oh, these are all questions I want to ask. No. It'll take 5 years to finish the podcast at that point. Then.
Doobie, what a doobie.
I am ready whenever to start. Whenever De0 is back from his adventure. Welcome back, De0.
All right. Well, I guess.
Oh, God.
Alright, so I guess the first question I'll ask is, if you could rework some pieces of RSPVM content or a chunk, what would it be? And why?
I think probably Gauntlet. It felt like it was really really short and simple. Or like not simple, but like just all this design and groundwork that was laid just for one boss and for just just a handful of things inside the dungeon. I feel like that gauntlet could be expanded maybe at another boss or two. That'd be cool.
Also make it less RNG, please.
Yeah,
Boss.
less RNG based everywhere. Yeah.
For me, I might do hard mode Tob. I feel like we could have done so much more of hard mode Tob for making it interesting. I think a lot of people just find the mechanics kind of annoying, but I feel like there's so many like cool ideas we could have done and creative things for like just like a hard mode that we didn't get to see. Like I think we were trying to like predict what would happen. Lots of people had some like crazy ideas, but I feel like we definitely could have done more with I feel like okay, Zarpus feels almost. I kind of like Zarpus, but it almost feel easier than normal Zarpus.
Yeah.
He's just AFK, but it's kind of like fun in a way because if one person's trolling, the whole team dies. But
Oh yeah, I'm witness to too much.
yeah. So I I feel like things that were good, with Sotezic Maze, the triple versus yellow ball is kind of like actually kind of hard and cool. But
I like the yellows so much.
yeah.
Yeah.
But like other than those two things, and maybe something I'm forgetting, I feel like overall nothing was too different. Like Bloat's practically the same, just a bit faster. I feel like Bloat, we could have done something cool on him, make him fucking jump or go triple speed, do something. I don't know, just give us some. I guess Nyla was okay, giving us a boss mid kill a couple times, but I don't know. I want something more crazy, just like here's something you've never expected, something out of nowhere.
I think if I was gonna, I don't know. I really felt like a lot of their smaller bosses have just suffered from like a lack of potential. I get that some of them were made during a time where they had less people, so obviously it would have been harder to make like real mechanics for them. But like I don't know. I think Thermi is quite literally not a boss. That is no
Yeah.
different from a Slayer monster. And it's crazy because like I think Kraken makes more sense than Thermi. Thermi like is just fucking it just hits you. It
Yeah.
just sits there.
It
That's
coughs
it.
on you.
Yeah, it's like it's just a fast hitting monster.
Who did
That hits their
30? I wonder.
Yeah, like what the fuck is that?
It's a
Right?
93 Slayer requirement boss for 0.
Yeah, and then it gives you the occult too. It's like wow, literally zero mechanics.
And the smoke battle stuff. Sick, man.
It's like what the fuck is that? I'd also like
That boss is fucking dog shit, man.
I bet it was some what's
Oh,
it called? Mod Reach?
Yeah, I was gonna say it was a reach because he had a lot of sus content.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was actually gonna suggest some mod reach content as well, which they do. It seems like they do plan on reworking, but I was just gonna say all the wilderness bosses.
Wieldy
And
that was what I was
Yeah.
coming at.
like,
Yeah.
just the fact that it is meta to safe spot with the bosses because just their mechanics are just so fucking dumb and clunky, and they have just ridiculously high defense for just no reason at all.
I wouldn't even
Then-
call it like meta. It's just not feasible without
Yeah,
it.
it is literally just not feasible to kill the other than Callisto in a boost scenario where you have a bunch of accounts there just to boost you and having an account teleport up there constantly to heal other and spec transfer everybody and things like that. Like that's the only way you can feasibly face tank Callisto. But other than that, like if you're face tanking any of those wildy bosses, you're doing like one kill trips.
Yeah.
Other than the old Venenatus method where like before Krabo came out where you would use ACB and Elijah and you could just sit there and face tank it and bolt it to death in the past for a few kill trips, but you could just get 48-48'd and just get stacked out for pretty much full HP with no, you can't play around that. You could just decide to hit you 48-48 and you're just dead.
Yeah.
So it's just
dumb.
I don't know. The wilderness bosses are just really dumb and really broken. I'm happy that they are changing them from a design and content standpoint because it's just they really are just some of the worst design content in this game. Period.
Do we know if they're changing mechanics or just the area?
I reckon it's a full rework because
Oh,
the
oh.
mechanics are the boss
Oh.
are what make
Yeah.
the bosses problematic, like the way they are and the stats of them, like their defense levels and everything.
Yeah.
But so that's probably both. If they're not changing any of the mechanics and
I'm still not killing them.
they're just chucking them in a cave, dude. That's just
Yeah.
that's just 10 times worse than what it already is. So yeah,
Dude,
just hopefully they rework those properly.
I don't even think Callisto has mechanics. I think you just fucking hit 60 at a random chance, and it's like, you know what? Like, like what happens? Like you just there's no like he heal every now and then he heals himself on an attack or something. Like it's not a mechanic if I can't do anything about it. It's just gonna randomly heal it. Okay, well, and then he'll just bop me for a 60 every 3 ticks. So it's like I don't know, literally zero mechanic. I don't know what the fuck is going
Good
on
game
there.
design.
Thermi and
Thanks.
Wildy bosses were my picks
Squad
as well.
reach.
Yeah, I'd say definitely the building needs most of the rework for sure, but that's about it. Alright, so next question. With Nexus reintroduction, we got some pretty cool mechanics. We got NPCs running, damage scaling on distance. Like, what other mechanics would you like to see in the future?
I personally would like to see like bosses with a mechanic, whereas there's like stacks associated with a boss. I don't know if this exists in the game, or I don't think this exists anywhere. But correct me if I'm wrong. But like, let's just say a boss builds up X stacks of like some status condition based on where it's standing or what you're doing, or you build up specific stacks of, let's just say like it's a toxic cloud, and if you're standing in there long enough, you start building up these stacks, and when you have to do something to remove those stacks, and the more stacks of whatever you have on you right now, the more damage you begin taking the boss, and the lower amount of damage that you start dealing back to it. So I'd like some sort of mechanic like that, and how you go about getting rid of those stacks on you or on the boss, something along those lines.
We kind of have a little bit of Hydra. The max hit goes up the longer you stand on the wrong color, or the Hydra stands on the wrong color. Its max hit goes up each time it like gets sprayed by the wrong colored vent.
Oh yeah.
But you can't really decrease it. It's just you finish the kill and it resets.
That's just kind of how the boss just is. So
Yeah.
you kind of just have to drag it around, whatever.
I think for I mean, I mentioned it on the last podcast, but I'd love to see some mechanics that actually utilize some of these cool lunar spells, heal other, cure other, fucking spec transfer, like stuff that like where it's actually intended to be used more, I think would be cool. Like maybe you can single out a player and then that player will be like he'll still be affected by other like lunar spells and shit, or like I don't know if any Arceus spells have that as well, but I think those spells are always cool. I mentioned that on the last podcast. You mentioned the lawnmower earlier, Dudash, and I really like the lawnmower mechanic, which was
Yeah,
because
it's beast.
my problem with it was that it's kind of like what De0 said. It's one, sometimes it's just unavoidable, right? Because I think it doesn't happen. I think it should happen more frequently, but it should be like you should have something to do about it. Because sometimes you'll run away and she'll fly in front of your face right on top of you. And then if she follows you, you're fucked. There's nothing you can do. There's literally nothing you can do there. So, I mean, but at the same time, I really like. So, what I think is maybe she shouldn't be able to fly like right next to you. But like that little mechanic where it's like, hey, I'm gonna just use this special and chase you down. I thought that was really cool. Like you see some people run away and they're like screaming. They're like, "Get it the fuck away from me!" Right?
Yes.
It's like that. That's not like even a damage or like a whatever mechanic. It's a movement mechanic in a different sense. It's like, oh fuck, like at least for Nex, I think it doesn't happen enough. Like the second she says embrace darkness, she should stop trying to auto you. And she should not be able to teleport anymore. She should just be running at you.
Oh,
Or she should target
God.
someone and run at them.
Mm.
And then that person can lure her or do whatever, or and take her away from the team or do some shit. And that would also open up options for like coordination, where your team could be like, you give the guy space so that he can still kind of kite her around and hit Umbra, while the other team stays away from her and like doesn't get ragged too hard. But like, I don't know. I really liked that mechanic, or at least I thought it was really fucking jokes. I think there's actually another phase where she does. Oh, and just one last thing on the next topic. I wish contained this hit a little faster, because fuck me, you have so
much
long.
time. Yeah.
So long. It's not even funny. If you get hit by that, what the hell are you doing? It's
The only time
well,
it's either you're AFK
really.
in the brain or you're mailing her and you got frozen.
well, that's fine, right? Because like you get frozen quite rarely. Sometimes it happens. Unlucky. Or I was looking at my phone. Also a valid excuse. It's like whatever. But like if you were genuinely paying attention, nobody in their right mind gets hit by that. Nobody gets hit by that when they're paying attention. So it's like you got to shorten the time on that, because that's not a mechanic if 0 people get hit by it unless they're not paying attention. So I don't know. That's what I thought. But if we're talking about mechanics that I'd like to see in future, stuff that promotes use of spec transfer, heal other, cure other, and also like, I don't know, unique like movement things. Stuff that's not just don't step on this tile.
They also came out with a couple other new features with Nex engine features. Like not only can NPCs run, they could do the pathfinding.
Ooh.
They calculate their path every tick. It's pretty cool. And
Dude, next
they
does
also,
do that.
yep. Like I've seen it one time. It threw a prison of ice at someone, and as it was running to someone, and so it threw it, and it immediately changed its path back all the way back around. It was cool to see. So that's that in action. And they also added crawl move speed, so like half one tile every 2 ticks, as seen
Yeah.
with Blood Reavers. And they also added the ability to recolor a single player. So they have a ton of like engine features. They just need to I think they need to be a little bit more creative. It's been since TLB since we've seen like amazing creativity with the mechanics they had. Specifically, I think more focus on clever usage of line of sight and pathing in order to allow the player to safe spot or avoid aggro, or just getting higher DPS. Also, more focus on rewarding better reaction time. Think of like exhumes and TLB. Like if you can 1 tick react, then you could save 6 damage or whatever. Just like, nothing too dangerous, but just a little bit of reward for better reaction time. And also, I wish they would also focus on timing, like solo ohm. That was 2017, so like solo ohm, you have to be like tick perfect the whole time, pretty much. With 4-1 and mage running, that's a lot of fun, I think. So they already have a lot of mechanics on hand. They just need to be creative.
Something that they can also implement, since they made the Reavers like walk half speed, right? In a way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something, if you want to be like evil, what you can implement is like in a fight, you can have an enemy follow you at half a speed, but if it touches you, you instantly die. So you have to keep moving.
A snail.
That would be like monk ass.
Just any
Nail of
sort
death.
of really hard punish for getting.
Yeah, but like not
Yeah.
like tornadoes, but like half speed, but you like instantly die, just blow up. That would be insane. There's some bosses not
Oh,
gonna pay
man.
attention and just die.
That sounds miserable, but it sounds awesome.
Yeah.
I think most, I pretty much agree with everything that's been said. Most of my ideas I had already said, but I like the idea of having just one thing that I think is could be cool is if the boss has like certain segments of a fight that go into like a very intense mode. Like think of like how Zora has Jad
Enrage.
phase. Yeah, like I think it's nice to have because you don't want to just have like the boss be like every few seconds you have to do something. Like the idea of okay, you get just here's like a segment where you go super focused. Like you have to do a whole bunch of crazy movement, press like down, just a whole bunch of stuff, and then if the fight calms down for a bit. Versus I kind of like that more versus numbers kind or not number next. Next is just like every few seconds or something like oh if you're AFK you're gonna get hit, but because that's the thing you want to have the challenging, quick reacting, tough stuff, but you don't want to just be like here's just one easy click you do every 5 seconds, but if you're not paying attention you get hit. It's like the idea of just having like segments of like intense bursts of required actions and timing and stuff, but yeah.
I would love to see some stuff from like I wasn't too much into like doing dungeoneering back then, but I felt like some of the mechanics of a few of the bosses were like really really cool, and they could definitely implement some stuff in those boss fights. Like what was his name, Calgar the Warmonger or whatever. Like he changes weapons throughout the fight, like different. It's just like that would be pretty cool to see. Or one of the behemoths where you got like turn off prayers, or even like you have to break the boss's defense, or you could just completely skip that as a whole and just use mage, because one of the bosses like to actually do damage with, you have to like mine it or use like a pickaxe until it's broken, and then you can just beat the shit out of him or just mage him. So
Dude, it's crazy how many bosses they came up with just for dungeoneering that all
Yeah.
had like different mechanics, and then now like we're out here struggling to like find we're like reusing mechanics for every other boss we do. It's like I don't know, I feel like at least the way I remember dungeoneering, I felt like most bosses had I feel like they had a lot of different mechanics, but I do remember a lot of
Yeah.
like hide behind the pillar, but I don't
yeah,
know, like every
there was
fleshy or whatever
some
different
hiding
shit.
behind the pillar. Yeah, but there's definitely a lot of like really cool innovative stuff with dungeoneering. But outside of that, I'd probably like to see more stuff where more team oriented roles, whether it's like you have some people doing DPS, some people tanking, or some people just making sure like you do X thing or it's a wipe type of thing, right? It'd be cool to see more stuff like that. Not just everyone's a DPSer, everyone hit boss. The only roles we have is probably just like people who do specs in what order. Like Nyla probably just like everyone just kill shit just with a different style. But I'd actually like to see more actual roles for boss fights. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, actually, I was thinking that too. I was like, that might be because I don't know. It was kind of like the same thing when that TOB stream when they were like trying to develop it. I was thinking of so long. It's just really stuck to me. It's like, I mean, obviously, just a pretty broad concept, but just having like people fucking support or like do a puzzle or something. It's something other than just click boss would be cool. Yeah. At least those are the ones that I was a fan of.
All right. Next question to ask is: as more time goes by, it seems we continue to investigate how far we can kind of push the boundaries of game mechanics, whether it's seeing how fast of a time we can get, or trying to get an item that's viewed as unobtainable at first. For example, the burnt Umli wrap, right? So I'm just wondering, what are some areas outside of Next, because like Next is still new content? Like, do you think there's some areas that still require a little bit of investigation right now of how far we can push it?
I think Temperos could use a bit more.
Really?
I mean,
No,
we've been. I mean, we have been. We're asking Jamos a bit about some stuff and figuring out the optimal world record time. So we'll probably be improving with world records soon by a bit. But I was mainly memeing.
No, I didn't say the really as in like an annoyed really. It was more like a because you guys got the time recently. I saw that and I was just wondering,
Yeah.
like, is there still more that really needs to be investigated? I wasn't actually like. You doing
No, we
this shit
already
again?
asked for Jamos and figured all that stuff out. So we're probably gonna be improving the time by a couple seconds at some point if we
Okay.
can. I think we have a bit more testing to do first.
I mean, off the top of my head, this is more of like kind of memes, but I know there are some interactions with a couple of items that haven't been discovered yet, mainly with the jars. Well, that's at least what the JMod said. There's like some interactions that haven't been found with some of like the jars. So it'd be kind of interesting to see what those interactions are if people figure it out.
Wait, like the boss jars?
Yeah,
Or
the
like
boss jars.
I don't know. I feel like jars were always. I was always expecting something to come from them, but I like once they actually released like the POH, like the achievement gallery and shit. Like I just kind of thought like, oh, well, they're purely cosmetic. That kind of like sealed the deal for me. I didn't realize that they actually had any mechanics outside of that, but I don't know if I really see them coming in as a sort of mechanic play.
there's nothing I can think of right now at the moment.
Fair enough. Guess we can move on from that one, and I
Nothing
can
to
ask.
say.
What's up?
I got nothing to say.
Okay. Alright, so the next question is going to be, what sorts of external tools do you think would be beneficial to be created? Examples of a few tools would be stuff like the Sotetic maze on GitHub, the variety of spawn predictors for Inferno, the DPS calculator, combat sims, etc.
Well, it's already been done, but somebody made a crowdsourcing sort of plugin so people can it tracks how much damage people do next to figure out the stats, basically, like how much defense it has and what it's weak to. But that was made very recently. But I think that's a cool addition of for theory crafting, I guess, and finding out stats of new bosses if we do not have a monster examine on release.
Yeah.
Sadly, already been tested by De0. I was like,
Oh.
ah, shit. This is like one method's a brute force method, and the other one's just kind of like ingenuity. I was like, ah, yes. But, nothing wrong with brute force either. I think it'll come into play in a bunch of scenarios as well. I think that something that's just it just irks me as to why this isn't a thing is I get it. Ooh, cheat client, yeah, whatever. Like cheat client have spawn predictors for Jad. Why is that not a regular client thing? Like, well, I
Yeah.
guess, but I don't know. It's public information. Everybody already knows that all the spawns are like this. It's like, I mean, as far as I'm aware, they don't have. You're not allowed to have a plugin for that, but all that's doing is stopping me from staring at the second monitor and looking, and then scrolling down or clicking on the next slide, right, to see where the
Yeah.
spawns are. I think it's out there and open enough that would be cool to like implement on RuneLite as a plugin.
I think like Kirby probably knows, but like writing a single combat simulation case is fairly fast and easy and straightforward. But I think we as a community could love to have a general purpose simulator where you could input like a string saying what attacks you want to simulate, and it would just execute those attacks. But you define like what, like for example, like 1S, 1C, where S is this like a scythe in this gear on this boss, and C is a claw spec in this gear on this boss, and they would just take the input string and execute it, and show you the like a curve of the damage distribution. I think Wooks was working on something similar, but it never got finished. That's one thing we could love to have. That'd be awesome.
It crossed my mind before as well, because obviously, I'm always doing all these damage sims for planning world records or speedruns and stuff. So, but I don't know too much about making GUIs and stuff. So
Yeah, exactly. I'm not. Yeah, count me out of like making like a user interface for that.
I mean, I think the only thing that I ever attempted to code RuneScape-wise was when I was getting like more and more into like top fives for speedrunning, because that's how I kind of got started, was doing top fives. When we were making a return, my good friend Jimmy was like testing out this P1, or had an idea for a P1. So I was like, okay, I'll give it a shot just to see the simulations. And of course, it wasn't a good simulation because I didn't know about overkill. I didn't know that there was 2 damage rolls that happened per scythe hit. There was so many things that I didn't know about. So when I was giving him the data, it was just like, it was completely wrong. Because once I had someone review over it, he's like, yeah, this is all wrong. You're done. And I was like, okay, thank you. But I would probably like to see more like simulations for specific encounters, I guess. But at the same time, like, I feel that a general one would be so much better.
Yeah, where any average Joe can go input like a sequence of attacks and go simulate it themselves rather than having to ask a specific person to go write up a program and cost them a couple hours of their time. And yeah, it'd be awesome.
The parts you want to do, you ever do like, okay, I do this many hits, do I kill the boss? But you also might want to do, okay, here's have a sort of method I do. If I keep attacking with this weapon, how long does it take to kill it on average? Because sometimes it's like you want to just find like what is the average kill time versus what is the chance of getting a specific kill time.
Uh-huh.
So that's a bit tricky. It's like, okay, like certain bosses have like cycles, so you might need to do like 4 like whip hits, 1 scythe hit, or something weird. Who knows? Or like a few mage hits, a few melee hits. That's when it becomes a little bit trickier. But I imagine for most cases, like a simple example of type in these hits and you're done is probably fine. But yeah.
All right,
Good talk.
I will move on to the next one. I'm gonna move back a bit. But what are some bugs and mechanics you fucking despise that you want fixed?
Sepulchre teleports, fuck them.
Wait, what?
Sepulchre teleports, basically, you can they change the timing of like the animation and the effect is just like so troll because you can step on a tile, like a yellow tile. Those are ones that send you backwards. It can not be glowing as you're stepping on it, but it starts like you click to step on it, and as your character starts to move, it's not glowing, but it starts to glow as you step on it, like mid-tick. Like you can't change your mind at this point. So there's no way to avoid getting teleported. And same for blues, but the other way around. You see a blue thing glowing, you try to step on it, but it stops glowing after you reach it and doesn't teleport you. Like if the animation effects were 1 tick off tick from what they are, it would be just no more RNG. Just you know what you're getting when you step on a tile. That's all I want in life.
One thing that I really dislike that the devs do all the time is they love to spam this command called arrive delay on a lot of obstacles and objects and even NPCs. They love to just throw this command called arrive delay, and what it does is if you're moving within the past tick, then your character gets stalled for 1 tick. So before the interaction processes. And so the problem with that is you can't do any input on the next tick.
Oh, I think I know what you mean.
Mm-hmm. Chambers, it's thrown a lot of places. The most notable ones are the chest, like the shared chest. So basically, if you're moving before using the chest, you'll have to wait another tick before the chest opens, and that just feels clunky and unresponsive. And also, a big place, and I really, really wish they removed it, was thieving at Chambers as well. On the thieving chest, there's a arrive delay on the thieving chest, and it basically just like slows the whole room down because you're moving from chest to chest, so you have to wait out 1 tick of delay every time. So if they would remove that, it would feel so much smoother. And there's actually chests, a lot of other chests in the game that don't have the arrive delay, and they're so much nicer to use. They just open rather than having to wait a tick. So I wish they would spam that command less.
Yeah, at least they removed it for Sepulchre, I think. But one thing that's annoying is that there's also like turn delay. I don't know how often they put this in places, but I know Sepulchre has turn delay for the, like the when you finish off a lap. And actually, just last month, found a one-tick time save by avoiding a turn delay at a specific place. So the fastest floor two the fastest possible floor two got one tick faster because of that find. So it was random.
And there was the red X bug for Nex, but they fixed that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was fucking.
They need to fix that bug. Like, stop band-aiding it the whole time with TLB, with Nex, with what's the other one? I don't remember. There's another one they band-aided, and just fix the bug. Like, come out with a way where the NPC doesn't stop when you first go under it after interacting with it. And that was introduced because they wanted to prevent the player from randomly walking underneath it while the NPC also random walks. Is to fix that, but like this red X bug is like ridiculously overpowered, and they need to come up with a solution where they don't need to stall the boss if someone's underneath it and trying to interact with it.
I think
I was also going to say the Red X bug, as well as the implications in God Wars with making it really easy to do very long trips at bosses like Zami or Bandos with the Bofa, or just even like just a run like a ACB or run crossbow, just red Xing and moving around the room, just being able to not take damage from the boss seems very silly to me. Obviously, a lot of Ironmen would be very upset to have that removed, but I mean, it makes those bosses quite trivial once you know the method. And it's just a matter of how soon can you get the gear to do that bug faster, to where you can kind of farm the content until you get everything you need and you can dip out.
I think people like Rendy they've always been kind of commenting on how they tend to apply their fixes, and I mean obviously some people don't like Rendy, but I mean say what you want. Some of the things he's saying are true in the fact that a lot of their fixes are exactly like Dio said. It's like band-aids on a fucking.
Yeah.
You're not fixing the underlying problem. You're just saying, well, you can't do it in this instance anymore, so that's good enough. And then it's like, I'll just find another instance where I can do that. Find a way to bypass that mechanic, right? It's like you're not solving the problem. You're seeing, wow, this is one instance where it works. This one instance, I'll stop that. It's like, I'll just find another one. What the hell? Like the red X on Nex is already like, what? People could already bypass it in like the first couple hours by using an item. Yeah, they just used an item on the door instead of clicking the door. And it's like, oh, well, so much for that one, right? Like, I don't know. It's not a good mentality to have for, I don't know, trying to fix stuff. But at the same time, they also talk about their spaghetti code. So, I don't know.
I mean,
easier said than done.
For me, it's just probably like the one thing that irks me the most is like how some actions get interrupted because of ID changes or like some NPCs doing some shit, and then it's just like your shit just gets interrupted or you just stop. That's the main thing I'd want patched. Like, oh, I'm gonna go dump some grubs. Fucking shit empties out, and you're like, you just stand still. The only counterplay to that is you need to path to the trough and then click it instead of clicking the trough. Shit like that is fucking lame.
We talked about this earlier at Nex.
Yeah.
At Nex, when it teleports, it cancels your interaction, and that's a part of the same thing.
Yeah.
ID changing or whatever.
Hopefully in the future there's a fix for that, but I don't know. As he said, spaghetti code. Oh well. Alright.
Honestly, for a mechanic, like, I was thinking about it for a little bit, but I mean, there are definitely some mechanics that I dislike in this game. I don't think they're very. I don't think they're designed with a lot of thought behind them as to how their impact plays, but like there's nothing. I don't know. I don't have, because like those are just like mechanics. I'd rather point out something that's a bug, kind of like you guys are pointing out, because I don't know, mechanics are like, I guess not everybody's gonna agree with me when I say like acid pools on fucking hard mode, or crowds blowing up is a stupid mechanic, but I don't know, like I have nothing that really frustrates me that much outside of like small annoyances like that. I think everything else is just kind of, I don't know, nothing really gets me that rough, but
There's another small thing that you only like notice when you're making selves. When you want to use the fence to like jump over it, your character like walks up to the spot and then walks back and then jumps over it.
yeah.
Why can't you just
Oh.
like click where you want to jump and then like instantly jump when you click it? Like,
Oh yeah.
why is that a thing? Like that's trivial, but like it annoys me.
They have it for some other agility obstacles too, like I think the one from the cave or whatever.
There's also one with like the boat at Port Fasmedes, like north of it. There's when you're jumping, you have to like path sometimes. Unless they fix that, but like there was one jump that you have to like manually path first. Really annoying.
You tried the third banker at Lunar Isle, the bank.
Yes, sir. That's another one.
You click it from a distance, and it like looks at it, and then it starts walking up to the bank booth.
The fuck?
Yeah, it's clunky.
That's so weird.
You could access the bank from outside. Well, you used to be able to
Oh.
outside the whole thing.
So weird. What the fuck? Alright,
Yeah.
so next question to ask is what's everyone's favorite piece of PvM content?
The hard one.
Well, all-time favorite was release of Tob, I think, still.
Pub
'Cause
was pretty good.
so much things to figure out, so much fun to be had. So many new things, creative things they added.
It's Chambers release for me. It's not even close. Doing just running it down with the boys, having a good time, doing some jank ass skills, not being that efficient because we didn't know what we were doing until people kind of got into like doing 4+1s and then pre-scouting better raids. I think that was probably the best time I ever had in this game, like in terms of gameplay.
For me, it's
not-
probably Chambers for sure. Like I loved like this is the PvM releases and such, but Chambers was like the big jump for me to kind of improve as a player, and it's really fun, especially CM. I really love CM, but that was kind of a love that kind of grew, around the time that I joined Obliv.
Just remember fucking doing raids, and then you get like your buddy would get dragon throwing axes or dragon sword, and you just laugh at him or just flame him
Yeah.
on some shit loot.
Misery.
Just like, why is that item on the drop table in the first place? But it's just, yeah, I don't know. It's just a real. I have so many good memories from that, from early Chambers. Is so good. I really miss those days so much. It was definitely Chambers into Inferno into DOB was definitely peak for this game for
Mhm.
sure. But
Dude,
yeah,
do you
it was
remember on
so-
release for fucking Vespula? I don't know if your teams did this, but my team got to Vespula. We were like, oh fuck, like hit the boss.
Yeah.
We were there for 20 minutes before we realized there was a portal.
Oh,
And it was just like, okay, we're fucking leaving. We're leaving.
Yeah, dude, I
I'm
remember the best
had-
meta that we would do. We would blow pipe the boss and get it down, and then we would somebody would Dragon Warhammer Vespula, and then they would call out Vespula, so it would take a very long time.
Oh, yeah, I remember
to get
that.
back up and
Yeah.
to get back up and start flying again, so you could get multiple
Yeah.
shots off on the portal before it would wake back up, and then you would just start piping it down again. Rinse and
Yeah.
repeat
Get 3
until the portal was dead.
ACBs before
Yeah,
it pops back up.
Oh,
people
gosh.
would bring the ACBs if they were too poor for the TiVo.
Early chambers, I remember it was like we split the team where we had like X people were grub running and then X people were just DPSing the boss just to make sure the fucking grubs didn't like spawn. And we just did that the whole fucking room. It was fucking misery. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, for me it's also chambers. No doubt.
Yeah, for me, I'm gonna go with Temperos. It's just too good.
Oh,
I'm gonna say either. I don't know. I really like the Inferno, like the solo kind of hard content, but I don't know. Chambers has spent a lot of time, and I made the Kirby skip. It's hard to not pick Chambers.
Inferno's like a really strong second for me though.
Yeah.
A strong second for me would be Todd.
Ooh, I think it's gotta be top for me.
Like, and the thing is like Chambers as Eric has had a lot of bugs associated with it, a lot of stuff that has been changed over the vast course of its time in the game. But even when it was released in its buggy state and like kind of misconstrued state, where you could say they probably should have spent a little bit more time on this content before releasing it, it was still so fucking like, even with the singular farming patch that existed, there was only one farming patch unreleased. There was no chest. Everybody was just dropping stuff on the ground.
Yeah, it was so
you spent like 20
miserable.
minutes farming before home.
Yeah, and then the vials. You had to pick the vials one by one. You couldn't. There was no pick all at all. So you had multiple guys just running vials just because it took so long to pick them.
What about this one? Ice Demon. Everyone would chop and then drop kindling and drop kindling, and they would just delete and delete and delete.
Yeah, just get deleted because too many items on the ground. You just have to keep chopping.
Yeah.
Man, that was just so. That was so fun, man. And just like
we couldn't
when you didn't know what was like. There was no like scouting plugins or anything like that, so you just kind of ran into the raid.
You were forced to do it. That's what I liked.
You always had the rotation map like on the side. So like, okay, I see this, I see this, I see this boss, and I see this boss. So maybe it's this boss after, but I don't know the puzzles. And then you'd have like OS Buddy open GL or something like that, so you can see like further into the raid a little bit. Like maybe you see another room or so.
That's a red crystal I see. Like, what?
It's a red crystal, and then you do the raid, and you'd think it'd be like Crope, and then you get into Ice Demon. And then my buddy, who I did so many raids with, he'd just be like, Dudash, there's Ice Demon in the raid! And then he would just one-tick leave, because he hated Ice Demon.
Jesus.
Ice Demon?
Dude, that reminds me, like...
You remember Papa George, right, Dio? That's who I'm talking about.
Let's see.
You guys remember Conduit?
Yes!
Conduit was the fucking OG cheat client, because now that I think about it, they had plugins for like they had like the fucking AoE shit for shamans as an X.
It throw the big red X on the ground.
Yeah, the big fucking red X, dude. Oh my god.
And it had the original like Vanguard's HP plugin or something like that.
Original tile markers too.
Yeah, tile markers.
I never used Conduit.
I never used Conduit. I always used OS Buddy back in the day.
I can't remember. I think it was because I was watching someone on stream and they're using Conduit, and I was like, that client looks a lot better than OS Buddy. So
I don't know why. I don't know why I never switched over to Conduit, because Conduit definitely seems like it's a way better client.
I still miss it so much. I feel like they put so much more effort into quality.
Yeah.
Although in hindsight now, I'm pretty glad I never did it because of the Conduit database leak and people getting hacked as a result of that.
Thankfully, I haven't gotten hacked yet. I think. But anyway, another question for, I guess, any of you guys who have like old videos and shit or old pictures. Like, do you guys ever go back and look in the past and just like
any time?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say all the time, but like every once in a while, like you just talking with your group of friends and you start bringing up the good old days, and you start bringing up old screenshots of like old drops you used to have and old setups you used to use. And I want to say it's especially prevalent with like early chambers and early TOB, like the setups people were running. And I actually have from when I used to use OS Buddy, I have I had it set up to where it would automatically screenshot level up messages or level ups or whatnot, and I managed to port all of those old screenshots, and I could just see like the gear I was wearing. Like I was in it. Like I have a Slayer level up screenshot from 2017 or 2016, and I'm wearing a D med and a granite body and a D skin, an obby shield, just like one of those the very classic like cute dude setup. And I'm like, dude,
I have one open from 2017 as
I'm
well.
just like, dude, how did I go from that to where I am now? Skin.
Yeah.
It's just mind blowing.
Yeah,
Bro.
sometimes I watch back like old Twitch clips of me at Chambers because I remember one of my friends he was streaming and I was in the team and I was just sitting there like, the fuck was I doing? Like, what am I doing? But then I also have an unlisted video of like long ago when I probably had top fours, and this was like I think me, Toy, Zolden, and I can't remember if it was Jimmy or someone else, but I just watched shit like that. Oh, I think it was Miku. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Miku. And
Yeah, Miku.
I was watching that, and I'm just like, what the fuck were we doing? Like, Jesus Christ. Like, we did not know what we were doing.
Family friendly rates.
Yeah, family friendly. And the thing, I was recording that video on the premise that I was going to use it for a video project, but I never did for school. But yeah, it's just like, it's always fun to like just look back and just remember like the good times on top of also wondering what the fuck I was doing and having a good laugh with the boys.
Salamander PKing.
Yeah. Oh god, fucking salamander gang on my chest.
Bro, I have I think it's a picture from like 2017 or something of me doing an elite clue, getting a ranger's tunic. It was 10 mil, and I was like, oh my god, and I was like freaking out to my boy who was like, he just got ranger boots, and we were both freaking out, and I was like, let's go. It's like I still have that guy added on my friends list. I was like, holy shit, man, like that's a real throwback. But
Yeah,
I think
it's just like I think about that. I miss being excited over little things like that, like getting a ranger's tunic and going nuts because so much. That feels like so much money to you, and
Get a Zammy page, dude.
I'm doing next like now these days, and I get a Nihil torn dropping my name. I'm like, big. That's what I said. I'm just like, big, and that's all. That's like the only reaction I'll give, and it's like, yeah, I just made like 105 mil, and I barely bat an eye. It's the way it is now.
I'm just a human being that whenever I see a big drop, I always just nut in my pants.
Like I'm still excited over it. It doesn't feel the same as it used to. Like I remember getting seeing my first T-bow split, and I remembered the reaction I gave. I actually jumped out of my chair and screamed because I was so fucking poor, and I just to get like a 300 mil split like that, I just went nuts, man.
Funnily enough, when I got my first T-bow split, which was on day 2, I mean I was happy, but I wasn't ecstatic. But when I got my first T-bow in name, like 900 plus KC later, I was screaming, like I was going insane to the point where my laptop that was on my lap fell. And my brother was like, Will! And I still have that fucking video on my channel, but at the same time, the audio was so fucking scuffed because I don't know what my friend was doing, but his fucking shit was like recorded through the fucking toilet or something. But yeah, I don't know.
Like the last time I was like extremely excited about something something happening and like just going nuts was probably that back in like 2019. That was the first bow I've ever had in my name, and it was also with an omelet. So I just lost my shit.
Man!
Okay, big man.
Jumped out of the chair.
That's 2020. Yeah, I went nuts when that happened. I lost my shit, and yeah, like that's just something like that. No, hardly ever happens to anybody.
No,
So just to have that happen was crazy. So
yeah, I don't pop off on the main anymore. Like I literally the last time I popped off was I think on my Iron Man when I went like 50 barrels chest dry and I got a tank piece and I was like, thank fucking god, dude. Like get me out.
Yeah, most of what you feel on these days it's like a sigh of relief that something is done with or something like that.
Oh yeah.
No more pop-offs feels bad.
Bouncing back to that screenshot though, I also immediately felt bad for somebody in my 2+2 partner in that raid who was well over 300 personal items dry of an omelet
Oh.
now.
Holy.
Yeah, to
Shazzy.
get that in front of him, it felt pretty bad, but it is what it is. Yeah, he has like 7,000 chambers KC now between CM and Reg and no omelet. So maybe one day.
Yeah. Maybe one day.
Yeah, I think for me, I think I still pop off like a solo. If it's like a solo bow or scythe or something, it'll still make me pop off. Dude, I remember I popped off like crazy going up that solo scythe bow back when like solo top wasn't as as popular of a thing as it is now, and it was on like the meme disco solo top run. I just freaked out. But I think my biggest
God, I remember that.
yeah. I don't know if I feel like my biggest pop off might be the Zolra speedrun, just how crazy skipping a whole T-bow hit and getting the record just blew my mind.
Yeah, I've watched that clip several times, and it's just like it's very, very rare to experience in this game a continued sustaining incredible DPS for that amount of time. Like a very long like sometimes like I'm swinging, I'm popping off, and then you'll stop after a few hits. You'll hit big for like 5 or 6 hits, and then you stop. But the continuous feeling of like just big XP drop, big XP drop, big XP, and you just absolutely shred whatever you're killing. Like that feeling is so rare, and you just man, it feels that is an incredible feeling. And
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Reminds
Like I
me
was
of
like,
the-
it took me like a moment to even realize. I was like, wait, is that one less T-bow hit than I'm supposed to do? Like, it had me so confused. I was like, what?
I remember watching my friend Eddie doing a solo CM, like just in Discord, and I watched him no anvil, a CM tecton. I was just blown away. I'm like, dude, like, what are the odds of that happening? I've never seen somebody do that. And he's like, yeah, this almost never happens.
Yeah, that was
He
the
just-
first ever.
Yeah, he just went nuts on tech, and it just died before it went back to the anvil.
This reminds me of the trio Versic I did with Corinth and Manti, I think, where we got like the second place currently. Manti was just screaming, I'm hitting.
What the f-
It was so good. It was so good. I think the clip of that-
Come on, fool, come on, fool.
but Manti was like fucking cheerleaders. I'm swinging, guys, swinging.
Fucking Manfi. Oscar
Man,
fucking Jones.
Come on, fool, come on, fool.
No way you're outing him like that.
I fucking love Manti.
We all love Manfi. But what about you, dude? I'm not sure. Have you mentioned many like of looking back in the past or no?
Oh, actually, I don't think so lately. Like, I don't know. Just, yeah, like, I don't really look back anymore, I guess. I don't know.
Old man.
That's fair.
Amnesia's kicking in.
What?
Just kidding.
I really, Toy?
If anything, just it's maybe fun to watch some old videos of yourself.
Yeah.
Like on, I don't know, on YouTube or maybe like old Wooks videos, for example. Those are cool still. To like see like he came up with like brewing every 15 on overload back in like 2009 or whatever it was with overloads at Corp. That was the method to solo Corp, was make sure the stats are 120s and brew every 15 seconds.
Huh.
It was a simpler time back then. No potatoes.
Yep. And,
Alright, so I'll move on. We got 2 more questions left, so we're almost through this. Next one I'll ask is, for those of you, do you guys know of a man named Summoning Salt by chance or no?
Yes.
Yep.
No.
Good video.
Summon salt,
Great
basically.
videos.
Yeah. Well, do you ever think?
Familiar, but don't remember.
I highly recommend his videos on the Mario Kart speedrun stuff. I like
Mario.
those videos a lot.
I felt like the one that I enjoyed watching the most was the Matt Turk one. The quest to be Matt Turk.
Yes. I love that video so much too.
But my question is, do you ever think we'll ever have like some type of RuneScape speedrunning history type of video for any of the big categories?
Yeah, literally, it's just like the history of the progression of a record of a specific piece of content. So like a summoning salt desk video on like the history of the TOB5's record. You know, what is happening, like what tech people are using to break the record each and every time, what updates are allowing the times to be broken again and again and
What
again.
clients people are using.
That as well. Yeah, I don't know. Like for me, like because of how prevalent cheat clients are in this game, unfortunately, I think it kind of clouds the speedrun community quite a bit. I don't really know how I feel about a video on that.
Mauler already has a video on the Inferno one, at least.
I personally think the only like piece of content could really realistically make a video on that would be Inferno and maybe CM Chambers. TOB is just so littered with plugins and stuff like that people use for Rex now that I wouldn't like to see that featured in any sort of video.
I think what's his face? Chemistry made a video on the Chambers speedrun. That was good. I want more of those.
Log?
Yeah.
I think of chemistry videos and I remember the one where he called Wooks a scavenger. And I was like, oh. I see. And I was like, okay. Well, that was interesting.
I'm pretty sure I'm still banned in chemistry's chat.
What'd you do?
So I went into his chat and out of the blue I just said, yo, chemistry, and then I said, I heard that Zoldan fucks your mom and your dad and he's a better rapper than you, and then I got insta-banned.
I wonder why.
Peace.
I like.
I'm pretty sure if I actually like asked someone like to unban me, he would, but I never did because me and him were on good terms. But yeah, I would love to see some type of video that kind of like goes over like full in depth of the history of like shit getting
Temporos.
beaten or Temporos, even Temporos. I wouldn't even care, but like it would be really cool to see some type of video like that. But it would suck that for Todd.
Really
too many plugins. But if that wasn't an issue at all, it would be really nice to see something like that for Todd. But oh well. Now, I have one final question to ask everyone, and that is, what's the biggest piece of advice you can give to people who want to go from an average player to max F?
I think it's just the mindset. That's all it is. Like, to be a max F player, all you have to do is be a max F player. So just try your hardest to be tick perfect at everything, and maintain your stats, maintain your prayers, just try to be better and meet new people, I guess, if that's what you're stuck with. If you're stuck with the friends who don't wish to be max F, then you might want to look into like joining a clan, like maybe Obliv or Solitary potentially. Like that's their mindset. So just mindset. That's all.
For me, like my biggest advice would be, like if you want to get better at solo content, because it's obvious there's group content and solo content in this game, stating the obvious there. But basically what De0 said, you need to like have that mindset to really want to try to improve and get better. And it's very easy to like get in a certain habit of doing things and just, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and just never try to improve and just do the same thing over and over and over again. Like, damn guys, tier 2 CG armor prep is beast. It's so reclined. It kind of is, but there's a way better method of doing that and to get way more kills an hour, that if you practiced and got better at it, you would be able to do that. and make more GP an hour.
And there's actually plenty of content out there, like solo content that you
is.
could go practice. Like you could go for a PB, like at Solo CM or Inferno or Gauntlet or whatever. Like you could challenge yourself in a lot of places in the game.
Plenty. Like and I look back at myself when I was going for the Grandmaster Combat achievements. I had never ever like for solo chambers. That was probably the hardest piece of content for me. Because personally, before combat achievements, I have never done solo chambers before. All the chambers that I've ever done was team chambers only and team CM only. Never done solo before, so it took me a full week almost of just running it down mid, just getting scouts and reaching out to people on just how to do everything. Because I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing, man. So I'm just looking at guides, joining the solo CM Discord to watch clips on how to do Tecton properly, how to set up crab. Like crabs are probably the most frustrating thing out of everything for me. I remember like beating the fuck out of my desk just because like I just could not set up crabs, and it would be like three minutes. I'm just like,
what was the Oispa clip? I forgot now.
What am I doing wrong, man?
You remember that Oispa clip, Dudash?
I don't remember exactly. I just used it was just the clips in solo CM chord, but yeah, like just not being not getting discouraged by failure and just continuing to press on. You will get better at this game. This game does not have a very high skill cap because of just how the combat mechanics work. So if you do run it down mid and you do try to improve, you will get better at this game. That is a guaranteed fact. And for team content, I would personally try to find people that are like-minded, like yourself, that are also in a similar skill set as that you are currently. I wouldn't you can listen to people for advice, but I think you're gonna learn the most by going with people and doing content with other people that are on the same skill level as you and learning with and getting better with them. That way you also not only, you don't feel like you're getting carried. You're actually learning with other people, and when you're all getting better together, you also make friends and you'll have a raid group. So it's a win-win. Like all you guys get better together, and then you have a group of people that you can do group PvM with. And then that branch, and those people know people, and you know people, and you can start bringing in new people to raid with. And as you get better, and more people will start wanting to, and that just to raid with you, and that kind of just compounds on itself. So I would, like Dio said, be like-minded and have that mindset. Run it down mid. The resources are there. A lot of things have been done. It's just up to you to have that motivation to find it, and then for team content, find people who are also looking to get better at group PvM and are of a similar skill set. I remember when I was learning, like I hadn't done Tob in a long time when they announced hard mode Tob, and I was like, dude, I need to like sharpen up on this content so I can actually get on some teams. And Bailey, the 200 mil all skiller, he hadn't done Tob in a long time either, since he was like pretty much since release, and he wanted to do some hard mode Tob too. And him and I were pretty much like the same skill level at that content at that time. So we just ran it down mid together and just did teams together until we both improved substantially to where we could do the content competently. So
yeah,
that's the advice. That's the advice.
Definitely, mindset is the biggest thing. Also, a problem that I see with a lot of people is they are too focused on others or like blaming others that they don't look inward at all.
Yes,
for some reason.
Absolutely.
Like
It's never their fault. Always somebody else's fault.
Like when something happens, there's a really high chance that everybody is involved in some way, one or another. So you should always like look at yourself and say like, or ask yourself, what can I do better? What could I have done better, right? And something that really helps with this is like recording yourself, like just doing anything and like going over the recording and being like, Okay, I lost a tick here. Okay, I should have ate here, right? Things like that. They really add up.
VOD review, VOD review, VOD review.
Azure.
I think I mean they definitely mentioned the biggest ones. The mindset. You have to want to try and improve. Because I've met some people who they're like, oh, how do you get this good? And then it's like you tell them, it's like, okay, well, you gotta sit down, you gotta actually try, you gotta focus, you gotta try and work on your clicks, you gotta try and look at multiple things at once, you gotta try and like learn the strategies. And then they're like, oh well, can't I just not? Or like that's so cringe. And it's like that's what you gotta do. Do you want to improve or do you want to not improve? And it's
Yeah.
perfectly fine if you don't.
And it's
But-
also one thing to learn the strategies, but it's another to put it into practice because you're never gonna get it first. Well, I mean, you might get it first try, but like, can you repeat it though? And that takes practice. And sometimes the strategies can be mechanically like hard and intensive, like a lot of clicks, various click patterns. Like especially you could see that in at Inferno. Like you're gonna have to just practice, try again.
So much of it just really comes down to the mentality, and it's perfectly fine if you find it and you're like, wow, I don't actually want to be max F. But I mean, don't complain about it then, right? Like don't be like, wow, like these people are like max F or whatever, and I'm not max F with them. It's like
At the end of the day, this is a video game, and people play
get, like,
this
one,
game. You play the game your way and play to have fun.
Mhm.
And if you don't want to be max F, then that is fine. A-okay. You do not have to be max F. Plenty of people have fun playing this game without doing that. But just don't complain. Why max F people don't take you to like do content because you're not you're not very good at the game.
Not efficient at it. That's
That's just why don't complain about it. So
yeah, pretty much.
I would say going from like your average player to like max F player, it's a lot of fucking work. It's like studying for an exam, but it's a fucking hard as shit exam. It takes a lot of time, a lot of practice, and it's not easy. Like the mindset is important, but I think another thing is also finding like the right pace as well, because sometimes when you're trying to do too many things when you're improving, it's hard, right? It's really hard. And sometimes you're not going to find that pacing like right off the bat, right? You're going to try to do everything you can in one sitting, you fucking flop, and then you just got to push it back every single time until you're like, okay, I'm improving a little by little. Like with me in Inferno, it's so fucking hard. There is just so much shit I have to just keep in mind, but I'm starting to find my pace, even if it means I have to do more like pussy shit, right? But that's just how everyone is, right? Whether it's because you have like super good execution or bad execution, it's just a lot of practice. And I believe any person, if they put in like enough time, they can go from your ordinary player to like a super good player, whether it's like you have some insane clicks and execution, or you don't have like the craziest execution, but you're consistent, etc., etc., etc. Anyone can be a good player. Just gotta keep at it and never give up. It might sound cheesy, but it's true. You just don't want to ever fucking give up if you're grinding something. All right, never fucking give up.
Did Kirby have something? Because
I am. Yeah, I think most of what I want to say has been said. I agree. Mentality is really the biggest thing. Some advice I will give is if you're ever struggling to improve, try to think what can you do to improve. Like one example is a lot of people struggle with triple jads. I'll tell them, okay, you can solve that by practice. Like problem there, you get the triple jads. You're under pressure. All that time to get there to practice it. You can just pull up a video of triple jads and click along in your client to practice it.
That's what I did. That's what I did.
Like you can think of unique solutions to practice and think of like what do you need to do to get better at this. Like I've done it for my army skipped. I spent hours just practicing flicking the Tazar minions and pretending I'm doing an army skip. Like I'll play a VOD of me failing an army skip and listening to the sounds. Like think of creative ways to practice, and just think of what can I do to improve at this. Whether it's like simulate the practice somewhere where there's no pressure, or maybe just do some kind of boss or some kind of mechanic over and over again until I get better at it. Just think of what is your weakness, and just try to think of a solution to it instead of just mindlessly banging your head against the wall or whatever. But yeah, that is my advice. What I'll go with here.
Another thing is, don't be afraid to take breaks. Like a lot of people, like just bang their heads against the wall. You'll get frustrated and just play worse and worse over time. Just take a break. It's fine.
Yeah.
And like us humans, we process the information we learned over day the best in our sleeps.
Yep.
So take a break. It's fine. Just go again later.
Yeah, if you're trying and keep messing up, then have a sleep, come back the next morning, try again.
Yeah.
Bet you'll be way better off.
I'm gonna say one thing in addition to that. I feel like sometimes it is good to just, if you're really feeling it, keep going, do that long session. But now, if you're not feeling it, take a break,
right.
Rest. But I think sometimes when you're really motivated, that long extra session can be like you push through you're de-rested, you're warmed up, you push through like a barrier. It's just sometimes it's good to push and just do it. But if you're not feeling it, just take a break, chill, have some sleep.
I think I just wanted to end with one last actual okay, let's say you have the mindset, you decided I really do want to actually try and get good at this game. You want to do that. Easy big tips that I think a lot of people miss when they start. Prayer matters a lot. Piety, rigor, augury, doesn't matter if you're PKing, if you're PvMing, it's a lot. If you're in max gear, I think your max hit goes up by almost 10 by sticking piety on, right? It's so much of your damage that, let's say you hit, I don't know, you hit a 4-way and then you miss your prayer, just hit a 2-way and hit the prayer. It's better. It's better almost every single time. Maybe not with augury, but it's if you're PKing, then with augury. But the prayer matters so much that it's not funny. Go for the prayer. The prayer means a lot. So I don't know. There's something else I was gonna say, but I forgot it, so fuck it. But the prayer is a really good one.
Inventory management is really important too. Just
Yeah.
have your inventory set up to where you can perform your switches accurately and effectively. And if you can't, most of us can't one tick an 8-way, but if you can do a 4-way and one tick, have the most important items that give you the most DPS in the first 4 switches. If you're doing an 8-way mage or a 7-way mage at night, make sure you have the Sang staff and the occult to the Torm and the other an Ent's top or the cape or whatever. Just all the stuff that gives you the most amount of DPS up front, within the first few clicks that you're gonna do. Don't have them at the end or spread out, or if you're using harm orb, make sure you have harm orb next to the tome, because the tome of fire is a ton of DPS with fire surge. So the tome is at the end of your switch, then you're trolling. So make sure your inventory is just set up properly, and a way in which it'll be very easy for you to switch into gear and maximize DPS whenever you can.
So, anything else you guys need to say? I want to say?
My voice is fucking shot, dude. Holy fuck, dude. God damn it.
Well, I'm sorry for holding you guys hostage for the last 5 hours and 30 minutes.
I'm almost 6 hours at the pond, bro.
So I'm about to 6 hour.
How's Kirby doing with the herbal?
Dude, let me post the gain. Wait, Imgurt. Let me show you my gains I made during the stream.
Anyway, I just want to say huge thank you to Dudash and De0 for popping in. Very grateful you guys came in as special guests, and thank you to Theorycrafting and Hemmiez for being great hosts as always.
No problem.
Brush kitty.
Glad to be here.
Dude, I
Problem
gained, like-
is, it's fun.
I gained. Sorry, you go first.
I had a good time. It was fun.
Yeah.
Dude, I gained 3 Herbo levels during the stream.
I think
I
Although
posted my gains in chat.
Do
I think
mine levels.
I missed a Zarite Van Braces split though while I was doing this podcast, so you owe me some money. So
Oh shit.
Oh, can I write like an IOU out of Kirby's
Yeah.
wallet? Okay, thanks.
that'll work.
Nah.
Yeah, that sounds
I'm
good.
95 now.
Alright. Anyway, next time we're probably gonna pot this podcast will probably be like 1 week or 2 weeks after Raids 3 release. And we don't know when that's gonna happen, but who knows. Till then, everyone stay safe, keep fucking killing necks, and yeah. I think I am probably gonna send everyone over to the man himself, Mr. Giraffe. So go on and say hello to Mr. Giraffe, right?
Oblivion member, by the way.
Really?
Discord.gg/Oblivion. Holy shit.
Make sure to follow the boys, Kirby
you
and
for
Hemmiez
the-
as well.
Thank you for the free plug.
Oh, gotta do it. The host didn't do it, and he's in Oblivion. What? I'm not in Oblivion. Why am I plugging?
I'm cooked.
Humble.
I'm cooked.
You're plugging the Discord. You're not even in the
Put 'em-
Discord either.
Yeah.